Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoy.
게임쇼에 출품한다라는 것은 게임 개발자들한테는 원래도 되게 로망이에요. 꿈이기도 하고. 그래서 또 게임쇼로 오는 거죠. 이제 다른 회사들 보면 자극받거든요. 야, 쟤네도 저렇게 잘하는데 우리도 잘해야지. 네.
이거에 이슈가 있다는 말씀이시죠?
네네네. 이거 불편하겠네. 버그 같네. 해찬님 이거 INI로 이거 디폴트 설정 바꿀 수 없어요?
GPG는 못.
아예 못해?
The creators of the Dark and Darker mobile challenged their own version of the dungeon.
연락 가능해요? 10시. 그 빌드를 그럼 만들죠. 만들자. 여러 얘기가 많아요. 게임 전시회에 나가는 게 이제 맞냐. 직접 유저를 만나서 유저와 호흡하는 것만큼 우리 게임의 상태를 잘 알 수 있는 건 없다고 생각해요.
지나가는데 문제 없어요. 제가 다 고쳐놨으니까 이제 잘할 수 있을 거고.
한 40분 이상 플레이하신 분들도 상당히 있는데 그분들이 나가시고 나면 그 계정을 초기화하기 전에 제가 후딱 달려가서 템이라든지 이런 걸 다 확인하고 아 이분은 이런 형태로 플레이를 하셨구나.
플레이어 여러분, 이 게임을 즐겨주세요. 행운을 빕니다. 이제 피지, 던전 스피지. 들어주셔서 감사합니다.
That's why we do this, I suppose, is escapism. It's trying to get away from the modern life, just for a few days. So as soon as we turn up and we get dressed in this medieval costume and medieval camp, then we live the medieval life for 3 days. Yeah, I love it. I really do love it, yeah.
No, I would die. I'd be so dead. Sword, like, they're heavy. They're like 10, 15 kilos. I'd be like, wait a minute, sir, please.
And so
I think that's something we kind of tend to forget, that like people are always people and they like to look at beautiful things. They like to tell a joke. They like to have, a good meal and a nice beer at the end of the day.
What's the difference between a fighter and a barbarian? So if you're going to choose a fighter, be prepared, be careful, concise, get ready to kill. If you're going to be a barbarian, smash everything!
Welcome. It is my pleasure to introduce you to Cruising Chaos. We've set the stage and Sandhawk stands ready. And now, it must be knocked down. The covert deliveries of heavy weaponry are not just for flash and flare. They are your new tools of survival. Each one finely tuned for maximum destruction. Likely more than you expect. This battleground, once familiar, will evolve into a more ruthless, more cunning, and, dare I say, more destructive arena. Let us begin. Now, we watch to see who will stand atop the rumble.
But you catch me when I'm falling. No one else but you. When the evening comes and the stars appear, it's the greatest thrill to know I'm near you. No one else but you.
Sanhok is a destructible map, a rebalance to the SMG lineup, and solo play for the Win Streak Showdown. All this and more as we dive into the Update 33.1 patch report. First up, it's time to celebrate your chaos, because Sanhok is becoming a destructible map. Starting this update, parts of buildings, props, and key structures can all be destroyed by explosives or the red zone. It's even getting destructible terrain like Rondo. And speaking of that red zone, it's getting a few changes as well. Sanhok is also seeing some changes to textures, terrain, and more. So be sure to take in its new look before you blow it up. Head on over to the patch notes to check out the changes. Next, we've made some pretty significant adjustments to SMGs in an effort to keep enhancing weapon diversity and making sure SMGs have their own signature feel. Hipfire, movement, and OTS accuracy have all seen big improvements for most of the SMG family. In addition, 9mm ammo weighs less now, so you can carry more with you into the endgame. You can get the full details on the changes by checking out the patch notes. The fan-favorite Win Streak Showdown game mode is also getting some love this update. You can now choose to join the showdown solo instead of with a squad. We've also lowered the number of consecutive match wins needed for maximum rewards from 5 to 3. So drop in and see how far you can go. There's also a new Survivor Pass, Ranked Season 33, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 33.1 is here. So start your win streak, kit out your SMG, and drop into Sanhok like a wrecking ball. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
PUBG Sports fans, I'm your PUBG Sports guide, Annie, and I'm here again with Paperthin.
Great to be back. Can't wait to get PGC started again this year in Malaysia. I am so excited for it.
So as you said, we're here to talk about PGC2 in 2024. Before moving into the PGS 2024, let's wrap up how PUBG Esports was in 2024 so far. And the first global event, PGS3, was held in Shanghai. And finally, the APEC champion rise, Cerberus Esports. In the PGS4, Twisted Minds finally leave their trophy in the global event.
And then, of course, after that, we had the Esports World Cup for the first time in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where the Sonics took home the trophy. And then we moved back to South Korea for the PUBG Nations Cup, where Korea was able to win back-to-back championships in front of the home crowd.
And the next event was PGS 5 and 6, and here we witnessed very surprising thing that Twisted Minds have won 2 consecutive championship. So having all these stories in 2024 so far, I'm really excited to move on to PGC 2024, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so let's move on to the PGC 2024 in details. So PUBG Global Championship 2024 will be held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia from December 9th to December 22nd. And 24 teams have secured their tickets to PGC 2024 based on PGC points and PGS points. And they will be competing for 1.5 million prize pool and the PGC 2024 trophy. PGC 2024 will be based on Super Rule Set with map Erangel, Miramar, Tago, and Rondo. But we do have a special system called Circuit System before the Grand Finals.
So the circuit system is pretty intriguing. We're going to break it into 3 different circuits, and each circuit is going to be broken down into 3 different days. So the first day is 16 teams. The 15 teams that qualified through PGC points, and then the 1 team from the host country, in this case SGD from Malaysia. So then on day 2, it's going to be the 12 teams from the previous day plus the 5th to 8th place teams in PGS points throughout the year. Those teams are going to battle it out. Then the top 12 teams move on to the circuit finals. That's going to be day 3, where the top 4 teams will be automatically seeded from PGS points to face off. And this is the day where you can make your points to qualify for the grand finals.
Then how will Circuit 2 and 3 look like?
They'll look very similar, actually. So you're going to take the bottom 16 teams from the previous week, put them onto day 1, and then we just kind of rinse and repeat.
So let's move on to the details about 24 teams participating in PUBG Global Championship 2024. So let's first talk about the PGS points. Teams have accumulated points based on their performances in PGS 3, 4, 5, 6, and the Esports World Cup. And the first place went to Twisted Minds with no surprise.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the best team in the world right now. They've won back-to-back-to-back titles in PGS. This is a team that has tremendous firepower, big brains, obviously goes along with their name. Example's the best player in the world right now. He can do everything well, whether it's rifling, his sniping, everything about his game is top tier. This is going to be the favorite coming into this event.
I've always mentioned that Twisted Minds this squad have been most consistent in PUBG esports scene, and winning back-to-back-to-back championship have never happened in PUBG esports history. So second place is Sonics. I'm sure that this team is a big game hunter.
This is a team that always shows up when it matters most. They show up when the prize pool is the biggest. That's just the truth. They've won PGIS, they won PGS2 last year, they won EWC this year. They're a very consistent team when they want to be. You already had Shrimsy and Tiggleton, who have been absolutely lights out at times for this squad. H1's always been a really solid IGL, and Kickstart just gives that extra oomph that the Sonics needs to continue to be a force at global events, and they are absolutely going to be a threat at PGC.
So PG's top 3 team was Severus Esports from Vietnam.
So this used to be an underdog region in APAC, right? And then Cerberus at the beginning of this year really showed that they are a force to be reckoned with. They can win events, and they did that. They win PGS3. Hemos is absolutely one of the best players in the world right now. They always play crazy. He's got enormous potential as an individual player. He can clutch out moments that very few other players can. So I think this team can absolutely still win PGC.
The top 4 goes to 17 Gaming from China, and this team I think has the most second places in PUBG esports.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a good team. This core won a PGS last year. They won PGS 1. There's still so much potential, getting 2 seconds in Thailand, but we know the potential of this team. We know how well they can frag out. Top to bottom, this team is very well balanced. They're all really strong individual players, so I still have a lot of hope that they can win a title.
So top 5 is TSM. They have not been performing well in PGS 3, but after, they have been performing very consistently throughout the events, and Sparking even won MVP in WC.
Yeah, this is a team that is really starting to come together, find their form. We know that Alo, Luke 12, and Sparking are all tremendous individually talented players. Sparking, one of the best mechanical players in the world. It would be really awesome to see TSM get that PGC trophy.
Next is Navi.
For me, this is like the wild card team here, because we've seen that at their peak, they can be one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, in their plays, they have shown, especially from Hakatoi's clutch and everything, they do have a really big potential. So let's see if Navi can show their peak performance in PGC 2024. So next, top 7 is Patrico Road from China.
So this is a team that's had some ups and downs, regionally and internationally. This team is very capable, but you need to find ways to enable Aix Left, get your star player firing on all cylinders, and come out getting a ton of kills.
So looking at the PGC 2024 roster, maybe Summer will be IGLing again, we don't know, but let's see how they can come back in PGC 2024. Last but not least is FaceClan. FaceClan already got their ticket to PGC based on PGC points in EMEA, but to be in the better spot in the circuit system of PGC 2024, they had to accumulate points, PGS points. They actually came in as a PGS point seed.
Look, this is one of the most veteran teams we have right now. All of these players have been around the block. Good play of players like Jeans, like Vex, Corexi. All these guys are incredible.
So we've talked about top 8 teams from PGS points, and let's move on to the rest 16 teams who have accumulated their PGC points in their regional series. And let's start with the EMEA region first.
So the first team I think we should look at is Eternal Fire. They've been relatively consistent when they make it to the global events. They got 6 at EWC. They had that really explosive game at PGS 5 where they got 20 kills and a chicken dinner. You expect to see them at the very least in the grand finals.
BB team is also new team. The name is new, but the players are quite familiar.
Yeah, exactly. It's basically the core of the old question mark team, led by a doozy. They're a very, very strong team. Now they're bringing in Spyro from Twisted Minds, and he is a very, very strong fragger too, so certainly BB team they're going to be scary.
So last was Virtus Pro. Actually, they couldn't make it to the PGC before PGS 6 started, but thanks to FaceClan, they had the last spot, the EMEA region.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ibiza is a very long-time player, one of the most popular players in PUBG Esports, just due to who he is as a streamer and also as a player. Getting to see him back at an international event is super cool.
So next is Americas region. Here we have 2 teams.
I think Falcons is a team that everybody thinks should be doing better than they are. There is a lot of talent on this team. There's a lot of experience that if they can find their right form, they can do a lot of damage. Luna Galaxy, this Brazilian team, the old Legacy squad, well, the core of it mostly. Z-Kraken has looked really good at times this year. He's had some strong performances, but we haven't seen a lot of consistency. They struggle in the early part of the game. What can this Luna Galaxy team do to recover and have better performances at PGC 2024?
Next is China, and the first team is Tianba.
Yeah, Tianba is a really solid team. They have shown really good performances at times internationally. Lin Shu, a great IGL, great fragger. Can he, with the addition of CC108, really bring this team to greater heights?
So next is NH Esports, which we call New Happy. So New Happy not only performed well in PCL, but also shown impressive performances in recent PGSs. I think they're still a good team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you still have Ming Ming there, who's absolutely cracked, one of the best mechanical players in the world. But with Xiaozi and AZ coming into this squad, are they going to be able to continue to improve on those performances we saw?
Next is Weibo Gaming. We have Shen in this team.
Yeah, Shen is cracked. There's no other way to put it. He is a really, really talented player. ZYY also a very good player. So that team has a lot of potential. They could really, really surprise at PGC.
Next, 4 Angry Men, our old beloved team from China. And I saw that Godfrey is coming in the roster for PGC 2024.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a gamble with Godfrey. World champions on this team, quite literally, former NH players. So are they going to be able to use that experience, find some cohesion? But it has been a rough year for them, to be honest.
So China is the region where teams with PGS points and PGC points are quite divided. So let's see these teams who have performed well in their region also plays well in the global level. Next is Korea, which is the region with the previous PGC 2023 champion. But this year, they only have 3 teams based on PGC points, not having a single team advancing with the PGS points.
Yeah, it's been a rough year. There's been a lot of roster changes throughout Korea. The Kwangdong Freaks probably have been the most consistent for Korea throughout 2024, but it still hasn't been great. Yes, you've got great fraggers on that team. Salute is the first one that comes to your mind. He was on Danawa last year, has a trophy, and he's been good. The whole team's been good, but they haven't been great. So we need to see some, better performances from them on the international stage.
Next, T1. T1 was out of PUBG esports scene for a while, but they have created a team this year and participated in PUBG Esports.
Yeah, so it's the old BSG roster, plus you bring in Type. He's fragging very well for them. They're still seemingly trying to get all on the same page and trying to adapt to the international lobbies.
So last could be Gen G with top 3 in the player PGC points. They were struggling a little bit in this year, but they did show a great performance in the last event, PGS6.
Yeah, so it finally started to come together towards the end of the year here. The beginning of the year as well, they looked really, really strong in PWS. You have Barpo, who was one of the best fraggers in PWS in 2023. Adder, a veteran player. So Rex as well, those two have played together. But it hasn't been consistent. And the real question is what we saw at the end of PGS6, is that going to be the Gen.G that shows up at PGC?
Last but not least is APAC region.
I want to start with the Expendables. You know, they're the team that kind of ended 17's hopes of winning PGS5. Who knows what they're going to do at their peak? They could be really, really good.
Next is Day Trade Gaming. This Thailand team have been in the top, but recently they seem to struggle a bit. But in PGS6, they have shown.
They finally found their confidence. I mean, I think they just needed to start taking good fights, finding their opportunities. Hopefully they can really push the envelope and show us like a top 8 finish or even better.
So next coming up is Bleed Esports from Indonesia.
They're solid players. A lot of them have been around for quite some time in PUBG Esports, but they haven't really blown the doors off of us this year. So seeing if maybe they can improve on some of that, come into PGC with some new strategies, some new ideas, and who knows, maybe they're gonna make grand finals. There's enough talent there for sure.
Who had qualified as a wild card, Holt City Seed, our Malaysian team, Schweiger Dui.
If you ever watched PCS Asia, you're going to be familiar with a lot of these players. You have MML, who used to be Tian Tian, who was on Tianba. You have Mings, who was also on Tianba and Petrichor Road at one point. Then you have Jervis and Payne used to be Sophia. That's a player that a lot of people know. I mean, they're pretty stacked.
So we've looked through all the 24 teams participating in PGC 2024. And we also have to focus on each player. Who do you think have a potential to win the MVP?
I think everybody's going to think of Example first. Guy is absolutely insane. In particular, his DMR has been really, really on point this year. He's got a well-balanced play style as well. He can get it done. So he has everything you could want out of a star player.
Next MVP candidate, I think it could be a Cerberus Esports Himas.
Him and Example are number 1 and 2 in the world right now. There is no question about that. Everybody thinks that. They are amazing. But there's a little bit different. Himas is probably a little bit better with assault rifles. He's really good in those clutch situations, in those 1vx scenarios. So that's probably where you'd maybe give him a little bit of an edge, but it's hard to compare because they're both so darn good. Shrimzy from Sonics, he kind of plays more of a backline role. He's so good with the AUG, so he could be your MVP. Sparking is another one of those just amazing all-around players. Great mechanics in every regard, DMR or AR. And he's also got just great reactions. It's hard to pick with 17 because there's so many good players on that team. Lil Go, Xiao Wu, Xiao Bei. Any 3 of those guys could actually win an MVP. However, I think we should look at Petrichor Road. They do have a really good performance this year at EWC, and Akesleft is a big part of that. So if they pop off at PGC, it could actually be Akesleft.
Today we have been talking about the participating teams, things to watch for in the PGC 2024. I want to explain more about some action and activities that we can enjoy for PGC 2024. First is always Pick'em Challenge. PGC 2024 item is out. How do you think?
I love it. It's got this like futuristic soldier feel. It's quite different from some of the other skins we've had for previous events. So I think these are really, really cool.
Yeah, so if you buy this PGC 2024 items, you can get a voting coupons and participate in Pick the Winner Pick'em Challenge. You can vote until December 20th, 5 p.m. KST. Look at the circuit stage. So don't forget to watch the full circuit system and guess the winner and get this cool EP items too. Also, they have a free challenge, Team Face Off, so please check in game. And this is our pick for the Pick'em Challenge.
And of course, we also have the Twire Fantasy. It really makes watching PUBG Esports a lot more fun.
We also have a drops event. You can earn items by watching live stream of PGC 2024 based on your watch time.
And I also heard that there's another exciting thing to look forward to at PGC 2024. There's going to be a pre-event match before the official event starts.
Yes, we're gonna have a pre-event match on December 8th in 1 p.m. Malaysian time in the brand new Sanok where things are destructible. So I think it's gonna be really exciting pre-event match. But here, 48 players will be participating, so 2 players from each team. And there will be 4 matches and there will also be 10,000 prize pool. So don't miss out this pre-event match too. From the beginning, we have been talking about everything we have to know to better enjoy PUBG Global Championship 2024. How was it today?
Oh, it's great. I mean, I'm really excited for PGC again. I can't wait to go back to Malaysia. It's a beautiful country. Really amazing stuff that we're going to see from these players and these teams there, as always. So I can't wait for it to start.
We'll have an audience in the grand final, so you can enjoy the grand final and a lot of offline activities. Please check out the ticket information that will be announced in the PUBGESports.com. And not only that, please enjoy our online activities too. So stay tuned for PUBG Global Championship 2024, which is kicking off in Malaysia on December 9th. And check out which team will be lifting the trophy at the end. We'll meet you in Malaysia. Bye-bye.
The top 4 Titans of PGS points will walk down the causeway now and join the fray. We are in day number 3 of Circuit 1 as we figure out who is going to be able to rack up all of those points to try and qualify through to the PGS Grand Final. And those Titans are terrifying. Joining me to my left-hand side to get everything going, I have a Vanguard himself.
Yes.
How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. I'm excited here. My first day, obviously, but it's starting in a final, and it's deciding so many things here. But also, we have 4 teams joining us, as you said here. That's going to be their first day, and that's kind of exciting to me because, sure, they are going up against 12 other teams that have some practice, have had a day already or 2 for some of them, and that's pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, they are terrifying, the teams that are going to be joining the lobby. However, will they be able to conquer the the pace that has been set by Guangdong Freaks? That is the big question on everyone's minds throughout the day. Of course, we also have our partners joining us for PGC 2024 as well. A huge thank you to them. First and foremost, we have ourselves OP.GG, our official and main esports partner for PUBG. You can overpower your game if you head over to op.gg. We also are here live from the Tropicana Garden Mall, our official venue partner. We are right here, right now. It's happening right now in the Tropicana Garden Mall, so thank you to them. Oh, I choked there for a second. It's all good. Next up, we've got TT Racing as well. Thank you to them as our official furniture partner, allowing all of these players to be comfortable behind us, ready to go, ready to get into the battlegrounds to be able to shoot at everybody they see in comfort and leisure. And finally, we have ourselves a Cooper, our official hand warmer partner as well here. I do have one here. However, I'm quite warm, so I'm not going to turn it on right now. I don't need it at the moment.
Yeah, but if you're sitting at home and it's freezing, when we get back, it's going to be freezing back in northern parts of Europe.
Me in Poland, I am so happy I have this right now.
Great.
I'm
Also,
in
when
the
you're going to go out on walks or there, you can have them in your pockets, and it's
That's
really
a good
smart.
idea.
Yeah, it's really smart.
Oh, I
really like it.
You guys at home can also be involved with the potential of winning yourself a chunk of 2 million G-Coin. Basically, what you have to do is go over to that QR code and predict as to who you think is going to be the, well, not who is going to be the winner, but the winning points of the team at the end. And then if you are correct, congratulations, and you get a chunk of 2 million
That's a lot of schematics.
That's a lot of schematics. That's a lot of G-Coin. And finally, we also have our Neo Media icon lights that you can get lovely here. You can see it right there if you head on over there as well. They're partnered with PUBG Battlegrounds as well. Now let's get into the nitty-gritty of this, Martin, because I think as much as, yes, we have the true Titans joining the fray right now as we take a look at the schedule and everything that's going on, it does bear repeating. Guangdong Freaks has had a brilliant 2 days leading up to this, they are definitely the one that a lot of people will have their eyes on alongside our new PGS members.
Yeah, the big question is really, with these 2 days that they've been putting themselves into this kind of favoritism spot, you would say, almost.
Sure.
The 4 teams coming in, are they going to be able to go in and pull that handbrake, right? Because right now, the amount of confidence you're going to be able to have from dominating 2 days in a row, it's going to be really, really high, right? So how are they going to be contested? How are we going to see kind of going out today? And I think a lot of things are going to be decided today because obviously we are playing 3 circuits. They have to get to these circuit finals, and I would say even if you miss just 1 circuit final, that's going to be a little bit hard.
That's rough.
It is going to be a little bit rough, right? Because there are going to be 8 teams here that are not going to be playing in the finals. You need to accrue some of those points.
You need to get a lot of points on the board. As always, our usual true and tried super system for all of this. So 10 points for that first place, 1 kill point per point, I suppose. And when you think about it as well, that asterisk against Guangdong Freaks was that, oh, day 1, yeah, but the top 8 aren't there. And then day 2, was there an asterisk?
The top 4 is not there.
But will it continue? Will it continue? That's the question. Now, all these teams are fighting for a 1.5 million plus crowdfunding, as well as becoming the world champion. And here is the teams that I will be representing today. The 4 joining: Twisted Minds, Sonics, Cerberus Esports, and 17 Gaming. For all of the teams involved that have been able to get through to this final day, fantastic stuff. However, it comes at the caveat of those teams not being in those previous lobbies, and they are murderers. They are terrifying to go up against.
If you ask so many people, like, potential winners here, like, this is favorites of the PGC 2024, right? And once we come in with that, like, I would say there's a high chance that one of those teams there right now, everyone is, 65% or something like that of the votes in the game are saying right now Twisted Minds are going to be winning. But it really comes down to what happens today, right? You have to start strong, but still, if you're at Twisted Minds and you have now 7 days left, I don't really see them playing, day 1 of circuits. They are probably going to finish in the top 8 coming into this, right? But still, I feel like with the amount of preparation that they have and with the great amount of Petulins, I definitely think that's going to be such a strong force for them because they improve over the course of tournaments so much, right? And that was the downfall at EWC. They didn't have a lower bracket. They didn't have anything else. Just one group stage into the finals, but they get so much better throughout the course of a tournament.
Yeah, I do want to continue focusing on Twisted Minds here for a moment because I would almost be offended as a desk host if we didn't focus on this team that has just transcended. Again, I've said it many times, we're currently now in the Twisted era. After having 3 PGSs, somebody is going to have to topple them. And they come in not only to our first circuit as the favorites to win the circuit day or whatever, and got a lot of points. They're the favorite to win the entire damn tournament.
Exactly, they are. I mean, this is their year, it feels like, right? And if it wasn't for EWC, everyone would be saying, okay, it would not be 65.
Disgusting if they won
EWC. Yeah, it wouldn't be 65%, it would be 100%.
Yes.
Obviously here, FaZe Clan Gen G has also been participating in all the PGCs, but still, Twisted Minds, for this event, it feels like it's their time. As you said here, the Twisted era, it definitely feels like it is their time for it.
And of course, we have people returning from all of the PGCs, and 2 of those players, we have Shrimzy and HWin, have been a constant when it comes to PGC. So let's talk about Sonics briefly here as well. Second, when it comes to PGS points, they are the Esports World Cup champions, and I think that they are also not to be underestimated. It doesn't matter what happened at our last PGS 6. Obviously, yes, not getting through into that grand final, but again, we've had Twisted Minds have a stumble block over at EWC as well. So Sonics is definitely one to keep your eyes on for this as well.
I 100% agree. I mean, true and tested for these guys, right? And tried and tested even. But 11th place is their best placement for PGC, right? And as you said here, they didn't make it in the last PGS in the finals, but still, I definitely think with the way that the format kind of works out for them, if they don't get too contested, we'll see what happens in Gatka area today. But yeah, it's going to be exciting stuff. And also that we're starting on their angle. I talked to them a little bit in the gym, actually, and they were like, yeah, if we are ending up in having, not that many points in the first 2 games, then it could be hard for them.
Well, before we talk about other teams, let's get behind the scenes look at what's going on here at PGC.
I think player launch is more fun right now. We have a pool, PlayStation. Players can play each other. It's more fun right now. I like this player launch.
大家好，我是11战队的小北。今年战队的预期，我们肯定是奔着前4去打的嘛，因为前4可以直接晋级第2轮的决赛嘛，肯定奔着前4去打的，可能越靠前越好。然后呢，我感觉劲敌的话肯定是 KDF 嘛，因为觉得他们签运也好，状态也好，给圈的能把握住。 18天18场吃了6把鸡，觉得他们是一个争冠的队伍。觉得手拿把掐的队伍，那肯定是 SQ 跟哪位啊？因为他们俩都跟我们抢过 P 城，然后都被我们打跑了，所以我觉得他们好打。
Of course, we have other head-to-heads coming along here as we have Guangdong Freaks and T1 facing off against one another. They did fantastic in day number 2, but actually this isn't exactly where I want my focus to be right now because we have these other 2 teams coming in from PGS. They've deserved to be talked about when it comes to them. So Cerberus Gaming, I want to talk about Cerberus Esports. I want to talk about them. Obviously, coming in as 3rd from those PGS rankings. What do you think for their prospects?
I think for what it is, they're not the strongest team as we've ever seen them, right? And that's the problem.
Yes.
That's the problem for me, is that I think they are a team that, you know, is in such a great situation. Him as such a star player, but yeah, we heard it in a few interviews, right? Tycon is missing.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's a huge talking point. And is it going to be enough? I still think they're potential top 5 here.
Yeah.
But right now, I think there are teams that are looking stronger currently in their current performance level than what we see them at right now.
Well, I suppose we should actually focus on Guangdong Freaks and T1 whilst we're looking at the highlights here from this. As much as I would like to talk about those PGS teams, but we don't have a whole lot of time before we actually get into those games. Yeah, it was great to see Guangdong Freaks continue this on into day 2 with another 3 chicken dinners under their belt. I think they've really, as much as everyone considers Guangdong Freaks as a great team, I think these 2 days have transcended a lot of people's opinions as to where they could potentially settle here at the World Championship. I think now everyone is looking suddenly at them as, hey, they actually might go a very, very long way in this World Championship.
I will say this, though. I think there are so many things coming their way in a lot of their games. The important shifts, it's not we're talking like catch 9, center circle all the time and everything, but still, there's a lot of things coming their way, especially with the important shifts in the mid-game, where it's beneficial for them enough to set themselves up for success. Of course, sure, there is the confidence that they're going to be having from winning so many games and from doing so well. Also, Salute is playing absolutely out of his mind, right? I think back-to-back most points on Fantasy both days, right? So it's just on a completely different level for that. But yeah, we can't really say and tell much about them before we've seen how they're playing against these 4 teams coming in.
Oh, absolutely. And you guys can not only watch them here, but you can also watch them on all the co-streamers streams as well. So make sure to check all those out. T1, obviously, yesterday, very much impressive as well. Day 1, it was scraping by, but really a great resurgence from them in the second day. Our final PGS team that I really want to talk about coming in as well, 17 Gaming, and they deserve to be as well, considering we have seen so many high-profile second places from 17 Gaming. They're a team that I think is eventually destined almost to win a world championship. But in this twisted era, is it another second place on the... I think they're scared about becoming a true Kong, which is kind of an old Korean kind of curse almost of always getting second place.
They have won in Malaysia before, right? So it's a case of where we could say returning Malaysia, defending Malaysia champions a little bit. You could say it, but still, I think if everything works for them as it's supposed to, with drops uncontested and everything is kind of coming their way, they're in there. They have a chance to do it. We've seen it multiple times. It's just those small things, right? Those 1-2 points every single game. We're playing 18 games in the final, right? 1-2 points extra in each game. It would be making them champions.
Sure, yeah, I have to agree. We'll take a look at the fantasy numbers coming in.
Oh my God.
Here, and all the picks that are
1,
going down.
2, 3, 4.
That's crazy.
That is insane.
Bean had a brilliant day yesterday, right? To be able to jump up there alongside all of his compatriots, brilliant stuff. I will say, whilst we take a look at these numbers as well, Twisted Minds, obviously #1 in the world right now. It's pretty much undisputed.
Right.
But when you go to Sonic's, Cerberus, and 17, as much as 17's got so many second places and things like that, it's hard for me to pick who is the second right now in the world between those 3. Do you agree, or...?
Yeah, but I would even put in...
Other names, you think?
Yeah, I would even put in Navi maybe, actually.
Navi?
As that contester, you know.
Jeez, okay, you're like, you're chaotic evil.
Yeah, that's 2.35% agrees with me. Well, I want to point out, though, Nixie being in 5th in terms of overall points gain, obviously means that damage and kills has gone his way.
Yes.
Pretty impressive considering we don't see VP here today. That is he obviously had a really good day one, but still that's pretty impressive considering how much domination we saw from KDF.
I would have to agree. I mean, it's well, obviously we'll be seeing them in the next circuits coming up here. But for today, it's 6 matches and 6 matches only. Every single one of these games will contribute points towards qualifying through into that PGC Grand Final. We start things on Erangel and we will finish off with Miramar later on after we've, of course, had those wild card maps. And I mean, obviously, we have this every single day, just a kind of shift of the rotation as a whole. But one thing that's interesting about the fact that we always have our 4 maps is the fact that it really does present such a different challenge. It's warm in here, guys. I'm sorry. It presents a different challenge on every single one of these battlegrounds.
It does.
So you've got to be super diverse and kind of adaptive in your playstyle at this very top level.
Yeah, for sure. And for our 2 wildcard maps, and it has to be, that approach to the games and how our wildcard maps work out, right? Rondo and Teiko it is hard maps to come by. It's a hard maps, and I feel like the mentality of the team's like, yeah, we might just get some points there. You still have to play extremely consistent on our angle.
Yeah.
But once you come onto Miramar, where you're thinking, okay, we're gonna be okay. We're gonna be getting the points that we're used to. There are teams that have played 4 games and already qualified that can be messing with your drop spots, hot dropping you. That's the really scary thing here in the circuits, is that after 4 games, you have these teams that are qualified that are, and we have been seeing it already in the circuits, gonna be hot dropping you.
All right, well, it's the first opportunity to get points towards the PGC Grand Final here at PGC 2024.
제가 데뷔를 한 지 얼마 안 됐을 때는 제 꿈이었고, 그리고 중간쯤 됐을 때는 희망이었고, 그리고 지금 와서는 증명을 하는 자리라고 생각합니다. PC의 첫 챔피언, 저희가 잃어버린 왕관을 다시 되찾고 한국이 세계 최고임을 증명하겠습니다.
I mean, it feels really good. Obviously, we qualified because of another team's performance, but that's just how it is, and we're going to make the best out of it. We haven't been in the spotlight, we've been in the shadows. Underestimate us at your own risk, and we're coming for the top.
สำหรับผม PGC เป็นทัวร์ที่ใหญ่ที่สุดเลยครับ แล้วก็เราทำมาทั้งปีเพื่อรายการนี้นะครับ ถ้าฟอร์มการเล่นของทีมเราค่อนข้างดีก็มีสิทธิ์ที่จะเป็นแชมป์สูงครับ แล้วก็ถ้าเห็นว่าธนดลขึ้นโหมดคิวเมื่อไหร่ก็เจอกันครับแชมเปี้ยน
PGC 对我的意义就是也算是个梦想吧，就刚打这个游戏开始到现在，一直都想要拿到一个成绩，每一次挫折都让我们更坚定。我要在 PGC 里留下我们的印记，无怨无悔，只有不懈追求。
PGC means a lot to us this year. We need to end it strong and show to our fans that we belong at the top. Like, we are an inconsistent team, but on our day we can easily beat these teams.
我还是蛮有信心的，毕竟就是5、6之后就是休息了也蛮长一段时间了嘛，然后我觉得我们调整了还是可以的。有的时候我感觉我们打短赛制的那种赛程就可能没发挥的就记了，但是如果就是让我们找到状态，其实我们还是很有竞争力的。
Ніяк не вплинули результати ПГ-6. Ми повернулися до старих стратегій, змінили споти на старі, та я вважаю, що ми виступимо гарніше, ніж на ПГ-6. Ціль – це виграти всі турніри за рік і виграти 3 глобали підряд.
작년 2023년 PGC는 진짜 경험을 떠나서 제 삶에 잊지 못한 짜릿함이었던 것 같고, 이번 연도에도 그런 경험을 좀 겪을 수 있으면 좋겠다라는 생각이 드는 것 같습니다.
A lot of the community, they like to talk about this thing called the Sonics money buff, where the bigger the prize pool is, usually the better we play. That hasn't been true exactly for PGCs recently because of a plethora of reasons, but this PGC we're looking to change that. PGC to me feels like the last infinity stone on my gauntlet of PGS, an Esports World Cup, a PGIS, regionals. It's time to win a PGC.
I think this team and NA in general is performing best right now, and I'm just happy to be on this team. Honestly, I think it's the most talented roster with the addition of Sparking, obviously. There's definitely new heights that are reachable for us. It means more, it might mean more to other teams or to fans, but trophy's a trophy for me, and I just want to lift one.
PUBG là giải đấu cuối cùng của năm và đó chính là nó khá là ý nghĩa với em vì đây là giải đấu cuối năm rồi nên là tụi em sẽ dốc sức hết mình để giành lấy chức vô địch để cuối năm ăn Tết cho tụi mình đến đây đợi chiến thắng và các team còn lại hãy cẩn thận đội môn mình vì bọn mình sẽ lấy hết tất cả các mũ của các team còn lại.
我觉得今年 PGC 这种时期最有竞争力，其他队不行。我们知道我们可以，我们拿过成绩。Twitch 是一个很强大的对手，但是我觉得我们比他们更强。
I can call this year pretty successful. We won 3 PGS tournaments. I expect all of the teams to be our opponents. It's Twisted Minds against the whole world.
And here we are, the grand finals for Circuit 1. We've taken the 8 best teams that managed to qualify their way through the entirety of it, stacked them in slowly and steadily, adding in another 4, and now we're bringing in our top 4 to see what's going to happen. Remember, this is a bit of a change-up from what we've been seeing moving through the first 2 days. Nobody's dropping off the bottom 4. We're going to reset into a new circuit, but today matters because this is how you pick up qualifying points, not just for Circuit 2 in your placement, but for the overall grand final.
Exactly correct. So today is a massive day for these teams. Their first chance to accumulate points to make it into the grand finals here at PGC 2024. Of course, that's goal number 1. Get as many points as possible. Goal number 2 behind that, finish as high as you can. Obviously, you want to do that, but being top 4 here means you get seeded directly into the last day of the next circuit. Being top 8, excuse me, like 5th to 8th means you're going to at least get into that day 2. So top 8 is really going to be very, very valuable. So every game is going to matter, Matt. Every point is going to matter.
And there's a lot of conversation going on around this because, like, yeah, being in the top 4 is great, being in the top 8 is great, but also means that you do have to kind of sit back and watch. So whenever you have a squad that's like popping off like Freaks coming in hot today, they are going to have a bit more of the practice coming into it. The question is, can they now continue that consistency that we've seen over the last 2 days as we bring in the 4 big dogs?
Absolutely. That's a big question, I think. You know, with the 4 teams that have been our best teams throughout the year, are they going to be coming in a little bit cold today is kind of the question that on my mind. Like, I don't think that's going to bother Twisted Minds. I think they're perfectly fine throughout this year. It seems like they've gotten over that kind of bug of maybe having slow starts sometimes. Except for like the grand finals of PGS5, but beyond that, they've been
except for this
good.
one time and then that other time. That's my only concern with Twisted Minds. Sometimes they can start a bit slow, but I think that they have a point to prove, and I think that they're going to come out swinging. The problem with it is we also have squads like Cerberus that are going to be coming out swinging. We've got Sonics that are going to be trying to make a name for themselves. So there is a lot of teams that have been sitting back, watching, studying what these guys have been doing. Now our 4 best teams that have been doing all that studying get to come in and try to assert their authority inside of what have been some pretty crazy circles and pretty insane matchups, really.
It really has been quite wild, and what's been the most wild part is the fact that through 2 stages of this circuit, or 2 days of this circuit, it's been the Freaks dominating. And look, I'm a PWS guy. I live in South Korea. I've lived there for a long time. I've been casting, you know, the Korean teams for so long. And believe me, it is shocking to see them do that well. I think they're a good team. I know they're a good team, but for them to come into this tournament and play like that was beyond anything I had expected.
I'll be honest, Freaks' performance made picking fantasy squads today really, really hard. Because you have to pick between like Example, and you have to pick between Hamas, and now you've got Salute that's popping off. But it is time to make our way into Erangel. We have our first game of the Circuit 1 Grand Final.
I am so hyped for this. And another team you got to be hyped for that we didn't get a chance to talk about was 17 Gaming. One of the most well-balanced teams, I think, in the world outside of Twisted Minds. you know, everybody on that team is capable of popping off. Xiao Wu has probably been their best overall player this year, but that doesn't mean anybody else on that team is a slouch. They've got firm control over the central drop spots on the map, I believe. I don't think Navi is going to mess with them this time. And there's nobody like SGD who might kind of flirt with dealing with the pachinko situation. So this is another team that I think has a real chance to pop off. But who knows? It's only 6 games today. You can't come in cold.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about the importance of momentum off of the first game and really giving you, I guess, an edge to play a bit more loose and more aggressive in the later stages, kind of creating a snowball effect. So game 1 is extremely vital for all of these squads, and we've got a playing path that's going over Millie Base and ending up around Kameshki. So this could be spicy off the get-go.
Absolutely. I'd be fine with that.
Yeah.
You know, you and I, we're big fans of the crazy circles, so certainly in play. I'd like to see a Stalber circle today. That'd be a lot of fun.
Yes.
Yeah, you see, you and I think on very similar wavelengths. But we're going a little bit south towards Cerberus, towards the farm. See exactly where the next couple of circles go. There is going to be, you know, some shots that ring out early here and there. As teams are trying to maybe, you know, contest for a vehicle or something like that. But it looks pretty quiet on the map as far as I can see.
Look, I like me a Stalber game, but I'll take a Death Road game too. Death Road games are really, really fun whenever you have that north-south firefight happening across it while somebody's just trying to hold the top. So a lot of interesting stuff to be looking at. Inside positioning, you can see it's going to be Sonics going to be just around the God Compounds north of Rajat. Not quite inside the circle, but close enough that they can pretty much see it, so no big concerns from them. Just to the south is going to be the Freaks. They're holding down Rajat, and then we've got Twisted just to the south of them. Then over in Pachinki, we've got 17. So this is a very dangerous corridor to be in.
Absolutely. I'm pretty curious about the Sonics, what they're going to do out of this position. You know that you've potentially got a team north of you. We can see it on the map. It's Petrichor Road. So do you continue to try to go west to get more loot, come in late to the circle, play a little bit of edge? I mean, I will say the Freaks kind of play edge. They don't play it in kind of the traditional sense where they're always out there and that's where they're looking to go. But they, by the nature of some of the early circles, from what I was seeing, had to play some edge. Now, like the middle circles at times could be pretty favorable to them during the last couple of days. But what has made the Freaks so good, in my opinion, the kind of deciding factor of why they were able to win probably 3 out of those 6 games that they won, was their breaches on compounds were absolutely brilliant.
Yeah,
I mean, some of the best you'll ever see.
That was some, like, you can't even say it's textbook because they were modifying, really innovating the way that they would, like, approach buildings and use, like, cars so that way they could block out the capabilities for a Panzerfaust coming after them. I love to see it. You were talking about the importance of center meta. I'm a bit concerned for these other squads. If we do see a centering meta come into play, the squads that are already closest to center are going to be Cerberus, 17, Twisted Minds, and Falcons.
Absolutely.
That is scary to try to approach.
No doubt about it. I mean, and that's, you know, part of the reason that the best teams in the world are often dropping in those central or near central locations. First of all, they're good enough that they can contest anybody who tries to mess with them in those spots, but also the importance of having those spots in general cannot be overstated because you're very likely to at least be in the first circle. It's extremely likely because of the size of it that you're going to be in that first circle. So that's going to give you extra time to loot. That's going to give you time to make sure you have your vehicles. A lot of those compounds are going to be fairly vehicle heavy anyway, so you're going to have decent access to that. You're going to have access to priority spots then in a lot of the early circles because of your locations.
I said center of circle where these guys are at. We know that this is probably going north, but with the way the circle's going, who knows? It feels like that's going to be the closest location for them. BB team also making a rotation right now, kind of close to FaZe, but FaZe just a little while ago took a casualty, so they're going to kind of let that one go up underneath of them. So it looks like Sharkfin's going to go over to BB. That's going to be one of the first moving squads. 17 already making a play as well for positioning on the Potato Hill side just to the east of Pachinki. That's going to buy them some good positioning. Early rotations feels like they're going to be very beneficial in the circle.
Absolutely. That for 17, this is a really good early vantage point. Again, one of the reasons that, you know, a lot of teams want to drop Pachinki is you're going to have access to a lot of hills that are around the outside of Pachinki before anybody else does. So you're going to get a lot more early information. You're going to have the ability to kind of figure out what's going on around you and make plays based off of that. And this year, it's been a lot of Lil Ghost out in the lead. He's actually trailing as the anchor this time, as the other 3 players pretty much knew they could get to this compound for free. So he's going to be the one trailing in behind up on the high ground, potentially doing a little bit of scouting, or maybe he's just going to drive in and they're just going to fortify this compound. Maybe they're just going to play for center, just try to lock this down. You know, they're kind of expecting based on what you see in heat maps with where circles like to end, that maybe, look, there's a pretty good chance this is going to end South Potato Hill. Let's just play for that.
This is classic PUBG positioning. I'm talking like all the way back. When we're looking like 2018, 2019, we saw like the compound at 17 taking be a very vital component for a lot of squads in the way that they wanted to maneuver. You didn't see the Freaks and T1 kind of bump into each other. Just a little bit of a dust-up, nothing too scary yet. But Freaks continuing the path away from T1 puts him pretty close to Twisted Minds, which could be a problem, but I think the hillside should provide enough cover to kind of allow them to rotate away from now.
Yeah, okay, so they did send Little Ghost out quite a bit further ahead of the rest of 17. So that's pretty much been their MO. The Freaks are trying to find something, and this is going to be a much more challenging lobby with those 4 teams that were the top of our PGS points coming through. Yeah, it's not going to be nearly as easy for them to find that open space. Any of those breaches against those teams is going to be that much more difficult. Well, speaking of Lil Ghost, he flew a little too close to the sun.
Well, we've got a secondary problem, though, as it looks like Freaks were going to shift over to where Eternal Fire already positioned up, and they cannot continue their pathing over there. So they're going to kind of dance around its positioning. Salute's already kind of playing to the north of this and has them a safety anchor position that they can retreat back to. Looks like that might be what they're opting for. So Little Ghost, while he did get downed, I'm assuming that this should be resable, but smokes are going to be down as well just to make sure that it's safe enough. Problem with it is that's going to be Cerberus, that's going to be 17 right next to them, and Cerberus can sometimes get a bit friendly in these early games, so feel free to go a bit more crazy. One of the reasons I love them.
It is one of the most fun teams in the world to watch, no doubt about it. Not just because Himas is absolutely outrageously good at the game, but the team in general plays with a little bit of a different flair, a little bit of a different style. You can see, if you're looking at the map right now, you can see that they're very spread out in some respects, right? They've got a 2-1-1 split. So they're willing to take a little bit more space, give some of their players a little bit more freedom to kind of control that area. And, you know, 17 did have to rotate another player in to take over that lost ground. TE driving right by Flash. This is pretty well outside of the circle. Let's take a look at some highlights here from Day Trade. All right, well, I did not expect this. This was outside of the first circle. TE, I don't know if they necessarily know. Something must have gave it away downstairs, because it looked like they were maybe thinking they could use this to do a little scouting or get a little extra loot. Maybe there was some loot taken out there. Still hitting some good shots, his Flash. Wow, he almost got Clories there.
Gonna go ahead and scare him away. Nobody really else on this vector right now for TE to have to contend with. Prison's pretty much open. Lumberyard Hillside also pretty open. So nobody else telling back behind them. Just Tanvu, who's on their team, so should be okay. Well, that's unfortunate, but should be fine. Outside this, Petrichor Road, Sonic's not yet inside the circle. Luna Galaxy still on military base. No bridge camps, so nothing for them to be too concerned with. This has been a pretty easy circle for most of the teams to kind of path into. Looks like they've done a good job on just kind of reading it out. We had that one phase casualty a bit early, but outside that, it's just been a couple of bullets testing the waters, seeing how much they can really get out of this. Nobody making a full commitment just quite yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, nobody has suffered too much other than FaZe lost a player, but yeah, I mean, 17 was able to get the res onto Little Ghost, so that's not the end of the world for them. Relo very, very close to Himas here. And what is going to be the play for one of the best fraggers we've ever seen in the game, with somebody potentially right underneath his nose? Hard to say. I mean, he's keeping himself obscured from that angle, so there's a decent chance that he's somewhat aware of Relo's positioning. Like you were just mentioning, Sonics, they actually went all the way over to North George to make sure they could get all the loot, so they didn't opt to really cut loot. They went for the heavy loot area, made sure that they're going to be good to go for that, and then decided to drive on in a little bit late. The good news for them is tons of space on the western edge of this circle.
Look at this. Twisted has actually started an emergency pickup just in case something weird happens. If anything, they also might be trying to delay other people using an emergency pickup, but they're pretty center of the northern section if this goes to the north.
Could hard shift south.
Could hard shift south. So I like the fact that they're prepared for it. Timing on it's also pretty good. So Sonics should be touching the safe zone right around the time that we see this new circle pop. Yep, H1 gets in, and then voila, we're cutting our way over to the east. We're going to keep Death Road in play, as well as Prison, Lumberyard, and Milta, with enough of the bridge to make it fun.
I'm curious what Twisted Minds wanted to do in a circle like this, if they decide to go to try to get in towards Milta or something like that, but instead they're actually going to get in cars, make this northerly clockwise rotation that a lot of the other teams seem to be making as well. So everybody trying to get in towards the farm. Now this circle certainly feels like it's going to end in that general direction, and you're going to want to try to post up early to get some priority compounds.
There's 2 dead spaces in this that are a big problem for the teams to have to deal with. Over in the north around Shelter, we all know that that's pretty fieldy, pretty open. Then we still have a lot of the channel itself that's going to be down, no longer playable because of the water down there. So that's going to lead a lot of these teams to have to be a bit more condensed in. Luckily with Milta, Farm, Death Road, there's enough places that people can play, but it means that there's going to be a lot of trading shots. If you get knocked in this rotation, there isn't going to be a chance to stop off. You're just going to have to make a committal in, and you're just going to have to gun it into a position you think is safe.
For sure. There is a little bit of gambling. There's also some dead space around the farm as well in terms of just, it's hard to find areas that are safe from other teams. So you're going to see a lot of teams kind of posting up around the farm, other than Na'Vi, who's got firm control of it to start the day. T1's going to stop up at the shelter. You have Kraken doing a little bit of aerial scouting for Luna, who's still on Sosnovka Island, but the good news for them, a lot of those compounds, the crossroads, the gas station, all available once they cross that bridge, and that's a nice shot from Flood.
TE lined up over here. Let's take a look at some of their highlights and how they managed to perform so far.
Happy, by the way, got stuck on the bridge. Somehow the Expendables get to the other side and they rip them apart.
Reluctant squad trying to push outside of that yellow and see if they can get a third party.
They're still rallying on despite having only 1 point. There's definitely more to garner up against the rest of E Arena. We now have to look for that space directly in the center where we see that rupture.
You were saying you're kind of curious about the way that TE's setting themselves up here, Matt.
Yeah, they've got a full 1-man squad separated all the way across. Duck Juice all by himself, still up around Lumberyard. This is pretty greedy at this stage, so a bit afraid for him, as we do have one of the phase members that did get knocked, should be rezzed, but TSM also taking a couple of bullets as they ventured out of their safety zone, and they've got Cerberus to the north as well as 17 to the north. Sonic's also rotating on a similar path. Looks like they might just try to play against the coastline. Could be bumping into TSM here pretty soon.
Yeah, TSM obviously just getting through to this first circuit finals by the skin of their teeth, and they had to kind of back off a little bit, couldn't find that angle past Cerberus that they maybe would have liked, and so instead they're gonna have to settle for the mini pier.
And I would say that's everybody that is watching TSM, even TSM themselves, were pretty disappointed by that. This is a squad that has been playing very, very well internationally and just didn't really find success yesterday, so you know that they're trying to counter back in, figure out whatever was going wrong, try to make sure that they assault the leaderboard today, but I have to wonder if they managed to figure out whatever the juju that was bad was yesterday.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, sometimes, again, you can just come in cold and you're just not quite reading things correctly. You don't have the best read on the way that the teams are necessarily going to play that day. But TSM has been ultra consistent this year, so certainly we expect them to be a force throughout this event. And yeah, we are going to be heading towards the farm and the shelter with EF and KDF pretty well centered towards this area in the middle between those two kind of hot spots. You know, there's a lot of area around that. There's some hills and other things that can be playable, but those are going to be very, very valuable real estate as this game rolls on potentially.
Look at this. Luna Galaxy just stole this position inside the circle. Nobody's playing down to the southeast right now. TE with that split and the way that they're looking at it can't really do too much more to enforce it. The Kraken's kind of seeing if he can buy much more, but he's about to start getting harassed by 2 different teams. He's going to have to stop off. So here's TSM Sonics. They're both having to rotate. This is part of the death funnel that's going to be happening over in the west. While the circle was comfortable last time, there's just not enough space this time around. Kickstart's going to go for the spray on the Purdy Curdy. Does get the knock on him, but Kickstart's going to go down while he was making the switch for the Panzerfaust. Now a couple of taps coming up from Shrimzy. Finds in Tickleton as well. TSM in absolute tatters here.
Yeah, this is just nice stuff from the Sonics. Even though you lose Kick, you're still going to basically force Luke off of this.
And Himas steals them both.
Oh, no way. Himas stole them both.
Oh, that one's
That's
a little
brutal,
bit
dude.
That's actually pretty far away.
It is extremely far away.
That is just good vision on the hillside there. As now we're going to see Day Trade and TE bumping into each other. Remember, TE having that very wide split. Delvin's nowhere even close to this to be able to provide any support right now. He's got to deal with Luna that's going to be too close. Day Trade's trying to encroach back behind us. Do get the knock onto one, but there's a counter knock by Thanadol on the other side of this. So how can we see this approach come out? This is actually isolated. All the other teams are pretty much over in the west right now, so they do have some time to kind of slow the pace back down and get the tempo back into their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. You have another minute or so. even longer potentially, since it's just phase 3 blue, not the end of the world. But Delwyn coming in, trying to find a way to get Clories back on his feet. Belmoth trying to make a counter move around the outside to see if he can get something done. Twisted Minds being very diligent on this outer edge. They do have 17 somewhat close, but 17 currently all on foot. I think just waiting this edge out to see if anybody drives down the death road and if they can maybe make a play on that. But that's going to allow Twisted Minds to leapfrog ahead of them. You know, we could have two of our best teams in the world right now squaring off pretty early.
Yeah, and Twisted's positioning on the northern part of Death Road means that it's pretty open over there, as the Day Trade and Expendables firefight still going to be continuing. You can see just 2 members for Day Trade still up. Trying to see if they can get more, but Luna Galaxy playing aggressive, not content inside their compound or creeping up back behind this. They're throwing in some harassing shots. It's going to be Zakraken. After getting off the glider, that does find Belmoth. The hunt continues, and Luna Galaxy coming out with gusto. I love to see it.
Me too. This is what we've been seeing throughout this event from Luna Galaxy, where they're finding these moments to third-party fights, and they have been really, really effective. It's why they've been able to get here relatively cleanly. Vinny goes for a little bit of spray over towards Tanvu. Grenade out, but Tanvu, kind of recognizing it, just walks into the gun of Posa. Delwyn able to just barely best Haven. He's very low HP.
Nice little angle to be played from Dolores, though. Never count this man out. We got a couple of exchanges going on between them. Trees for protection for Luna Galaxy right now, but being shot in the back. No options to work with. Flash trying to put in some more work. Luna Galaxy has lost another member down. They wanted this firefight, but they're not capable of finding the success just quite yet. Finally spots up Flash at the top. At least manages to shoo him away from the position, but this has turned really messy really fast.
Oh, it really has. Day Trade just trying to salvage whatever points they can out of this. Luna would love to get Haven back up and running. Well, Hemas has somehow burned out Shrimzy off screen there outside of the fence line. Looks like Sonic's got stalled up, and the res is going to be attempted to be stuck. This is a big important fight right now for Zakraken. Delwyn just trying to see what he can do, but good grenade out front to keep him backed off. Didn't get through the fence line or anything like that. Delwyn going to try to make a move, but he's 1 man versus 3 of Luna.
Evans back up, so let's see how they can manage to navigate. 3-man strong, still navigating the top of it. Looking down inside the smokes, see if he can spot. Does manage to pick up the last member of the Expendables there. Flash still playing far enough away that shouldn't be too big of a deal. Meanwhile, the collapse over into the west, getting more complicated. We've got Falcons, Twisted Mind 17, all needing to make a move. Cerberus going to use that as a moment to bypass around this to the south. Going to find a way to maybe keep out the rest of what's going to be going on here. 17 wants nothing to do with it. Looks like they want to try to get out of here, but Navi actually has sightline from farm up on top of what's happening on pretty much Dev Mountain here and capable of putting in a ton of work.
Yeah, 17's trying to figure out what they want to do. Do they want to keep pushing into the middle of the circle? Do they maybe want to try to take this fight if it really kicks off? Right now, it seems like they're positioning to third party this fight. And even though the Falcons got that knock on a Perfectix and they would love to knock a Twisted Minds player out of this lobby early, right now, they sense that pressure behind them. They're not going to be able to make that move. There's that long-range fire from Navi you were just talking about, Matt, kind of keeping 17 from really fully committing to anything just yet. Cerberus on the move, losing a player, Diffix.
There's nowhere to go. I mean, it's Eternal Fire on one side, it's Navi on the other. They managed to narrowly make it into a shack, but the casualties just mounted as they were rolling into this. This is exactly what 17's going to have to deal with, but luckily, maybe for 17, this distraction of Cerberus going first might give them enough time to try to find some other way to navigate this. Yeah, they're going to jump out. They spotted out these vehicles and they said, hey, we can kind of separate out a bit more, see if we can pick up some of this, maybe get some work in. Yeah, it is just Cerberus eating all of the bullets from everybody around.
Yeah, this is not where Cerberus really wanted to end up, but they had no choice. The DMRs were just too clean from Navi, just ripping players out of that vehicle. So they didn't really feel like they could go much further safely. However, Navi still has an edge of the farm for themselves as well to kind of wait this one out. But BB starting to go in that direction. Lou's going to spring into action, taking down Flood with the M249. Perfectix and Batulin's already out, so Twisted Minds 3 kills, but it's going to be pretty difficult for them to get too much further in this game. I mean, you've got T1 up on your north, you've still got the Falcons down below you, and 17. This is not going to be a very easy slog to get through.
And this blue zone hurts right now. You still have to try to navigate the step forward, few options. Falcon still has their last member up, wanting to put in some work onto it, so I don't know how you manage to go from here. Cover going to be not very plentiful inside the circle as we've moved into pretty much a no man's land area. It's going to be pretty wide open. Freaks, of course, are in the center of the circle, absolutely feasting on positioning right now. They can put in a ton of work and assert authority on near on everything around them. They've got Petrichor playing very close to them as well. So all of these teams know they have to fight on the outside. They have to get every single point here because once they have to step into that circle, there's a decent chance that there's just too many angles and they're going to get picked apart going for a tree for cover.
Absolutely. My eyes are kind of towards T1 and Luna right now over on the eastern edge. You know, Luna took a huge spread after they were able to wipe out TE, able to cover a lot of ground. Flash still has a role to play in this. He's still alive. Twisted Minds able to buy a lot of time, and a good grenade from Example gets the knock onto Snakers. Falcons trying to play gatekeep, and they're just going to get knocked out by Example and Lou from the blue. I mean, Lou is going to go down, but Example, I mean, I don't care if he's one man. He is the best fragger in the world right now. He can definitely still do damage.
Problem with it is he's got all of Eternal Fire in a compound waiting for him as they come down. So see if maybe 17 Gaming or somebody else can maneuver around this position. See, Na'Vi, they've had a lot of control over here, specifically in the west and what they've been monitoring. Just to the southeast of them is going to be BB team. So that's where we can see a couple of shots going over in their direction. BB has yet to manage to make it inside the circle, but this is going to be a bit more complicated. Once they crest the top of that hillside, it's going to be pretty bad. 17 Gaming is now going to get eliminated. Luna Galaxy is going to be bumping into T1 over into the east. There's just no options. You have to fight for whatever you can get right now, and it's pretty problematic. Teams that got cover, they're having to defend it from long-range firefights.
Absolutely, and this is a pretty favorable situation for T1. They can play for trades here. Raining's got to be careful, taking a lot of damage as he's trying to get towards this shack. It is going to be Kraken who gets EN, though. A good grenade from EN, though, was able to do a little bit of damage down to half. So Luna, 2 players, but that is where T1 is at as well. Just able to get that res up onto Type. So he's back up and running, got the first aid going. So numbers advantage again for T1. Can they really take down Luna and still Flash, by the way, lurking in the blue?
I just love seeing Luna Galaxy being so proactive still, and it's going to be a good lineup coming up from Vinny, managing to absolutely put work into T1 as they were trying to make crest across that side. Now then, does he go for the flush? He's got to be careful. Explosion right up in front of him. Vinny's still holding the lineup on this one. Keep in mind, there's a day trade member back behind this one. They've got to be cautious. T1 gets eliminated. The cost, though, is massive, as it is also going to take down Luna Galaxy, who are presently in first place. Not going to stay there, but, yep, already going to get shifted over. It's going to be Na'Vi that takes it over, but a good performance at the start.
Yeah, absolutely, but mutually assured destruction there. So Luna, even in the numbers disadvantage, doing well. The grenades are very accurate for Na'Vi. They've got a couple different players. Make it 3. Zossided going to take down Spiro. That vehicle almost takes out the last player alive there for BB. And Hakatori just trying to find that angle. Going to use his last stun to make his way up the hill. He's got him out in the open, and he's got him down.
Na'Vi sitting at 11 kills right now, absolutely in control of the circle for so long, but now they have to move into the territory that the Freaks have had on lockdown. Freaks haven't been able to pick up a ton of kills right now because all of the fighting's been going on outskirts of the circle. They've had vision on, they've been able to get in some damage, but they haven't been the core component. Now everything moves into their backyard. They get to start making sure that they wreck every single person that's going to be around them. With the coupling of Petrichor Road very close. No other team inside the circle yet, and nobody wants to go in there just yet.
Oh no, this is going to be a lot of teams out towards these edges fighting for kills and seeing if they can make a go of anything else. It's going to be very difficult for anybody to do anything about the Freaks, except maybe EF if they're still 4 strong. We've seen good compound crashes from them throughout the year. Think back to PGS5 when they crashed New Happy here on Erangel and wiped them out. But Na'Vi starting to fall underneath this high ground. Really nice angles for Eternal Fire to spray down into. I mean, Sauceda just trying to do what he can to dodge anything with these smokes, and when those run out, it is going to be very, very difficult. Example, trying to use this opportunity. Nah.
Yeah, there's just nothing to do there.
No.
I mean, I like mean circles, but this one is just cruel. There is no cover. Teams are just having to lean into their firefighting. That's all they can do at this stage. Eternal Fire's got some high ground positioning that they can play around. Also, we've got, I believe it's the Freaks and Petrichor Road taking shots at Na'Vi while they're just trying to get their feet back underneath of them, and they just can't find a way to do it. There's too many people up ahead of them. Instead, they're just going, maybe we can go for a couple of shots in. They're going to go ahead and go down. Eternal Fire, they now have to move into a pretty much open area where it's just going to be the exact same kill box. We've got 3 teams alive, all of them with 4 members up, but Eternal Fire with the only one without hard cover.
Absolutely, and for Eternal Fire, you do have actually an opportunity here because there's a decent chance that Petrichor Road and the Kwangdong Freaks are going to have to fight at some point. We still have quite a bit of this game to go. Yeah, you read my mind, man. It's phase 6, so likely Petrichor Road is going to be removed from the next circle, and they have to make a decision. Do they try to drive and skirt around the outside of KDF while KDF is probably going to be able to take some parting shots on them? Do they try to crash this? If they could find one knock, if Chewy can get a knock here with the Dragonov onto a KDF member, definitely could be a go signal for them, but instead, it's kind of setting up these smokes. Looks like they're going to try to make a southern rotation, maybe set up on the hills that are at the other end of this circle or something like that, and really just trying to cut off as much of KDF's shots that are going to
come their way during this rotation as they can. They still have a little bit of this ridge on this hill that they can hide with. Really nice place smokes there for Aches left.
Ooh, I like
see
this
what happens.
Fire. Look at this.
Yeah.
They shifted all the way down.
This is the spot I thought Petrichor Road was thinking
creeping
about.
over into it, yeah, with the amount of positioning that they've got. They tried to deny out, hoping that the circle would go back over there, but nope. It pops back over into the north, and that's just going to make it more complicated. Where do you even go? I mean, Petrichor Road was even thinking about making a similar rotation, and now they're just trapped. It's a firefight between the two of them while the Freaks just get a watch.
It's a brilliant move from EF. They basically took one of the stronger positions that Petrichor Road might have been able to take away from them and even got a really good sight line onto them to at least block them. Now, it's the shooting here from Chewy is still a bit of a problem for EF, but they've been able to spread out. Meanwhile, the Freaks are just going to just kind of play turret from these houses, just try to do whatever damage they can, hope they can maybe sneak in a kill here or there. It's really going to come down to what Petrichor Road and EF are doing on the outside.
And Petrichor Road is the closest team to the Freaks, so they have the greatest opportunity to assault. But that means that Eternal Fire could use that opportunity. It's kind of a waiting game. Eternal Fire wants Petrichor Road to make the push and then just try to third party and come into it. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road knows the fact that Eternal Fire is further out. They're going to have to make a move first, and is just trying to wait that out. Freaks are just the beneficiary of positioning right now and absolutely thriving off of Eternal Fire, though presently sitting in first on the leaderboard, wants to try to get some more. Looks like Petrichor Road trying to prep up something. They've got vehicles ready to go. They're going to cut back around. Blue Zone's going to hurt just a bit. It looks like they're going to be leaning into the northern territories. They're going to go ahead and make the push down. There are two members of the Freaks already prepped up and ready to go. Jump out, and Petrichor Road does not lose one in the approach. Finally has one of their members go down. Can they continue the assault? The rest of the Freaks trying to see if they can retaliate back. Meanwhile, it is going to be Eternal Fire. They have two members hopping a vehicle. They're crashing the southern side.
This is a really nice opportunity for EF to potentially do some damage. The grenade there goes right in, and it gets Bean. Well cooked, well placed by Ming. Somewhere on the outside trying to get their superstar Aches left back up and running. Yumin using that vehicle to block that door, trying to hold the line, going to throw a smoke out as well. Give him a little bit of extra cover if anybody were to try to come from that garage door entrance. Summer putting some pressure down EF and Petrichor Road. This is an absolute mess, Matt.
You can see Summer wants to get this red on Aches so bad, but just cannot find the angle for it. It's going to be Sloop manages to take him down. Ming tries to go for play his own. He's going to go down. Summer now the last one up. Eternal Fire using the opportunity. They managed to take a chokehold around the outside of this. They haven't really jumped in full committal just yet. It's just going to be Rern, the only one down time being. But three members up, still navigating through this, but is also giving time for the Freaks to get their feet back underneath of them. Four members up for Eternal Fire, two for KDF, and Petrichor Road has one up at the time being, with Mean still being down, but he wants to get this res. Summer has been trying to res everybody for so long. Can he at least get one of them?
It's going to be very, very difficult. You know, the pressure is going to be very immense from EF, from that southern compound. They want to try to finish the job, try to box these teams in, but we've seen that the Freaks can fight out of these situations. They've done it before in this event. Let's see if Salute has another miracle in store. Him and Gumin have been electric for the Freaks in these late game scenarios here at PGC. Still, finally, that res that you wanted to see does come through. Ming up and running, gets the first aid off. Boosts are going to be popped, but things are slowing down momentarily. However, this garage house is out of the next circle. Phase 8 has shown itself, and they will be just on the outside. It looks like maybe like a smidge of the building is in.
But Eternal Fire controls everything else. They just get to wait. This was beautifully played on the timing for them. Still have all their members up, in control of tons of positioning right now. Can they make sure to exploit it? Petrichor Road stacked on top of each other along with the Freaks. But you've mentioned it. The Freaks have been playing out of their mind so far this week. Can they make the magic happen one more time? Find a way to make something in a very difficult situation. I like to peek around that window. That's a sneaky angle to play from. Petrichor Road realizes, okay, I don't want to assault up into that. Instead, are they just trying to block off that pathing? Looks like that might be what they're trying to do. Move the vehicle back just a bit more to buy a bit more safety for themselves. Petrichor Road realizing the threat is not yet Eternal Fire. They have to deal with this, but Kuala is waiting so patiently for this firefight to end, see if anybody from Eternal Fire can make a play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Eternal Fire can wait this out now. They've got the circle, they've got the safety. A few more stuns to work with. You mean just trying to buy a little bit of extra time. Summer, though, knows where that likely came from. Is going to let loose with a few mollies. Has to start pushing. The blue is right on his back. He goes to clear the balcony. Nobody there. Salute trying to be sneaky. Summer doesn't spot him in time.
Just runs out, guns blazing, gets the drop on one of them. Freaks do have Salute finally go down, but it's going to be Eternal Fire making the presence known, walking in. Ming back up against the wall right now. Human as well. We are going to see Kuala does manage to find out. Finish that one off. Now just one Code Marco on the hunt, seeing if he can spot out, but he's going to go down to blue. That's going to be an easy pickup for Human, managing to find at least one more point. This is turning into a med bell, but no! Going to go down in the end of it. Eternal Fire with a beautiful rotation gets the first game.
This is so well read by EF in this late game. The way that they cut off Petrichor Road's escape route from their position up on the north, the way that they then waited for their opportunity, forced Petrichor Road into a situation where they had no choice but to try to crash the Freaks, and then use that to gain control of those southern compounds on that hill and win the game from there.
That was just a very good set of heady plays coming out from Eternal Fire that all bought off of good control, off of positioning as those circles managed to condense down around the west. So very, very well played. As this was a messy game, just given how the lack of cover hit around Circle 5. Everybody just had to go for finding any kills that they could get. But let's go ahead and get everything set for game number 2.
It's a tough game in a very familiar compound, and it will be Eternal Fire who reads it well and is able to push and pin their opponents up against the wall here to be able to take the first victory in our circuit day 3. Martin joining me here to talk about this. Eternal Fire very well reading the situation.
Yeah, the perfect time for a third-party opportunity, and especially here, if you strike at the right time, you take every single advantage as you can here. And also, how the circle, especially 8th circle, worked out, it was to the side that they crashed towards, right? So they're holding the perfect angles no matter what. If it came down to later stages of the game, the circle would have pushed them out eventually, right? So it was actually extremely well executed here for Eternal Fire. And yeah, they did pretty well so far in obviously circuit 7th and 4th place, and now here starting this day with a win like that and that amount of kills, potentially just putting him a good amount of points already towards those circuit finals.
Yep, very nicely done, very nicely done. There was a moment though during this game where we thought to ourselves, maybe it was going to be 7 in 13, Martin, because Guangdong Freaks got to this compound very early, and all of a sudden the circles kept coming their way. It's like it's destiny almost.
It's a magnet right there. No, yeah, it was close, and I bet you a lot of the guys watching there from afar and at home, they were like, not again. It can't continue like this.
It was terrifying, of course, as we had Petrichor Road pushing up against it eventually.
And they had to.
Yes.
Like they were this was the only play they could do.
Yeah.
They could do nothing else. And that's the only play for the win for them, right? And yeah, then obviously all the utility comes out from Freaks, and they're kind of the oppressors are coming in, and you have to go out and just execute them.
Yeah, maybe trying to get something going eventually, but then as the Blues pressing up against you, Summer, for example, moving up the stairs, utilizing all the utility.
Right.
Eventually getting gunned down by Salute through that smoke on the balcony. So didn't quite go Petrichor Road's way, but again, early days for this one, as we do have Eternal Fire setting the pace to get things a-rolling. And again, it was very well executed by Eternal Fire to get it done overall. But this is the thing, right? In that area, when you've got compounds like that, it's basically a fortress unless you have people rocking up at exactly the times that they did.
Exactly. That road, splitting everything up, it's basically like a huge cannon, right? It's so hard to cross, and everyone's going to be focused on it when the circle kind of comes that way. And yeah, we were sitting there, don't go north, don't go north. At least I was, don't go north, go somewhere else where it's kind of fair for everyone. But yeah, it ended up being Eternal Fire, and actually really happy for that outcome for multiple kind of reasons, because still, if we see another chance where we have Freaks go out and go as insane as we've seen them in circuit day 1 and 2, they're going to be unstoppable. And this was kind of to put a little bit of a damp on that.
It would have been concerning, that's for sure. Let's take a look at the top 4 teams coming in from this one. Eternal Fire gets themselves 6, so it's not that huge, but elsewhere EMEA was also popping off. Na'Vi, 11 kills go their way. We saw a lot of fighting from their position.
27 smokes to make sure that they could hold that and make sure they get as many kills as possible. And as I said, the potential second place I talked about. Now here they are in the second most points for this game, James.
Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
I will say a far cry from our PGS6 situation for them, because this was... When they're able to get rolling in the team fight, they are deadly. And it felt like at PGS6, there was just no opportunity for them to really get rolling.
But that's let's give it so that Navi's PGS6 is Twisted Minds EWC.
Sure, I mean, well, comparing them 1-to-1 is a little difficult. But yeah, it was kind of a write-off, right?
It is.
Definitely,
It is.
definitely.
You have one write-off per year. That was the one write-off.
Yeah, I'll go with that. That's fine.
That's fine. That's fair.
All the best teams have one
best team in the world have one write-off per year.
Yeah. We have As
long as it's not PUBG.
Yeah, if it's that, then maybe it's brutal. But anyway, 7 kills go the way of Guangdong Freaks from their position as well. They continue to look strong, but it will be Quep up to #1 here when it comes to Eternal Fire overall. And it's interesting because actually, of all the names, it's not usually Quep that gets to shine, but he was able to certainly in this game.
Yeah, so close in the damage here as well for all of them. All within 50 or so damage, 53 damage. Pretty, or well, 43 damage actually. Pretty impressive. But still, Ruin being the tank and Quetpa being the damage dealer, only 94 damage. Only the first aid and a little bit of a boost needed for Quetpa. Ruin just had to pop first aids back to make sure he was surviving.
I think one thing's for sure when it comes to Eternal Fire, as we will eventually crown Quetpa that man of the match, they are the final evolution of the Turkish region when it comes to the teams that we have gone through for a long time. We've watched them vastly when it comes to EMEA as a whole. We have watched the Turkish region go from having very campy styles to just kind of laying low and waiting and hoping that the game's going to come to them, to then intricately interweaving people like Code Marco.
Right.
Big gun power, big gun potential, and Eternal Fire is that final evolution of Turkish PUBG.
Yeah, I really like the kind of situation that the team is in. Also, Ruin has been such a standout player, right, throughout some time now. And yeah, for them having 16 points is huge for them. But for Eternal Fire as a team, I feel like still their style, it will fit pretty well into how kind of the situation is for PGC, because they are going to be getting in there, they're going to be getting points. But for me to for them to transcend, to get into that potential top 8 or top 4, they need to have these situations where they're also getting a lot of these kills. Like, we need to see them double digits more often, because see here, they are executing it super good. They are playing extremely well. They're making sure there are 4 guys alive.
They know their timings.
They know their timings. They know how to play the circles. They know how to kind of get into the edge situations where they're still staying 4 guys alive. But you need to have those banger games with double-digit kills and wins with those as well to be able to take a championship home.
So you're saying like a Na'Vi does here, despite not getting themselves far in the placements of, I mean, 3's okay, but you mean like having an 11 kill game like this?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Just be able to keep your kind of averages up as a whole. But already, as we mentioned, when it comes to all the points gained throughout today, as well as day 3 of Circuit 2, as well as day 3 of Circuit 3, these points will all accumulate and count towards qualifying to the top 16 for the PGC Grand Final. So for those teams that are able to get double digits in this first game, fantastic start. Foot on the pedal. Let's keep that momentum driving forwards as we get our little issues sorted before we get into game number 2.
Right. And I have a question for you.
From me?
Yeah, because obviously this is a two-man desk. You're not just hosting. You're also analyzing a little bit, right? So out of the 16 teams we're going to be seeing in the final,
yes,
how many of those teams are going to be in every circuit final?
Ooh. Probably something high, like 13 or something like that. 12, 13, maybe even 14.
I think 13, 14 maybe even.
Yeah.
I think 13 is a very good estimation. And that's obviously interesting, right? Which would leave, 1, 2, maybe 3 spots.
Yes.
So the teams that are not, the 8 teams that are sitting at home today, right? They would then have to go out, obviously go through the grinder of circuit day 1 and 2. And then get to the circuit final, but also get quite a high amount of points. We're talking top 10-ish in both circuit finals to actually be able to garner enough points to get into the finals.
That said, all right, are you ready for this?
Yeah.
If you think about PGS5 and PGS6, we had a rotation of a significant number of teams going into the eventual finals. Right? So that is quite an interesting notion that internationally right now, we're actually, as much as you've got a Twisted Minds, which is kind of transcended and is kind of this angel status right now.
Right.
We are elsewhere. maybe we are closer than we have ever been before when it comes to skill across the board. And the cool thing about it is that we always have different regional champions almost every single time, apart from in the Twisted Era, you know what I mean? So maybe there is more rotation between into the circuit finals than we expect.
So I think for PGS 5 and 6, a little bit of a special case because you still had a lot of teams that were already qualified to PGC, right? So I don't think their mental state or their goal or, you know, they could mentally they could easily say, we'll shrug that off because we're going PGC
it's okay,
anyway.
We're done.
Yeah. So I think that mentality is, they didn't have to win, like, and they were like, it's only, you know, these guys made a lot of money, but it's only $100,000 shared between, you know, 5 parts, which would only come down to maybe $20,000 for a team, right? And a player's like, okay, it doesn't matter. There's 1.5 million plus waiting for us at PGC, or we were just at Esports World Cup, which was $2 million. Like,
that's a lot of money.
So yeah, exactly. So I think that mentality and that kind of, and I think it's a detriment. I think it's complacent.
Oh, sure. Never let your foot off the pedal.
Yeah, you have to go full send, and like the twisted mindset is the best way you can be there.
Twisted mindset?
Yeah, I mean...
Is that what you just did?
Yeah.
Okay, keep going. Continue. You
didn't like that?
No, that was brilliant.
Oh,
keep going.
okay.
The twisted mindset. Go on.
Okay, thanks. Well, yeah, I think you have to have that. And that, like, mentality and fortitude, you have to have that until you reach your ultimate goal. And you can definitely tell Batulin's ultimate goal is PGC. And, I mean, have we seen it from him yet? Is he going to retire? If they win, is he going to retire?
Well, no,
he's young. He's 24.
In the interview that I did with him at EWC that didn't air because they got knocked out, he told me the one PGC is not enough. They want 2 PGC.
Right.
Because they know that nobody has been able to do that in terms of...
But when Example then wins the second, is he then going to quit? Because then they go...
Example's not quit.
They have to then go out and find another guy.
Example was born to play this game. There's no way he's quitting.
He's a born gamer.
All right, well, we are just a few moments out before we get into game number 2. Thank you very much for your patience here. You have been listening to the Kuala and Avenger podcast.
Nice.
As we are ready for the grassy pastures once again. As Twisted Minds didn't get too much done in that one, but they were able to salvage a few kills on the side. However, it was Eternal Fire starting strong. Let's see what happens in game number 2 here of Circuit 1, Day 3.
Thanks so much, guys, giving us a breakdown, all kinds of fun stuff. And yes, I do like that twisted mindset. That's pretty solid. Hey, did you like that last plane path? Good, because now we just get the same thing in reverse.
It is almost exactly the same. I'm actually pretty curious what the Sonics are going to do this time. I think they might go Fairy Pier because Petrichor Road opted to go Severny, and there is that space available. Something the Sonics were worried about today was that there might be some fighting over the Gatka area because of the Expendables, but these 2 plane paths haven't been anywhere near Gatka. So indeed, Sonics are going to be dropping a little bit later this time to try to find a way to get over to a slightly different loot location. Of course, TSM going to be west on Sosnovka Island. You do have Luna, who's military base. T1 is not going to their alt drop because Yasnaya is right in the mix. Everything else is going to, you would think, look relatively similar to what we saw before.
Eternal Fire is a squad I had high hopes for going into the last PCS, right? And they have a lot of upside to them, so it was great to see them really exploit that and show their capabilities inside the last game. I just want to see them now use and exploit this points that they managed to get and really start trying to charge up this leaderboard, because we saw the fact that they played clean. Hey, you wanted Stalber.
I did.
I wanted Stalber. Maybe we will get a Stalber. Hey, you know, I'm not greedy. I'll take Yasnaya too.
Yeah. Look, anything that's not in that same vicinity as our last circle is totally fine with me. So yeah, Day Trade got to be feeling a little bit more comfortable this game. TE as well, going to be up there by Kameshki. So some of our teams that you can also look at from their perspective. A lot of our heavy hitters in there. 17 Pero, Cerberus, Twisted Minds, Kwangdong Freaks, who've been incredible. So a lot of good options today. You could be really feasting on some of those team camps.
So I know that there was a little bit of Circle 11 that last game for the Freaks, but that said, they do feel like they're carrying in that momentum. That firefight and the way that it was going on, the way they managed to hold out for so long, that was very well played. So it feels like they're really on a come up of their own.
They made about the best of the bad situation that they could. And again, all the credit has to go to EF with the way that they maneuver themselves, the way they position themselves. They set that late game up themselves. I mean,
They
that was
forced
brilliant.
Petrichor's hand. They made that happen.
Exactly. It was brilliant. So beyond that, the Freaks did what they needed to do in that situation, right? Like, you have the compound, you have to stay there. But we have an interview with Aches left. Let's hear what the star for Petrichor Road has to say.
我们就是这种事情经常经历了，有很多进不去，也有很多压轴进去的，所以说我们的心态会比较放松吧，然后就效果也比较好。前几把确实就是打得有点太紧了，而且有一点没适应环境吧，我觉得可能有这些因素。战术也不会有特别大方面的调整吧，还是打自己的风格，肯定是想以放松的心态去打后面的比赛，但是到了比赛上也说不好吧，就是随遇而安吧，不是随机应变吧。
And that's what you hear so many of the players say, right? Is, okay, we've just got to make sure that we keep the mental up and we're going to play the system the way that we want to play it. Sometimes it always doesn't work. Sometimes there are problems with it. But if you just start like trying to overall analyze everything and really dig into the minutia, suddenly you're like triple thinking yourself and then you're just getting mad and everybody's arguing. Sometimes you just got to take a step, breathe and go, okay, that didn't work. We'll figure that out in a second. Instead, let's just go ahead and try again, figure out how we can manage to make this happen. And I love the fact that it's such a prevalent mindset among all of the players.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's the right one you have to have in PUBG. Things are so chaotic. You have to be able to adapt quickly. So there's two immediate thoughts that come to my mind with that. First of all, Aches left. Probably one of the best in the world when it comes to situations like that. I mean, we see him when he hits that zone. You can just tell he moves differently. He's faster. Yeah. He's reacting quicker to things. He's just making better decisions. And all of a sudden, he's knocking 2-3 players down in the snap of a finger. And you're just like, how did he do that? I wish my keyboard and mouse worked like that, because he just feels like he's on another level in those moments.
It's just funny because I'm having flashbacks to PGCs where we have seen, I don't know, practice rooms and Sonics and, I don't know, interacting before.
Trimsy.
So funny that we kind of put those back to back there. But
something Trimsies.
Yeah. Well, actually, just one something is all you really need to say there. All right, so we do have a Twisted Minds looking like they're making rotation into Yasnaya, where T1's already got a bit of a foothold and position on. Everybody else is just kind of playing along the Stolper hillside so far. Not as much of an early rotation this time around, as teams don't want to really navigate the hillside around Stolper yet unless they have to. This is one of those games where maybe rotating a bit later and trying to find an emergency pickup might not be the worst idea.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, because the river, even though it doesn't like really get too deep into this circle, actually plays quite a bit into how the circles are likely going to kind of play out as this goes on. So the Yaz Lake is kind of a dividing line here. So if it's going to go, it could go north. I mean, it can, of course, just end in between Stolber and Yasnaya. That happens. But sometimes you'll see these like kind of double hard shift, triple hard shift. And you got to be ready for that as well. So I would be all about an emergency pickup if I'm one of the teams that's on Sosnovka Island or something like that, or if I'm the Sonics, that was pretty far out. If you can find one, definitely going to be a useful tool. Cerberus going to be very late this time, not going to be dead center to start the game, so going to have to make a move, figure out what they want to do.
One of the things we hear a lot of the players talk about is the use of emergency pickups for assaulting places like Stolber, because it allows you to bypass the verticality and really having to navigate the maze of the hillside, making your way up. You can just kind of drop in, and yes, you can get shot to pieces on your way down, but it also does give you a chance to bypass getting shot to pieces driving through 3 squads to try to get to that same position. So whenever we see verticality come into play, I want to see who's trying to track on that and who's going to try to lean into that. I do like the positioning that we see coming out from a lot of these squads pretty early, most notably, yes, Twisted getting into a strong point early, feeling like this might go Yasnaya. This is actually a very early commitment into a city for them.
If this goes south, Twisted is going to be in a very, very good spot. Even if it goes north, they're not in a bad spot because they've kind of divided Yaz down the middle. You can see it. This is a great angle to take a look at what Twisted is doing. They've given themselves exits from the north and the south. I mean, the only real issue they have is if some other team just randomly kind of drives into this or emergency pickups into it, something like that.
Like 17.
Well, you know, 17 is considering it. Lou is in a potentially dangerous position. We'll have to see. The Freaks have decided to move up and around the outer edge of Stolber. Oh, Hisaki. Hisaki. This is so dangerous. Oh my gosh, he should go down. Those leaves are right in the way. He gets in the vehicle.
What?
One more shot, James.
What? Okay, there we go. The Juggernaut finally manages to hit it at the end. And Gustav's going to come through, sweep it out. Boop. take him down, pick up that point, easy peasy. Now then, Cerberus is kind of the odd team out in this situation, as they just lost that member, but they're also not really in the circle like everybody else is. Everybody else is kind of leaning way more into the Stolber, the Yasnaya. They're way down to the south, still around Shelter.
Yeah, that is way outside of the circle. So that's kind of a scouting mistake there by Hisaki. You know, he is the IGL for Cerberus, so looking to try to find some space and got caught in a very, very awkward position where he is very exposed. So the players at this level are rarely going to let you get out of that situation, and Hisaki absolutely falling victim to that. And you do have Mini Oz under control by Petrichor Road. There was a player from the Kwangdong Freaks here earlier. I saw just a single player.
Mini Oz? Not no lean?
No lean?
Yeah, remember there was the bug at the start where you couldn't lean there?
Oh, I forgot about that. I guess you could call it that too. I don't know. Everybody has different names for stuff.
Yeah, I know. I would just, whenever you mention different stuff.
What's a Sky Garden?
Where's a Sky Garden at? I don't know. Sky Garden sounds pretty. Okay, let's see. Luna Galaxy making use of gliders yet again, making their rotation. I do like the fact that we're seeing well, I don't like the fact that 17's in trouble making these rotations away from Petrichor Road as well as Twisted, but I like the fact that they're being pretty aggressive in their rotate in. So a lot of these teams are really feeling like that area you were talking about, maybe just north of Yasnaya, could be a finish point and really jockeying for position around that. So Eternal Fire, our squad from last time, managed to walk away with a ton of points, being a bit slower in their progression here, not necessarily having to make as much of a gamble, but it's safe for the time being.
For sure. And I'm not seeing anything yet that leads me to believe there'll be too much more fighting. Speaking of emergency pickups, though, I am seeing one being popped by Cerberus. Really unfortunate that you lose Hisaki then, because maybe if you have all four in there and this hard shifts north towards Kameshki, you can drop in there and kind of make a go up the hill. But Sonics are going to be coming in very late once again, kind of trying to find a different path this game to see if they can find a little bit more success. Got kind of tangled up with TSM. Didn't even get the kills out of it, thanks to some nifty long-range shooting by Himas. And things for TSM looking pretty hunky-dory themselves, just to the west of Stalbert, chilling in a 2-2 split. And there is that emergency pickup. Cerberus, where is this going to take you? It's mostly dependent on the circle. Wow, we're just going to center up.
All right, well, that gamble for 17, where they were trying to navigate in, puts them pretty much center, and they're feeling pretty good. Looks like we might also get a part 2 of that Sonics TSM skirmish, as the TSM position in Badlands, it's good for now, but it's probably not going to be the best. We also do have a lot of Eastern wraps coming into play, where Na'Vi is going to be defended up as well as Eternal Fire. Falcon's already just trying to crest in. Looks like they do not want to make the commitment in, while Cerberus is airborne. Keep an eye on Luna Galaxy, also trying to make a path and back behind this. They should be able to just regroup. Nothing too terribly scary for them just quite yet. The big X factor is where is Cerberus going to choose to cut that rope at?
Tough call for Cerberus. There isn't really much available, to be honest. There is some like empty space. There is kind of the southeast corner of Stalber. There's the compounds that are like northeast.
I like that compound that Tanvu's in. Are they going to make the commitment into that? There's the road over there as well, so it looks like they might be thinking that angle.
No matter what, you have to gamble a little bit here at Cerberus. This circle was about as bad as it got for that emergency pickup, to be honest. And yeah, they are getting lit up as they try to go down, and quite a bit of damage done. Salalzi just gone.
Just gets dropped. Good spray coming out from Neurons, man. People are getting so much better about shooting people on those emergency pickups.
Absolutely. It's just going to take the players time to kind of get used to the bullet lag, right? Like, because PUBG, the bullets are actual objects, so they do have travel time, and getting used to that.
Oh, it's cracking. This is bad. That's bad. There is nowhere to go. Yep, he's just donezo. There's a counter back onto it as Gustav is going to go down, but Luna Galaxy, you kind of scouted this out. Early aggression for Luna Galaxy has been mixed as far as success so far, but it looks like they should be able to get Kraken back up. Well, I don't know. FaZe looks like they're regrouping back in.
I think FaZe kind of wants to take something of a fight, or at least barricade Luna as best as they can. You know, you're not really able to find any of those shots onto Fex and Corexi on their way in, but Jeem's going to get taken down by Posa. That's big. Fex trying to respond with some grenades of his own. Has great angles onto Haven there. A headshot and a body shot knocks him down.
But we've got Type all the way over there in the courthouse taking shots into this firefight. So if you see a bullet stray here or there, Fex trying to continue that work in. He's spotted out. Then he got in some damage so far. Nate is going to be prepped. Looks like the angle's going for pretty good. Support angle coming up back behind him, so this is a very confident Vex. I love to see it. Correxy and him just doing a 1-2 punch the whole way through. Should be able to pick up Vinny as well. This was a nice counter move back into this firefight.
Yeah, this was all on Vex. He was the difference maker here. Just found really clean shots really quickly, and that's opened up a door for him and Corexy to try to finish off this fight. You do have BB, though, circling this. They're going to steal Haven.
Trying to squeeze their way into this one. They're at least going to try to contain, so we'll have to see how this is going to go. Vex still wanting to try to get a bit more out of this, but Posa is firmly defended. We know if there's one member up in Luna and it's Posa, this guy can be sneaky and find a way to just backstab you when you're least expecting it. Even if you're hunting him and you know he's there, he's just like, he just disappears, man. I don't know how he does it, but he can just elude everybody, unless it's a third party.
Yeah, this is the problem, is there's a lot of open angles towards the north of this position. So, you know, for Posa, as great as he was at PGS6, man, the way that he was able to salvage so many points for Luna, it is very tricky in this particular scenario. Just there isn't a lot of cover to work with. This is a great opening towards Yaz for the Sonics. There's already a pickup for the Kwangdong Freaks from Stalbert. I suspect they're just going to try to make a go of it maybe somewhere in Yaz. Maybe they go to the Blues that are on the southern end of Yaz. In the Yaz fields. Kind of curious about the Freaks.
I mean, you could jump center, assuming that it's not too defended just quite yet. Eternal Fire also inside of a vehicle, making a wrap of their own over into the east of this one. Sonics look like you should be able to bypass pretty much into the south to get that one for free. Here comes the shots coming out. T1 does get some damage out, but just the firm commitment right now is paying off for the Freaks. They are going to get themselves a pretty centered position. This very wide split coming up from T1, where they were trying to defend everything, means they can defend nothing.
Yeah, this is... If this goes more south, the Sonics are in a phenomenal spot, and the Freaks are going to be in a okay spot potentially to pick up some kills if it keeps going south. We'll just maybe see where the next couple of circles go. Petrichor Road bailing out of this compound as TSM has arrived, but Chewy still going to pay the price, even though Summer was able to respond with the knock onto Luke. Luke had already gotten the shots off. Nalo going to claim that point for TSM. Luke, I assume, should be resable here. And Petrichor Road just going to have to play with 3 for now.
Okay, so while this was going on, 17 Gaming also made the commitment into Yasnaya. We have Twisted actually stepped out more along the lake line, still defending into that. So they've got a lot of vision on what's going on with Petrichor Road, going to try to shut them down. Luna doing a long rotation, trying to follow up back behind FaZe, but it's going to be Na'Vi. It's going to be the bigger problem for them as BB still doing gatekeeping as well. Over into the east, the Expendables and Falcons getting pretty close to each other as TSM is just continuing to corral Petrichor Road further and further up that hillside. But Cerberus also kind of creeping in from the north, looking down into Daytrade's defendable position in those warehouses.
Absolutely. For me, I think one of the most interesting things going on right now is Navi's wide wrap into the blue, trying to find some space to work from the fields. See if they can maybe get over to the western edge or something. There is a bit of a hill that runs down the middle of those Yaz fields that you can use as a little bit of cover from some of the other teams in that area. As we look over towards Lou, getting some good damage done. This is a replay, of course. 17 was trying to make their way through, but just was really well covered by Twisted Minds, and that's given them complete control over the western side. Gives them an escape valve if this circle hard shifts north or south or even east. A way out of Yasnaya, whereas a lot of other teams are dug in.
The amount of times that 17 bumped into a squad on their approach into Yasnaya and only ended up losing those at the very tail end of it is a nigh miracle in and of itself. Falcons kind of caught up in the skirmish right now with the Expendables, who are running a 3-1 with Delwyn finding success as the 1 against Arello. It's a knock on to him, so it's going to be a quick flush. The other members now having to contend in. Eternal Fire also gets some vision in this firefight, as well as Flash from Daytrade, so they're kind of forcing this, making the heavy hand and making it to where the Expendables are being a lot more aggressive in this than I think the Expendables really want to be at this stage. They're having to collapse in on the Falcons and being a bit hesitant of, oh, that shift is pretty much all fields, and that means no cover except for Yasnaya.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a good fight for the Expendables. The Falcons just trying to play defense. To make matters worse, Snakers only had a bolt. So the loot, definitely not what you're looking for the Falcons. And the Expendables are doing a phenomenal job dissecting them. Roth trying to prone it out behind the hill, but his position is known. Snakers known too, going to try to get out of there with a motorcycle. And Delwyn was already in position to cut him off. So smart here by the Expendables.
Playing that side flank so clean right now. Delwyn is just absolutely picking apart the Falcons piece by piece. Petrichor Road's going to be rolling up a pretty similar path back behind this one. Doesn't look like they want to get involved in the firefight as they're going to hear it. Oh, there's the nade. Delwyn's, of course, is going to be the one to finish it off. Here comes Petrichor Road after hearing that. Going to go ahead and make the stop off on that house. Pretty close to the center of the circle. Pretty good positioning, all considered. Twisted Minds making a rotation back behind this, as well as TSM. Looks like TSM might be trying to go for that same compound that Petrichor Road did, but spotted out the fact somebody's already going to be over there. So instead, they've got to make the commitment right over here into this dip. It's pretty good for now, but it does have the downside that Day Trade's got some vision into it.
Now, Twisted Minds was trying to make a move. Day Trade kind of barreling down on top of them from the compounds. The warehouse is up on the hill. Nurin's already in position. We saw him take a player of Cerberus out of the air. The other players from Day Trade are busy keeping them at bay. Twisted Minds having to expend a lot of smokes early here to try to get this res going. Meanwhile, TSM, this is a bit of a dangerous position because there is so many buildings left in Yaz that have angles, that have grenades into this spot that they have taken. And Alo trying to crawl over to Sparking.
Eternal Fire's positioning right now in the circle gives him so much vision and so much control over everything. Yet again, exploiting it. Same plays as last time, forcing teams into each other, corralling them together. This is so well played for now. As long as the circle keeps this compound in play, they're going to have a ton of influence over all the rest that's going to be happening. Meanwhile, FaZe does manage to regroup right on the outskirts of Yaznai in and of itself. Update on our boy Posa. He's still alive as well, sneaking into the circle.
My goat.
That's what he does, man. If there was like more points in fantasy for survival, this guy would be king.
Yeah, I definitely think we should start giving points for survival time. Then Posa's a top pick for sure.
Survival time as a solo.
That's right. He has been absolutely just so good in those scenarios. One of those players that just seems to have a knack for those kind of moments. Meanwhile, BB just going to be taking a look at what's going on around them, trying to control that eastern edge of Yaznaya as best as they can. Day Trade still has a little bit of these rocks to work with. Cerberus still kicking with one player up somewhere out there deep in the blue, but Duckmai, you can see him, not a lot that he can really hope to do. Purdy Curdy is going to get knocked, so TSM had to find something that was available in this circle because there wasn't much.
They're just hoping they can weather the storm. The circle moves this way and Day Trade finally has to leave. Once Day Trade leaves, it's not the worst. I mean, it still has to deal with like Eternal Fire and stuff like that, but really it's that high ground from Day Trade. It's really making their life absolutely hellacious. Purdy is going to go down off of it, so if they can just survive a little bit longer, great for them. But Day Trade now knows that they're weakened, knows that that's one of the few places that you can actually play in this circle. I wouldn't be surprised if they make a gamble play for that one.
Yeah. I mean, I can see Day Trade trying to take that position. I could even see TE making a go if there's like a scrap between Day Trade where they lose a couple players with TSM in that fight, because there's no real compounds anywhere in Yaz that are really viable for anybody who's outside of this circle to try to drive into safely.
What are you trying to do here, Devay?
I think he's going for TSM maybe, or what's he lining up for here? Not TSM.
There's not a lot of people inside of like field positioning just quite yet, so.
Yeah, the only people I really see on the map is TSM. Here we go. Day Trade is making this move.
I like this. Do the stop off over at the antenna tower first. Manage to make the landfall, but the angles from Petrichor Road just pick them apart.
My goat. Aches left. If he starts to heat up, folks, he is a player who can just start winning games by himself. So good. There it is, Diffix. Let's go. Nice shots. Gonna take some of those points away. Oh my goodness. Absolutely incredible.
TSM, the only squad that is mortarable, and he just drops it right on top of him. Meanwhile, TE, they've got a goal of their own. They're sending it over here right next to Petrichor Road. Petrichor Road trying to defend Din, and it is going to be Diffex again coming up, putting in some work, and pretty much controlling the circle in and of itself. They now have eyes and lining in on this one, and all of Na'Vi is trying to pick apart Expendables as they make the approach. They're unofficially helping out everything that's happening over here, as it is going to be Petrichor Road. Axelift goes down. Delwyn trying to find some more opportunities, but look at this. It's just feasting over here, already at 3 kills for everybody on Na'Vi.
Yeah, TE tried to make a timing move there, but Axelift did enough damage to slow them up. Then some other teams getting involved. Now Na'Vi's turn. Hakatori leading the way in the coop, trying to find the end for this Petrichor Road team. Ming trying to hold the line, got one, couldn't get sauceted.
Quick picks between the two of them. Summer stepping out. He's got to defend his squad. He's got to give him some time. He has to get back over here. He has to go back to medic duty. This guy's job right now is to just try to keep everybody alive. Fortunately, he did enough work there at the tail end with assistance that everything has had to stop off, and now Na'Vi is playing backs up against the wall. So we've got a pretty much quiet city, and all the action hinging around just the trench that TSM was playing in Petrichor Road.
That's a massive hold from Petrichor Road. Twisted Minds, 2 up, still waiting behind this shack, doing a good job in these early games, at least getting points, at least getting deeper into games, even when things haven't gone their way early on. Sonics are going to try to make a push. Shrimzy, kickstart, trying to get up the stairs. H1 trying to support with some nades, but I don't think there's anybody home in that building from the Guangdong Freaks, but let's see if the Freaks can continue their just unbelievable run of shutting teams out in the mid to late part of the game. See if they can find another deep finish.
This fight has to end fast, though, because there is going to be T1. It's going to be gatekeeping out as well as Eternal Fire that we saw earlier. We do have the split going on with the Freaks where they've got 2 of their members holding down this one position. Means that Salute can actually do a backflank into this one if the Sonics are not careful. So it's kind of forced a 2v2 firefight across both of them. And oh, Heaven goes for the spray. Does not get the knock onto the Sonics members. There's just no vision. They were going for the shots off the footsteps in and of themselves. Are we going to see a retaliation come back? Kickstart wants it. Stepping in, goes for the spray, but narrowly misses it. He's going to go up, trying to find more, but cheeky play. It's going to be a jump up and around. Heaven trying to put in something, but H1 falls in. Nade lands on top of him. Sonics in some trouble right now. Tickleton just trying to hold back everybody else, but he goes down. Freaks feel unstoppable.
They don't feel, they are unstoppable. Gumin with a beautifully placed, beautifully timed grenade is going to send the Sonics packing. Petrichor Road starting to fall apart. Twisted Minds reaching out, finding 2 big knocks. I mean, Axleft has been knocked a bunch. Lou going to be taken down by Code Marco. Perfectix going to try to go for this res, but they are outside of the next circle, trying to find a way in.
All right, 17 Gaming is going to be trying to move into Eternal Fire here in just a little while. Petrichor Road tried to move into where we saw TSM at just a moment ago. That place feels a little bit cursed right now. Freaks do need to continue their pathing, but they have to deal with the 2 members for Eternal Fire that are looking down into him. And yep, we're going to go ahead and spot out Heaven, get the knock on him. T1 actually not even looking on this angle yet. They don't have the best control over this due to all the smokes that's already managed to land down. Also, T1 is running a 3, actually it's kind of a 2-1-1. So it's going to be actually Xiaobei that comes up back behind. Good play onto this, realizing the fact that there's been a lot of firefighting going on, and it's him and T1 working together. Freaks just absolutely having a ton of trouble trying to make this last couple of meter push into the circle.
Yeah, all it took was that one knock to kind of slow him up. Xiaobei, this is the 17 Gaming Classic, has a Panzer in hand. Heaven is going to be finished off by Type. Instead, Xiaobei is going to pump the brakes for a moment to go for the reload. Bean trying to crawl his way to his IGL. Gumin hiding in the bathroom, waiting to try to go for the res. Is Xiaobei going to sniff this out?
It feels like he knows he's playing along the outside wall. He's got vision right in, but it's hard to get the angle into that one. So he's just going to take the blind shot, not going to pick up anything off of it. So T1's going to have plenty of information to work with. So with this Eternal Fire still pretty comfortable, but also getting some harassing shots. Type, though, in that high ground position still has a ton of vision and authority he can assert into this circle. This is kind of the only thing that's going on right now and is stalled out for the time being. Petrichor Road's taking a couple of harassing shots. Type, I mean, he's committed into playing his position. He realizes it's going to take too long to get down off that high ground to come support the rest of the squad, so he's just going to lean in. Bean does get the knock on Xiaobei, pauses that one out, and Xiao Wu's almost dead at this point, so he has to stop off, and he's just going to hunker down. The rest of the Freaks do not want to step out because they know T1's over here.
I really like this idea from T1, sending Type out early to gain a little bit of extra space. You know it's only a couple players behind you. You can just sort of leave 3 there, likely be able to hold this. Even though you did get a knock on Ian, he's back up and running. Xiao Wu trying to do anything he can to get this revive through. Is going to start to stick it. Twisted Minds is finally going to fall in 8th. So they get a placement point, they get a few kills. So scraping together points, 5th place right now. Honestly not a bad start. And there's Gumin with a shotgun. Takes down Xiao Wu.
Smoke's clearing, getting ton of vision now. Gumin just pops it off, easy peasy. Xiaobei is just going to go ahead and go for the charge in, realizing that maybe the Gusto will get it, but no. Instead, it's going to find onto Gumin. Quick exchange, he manages to make it happen. Absolutely wild play. Can he manage to make it back over to Xiao Wu? I don't know if he's going to be able to. No, it's going to be the end. Drops a nade right on top of him, and T1 now has to make a move of their own, but it's going to be right next to BB.
I don't know what happened with Bean there. I thought he was just going to step in and take out Xiaobei. Gumin had to be begging for some help. Oh well, neither here nor there. FaZe doing some damage to EN. He is going to back off momentarily. They're on the outside looking in. So are BB. FaZe, a little bit of their compound, I think, still in this next circle, but literally everyone else outside trying to fight their way through. Petrichor Road still kicking, still trying to find a way to get this game better under their control, but they've taken so many knocks, they've taken so much damage, trying to keep EF out.
Dude, it's just Poro's used car lot over there. There's so many vehicles. So Eternal Fire now stepping out, having to deal with the cover of all of those vehicles that does be provided. So with the shots coming out from FaZe, Petrichor Road has to make the commitment in, but Eternal Fire is going to find themselves in a crossfire, as there's going to be T1 coming up right back behind them. Mad goes down. It's going to be Akeslip just leading his way, seeing if he can spot out anything inside smokes. Does spot out another one, going absolutely wild, but Zenith is going to shut that one down.
I mean, that's a lot of knocks. And Keppa, nice spray onto the jumping player at T1 there. Ming, though, in the back, gets it under control just in time. And T1's falling apart. Petrichor Road on a rampage.
They're just walking through it all right now. T1 trying to fight the line back while this is going on. FaZe is just continuing harassing shots into it all. Type tries to go for another big play. Does get a lot of damage in, but BB in some trouble. FaZe can't quite manage to make it over there just yet, so might have some time to work with, as the rest of the members cannot move in. You can see T1 having to navigate back in. Looks like maybe he's making a play back into Petrichor Road. See if he can finish them off, but FaZe is just continuing harassing shots into him.
Dude, if one good grenade there from Vex could absolutely be disaster for BB, but he can't get the angle. He can't find the opportunity because he's still pinned inside of that building. Ming is going to clean down Raining. T1 out in fourth. We're down to a 2v2v2.
Oh, this is just neck and neck. With all that firefighting, Petrichor Road finally has some breathing room, as it is going to be BB right on top of FaZe. It's going to be Vex yet again.
There it is.
Performing for his squad whenever he needs to. Takes down Philip first. Crawling back over, seeing if maybe he can get the res, and it is going to be vital at this stage. There is enough time, but it looks like FaZe, they know that they can't step out of their compound too cleanly. Ming's doing a great job of holding it down, while Summer is flanking up. There's a crate that's up there and a couple of pieces of cover that he can play around, and he's sneaking in to open up a crossfire position.
That, if there was still the gear inside of that crate, that is so unbelievably massive. Yes, it's at a P90 to boot here for Summer. What a massive pickup for Petrichor Road. The longtime star player from China may just deliver a big win with a gift from that crate.
Dude, Petrichor Road had to fight tooth and nail for every single one of these, looking back down into the two other squads. Can they manage to survive through? Summer does get the knock on the best of luck. You can see that BB doesn't have too many options. FaZe trying to step out. It's going to be Ming that takes him down. Does get the flush as well. 10 kills right now. Feels like it's going to be 13 in just a moment.
I can hear Akeslip behind me just cheering his team on. Every kill they get, he is pumped up. Bestelot going to bleed out. One hit now, and he's got it. Phil first down. BB out.
Just creeping forward, Vex, he's put up a massive amount of work today, but there is nowhere to go. Petrichor Road fought their whole way into that one. They managed to find the victory.
That was an unbelievably gritty game from Petrichor Road. Tooth and nail throughout so many different fights, so many different phases.
That was a brutal game to contend with. I mean, even looking back on FaZe and the performance, remember we saw them get caught in that firefight with, I believe it was Luna right towards the start of it. This whole thing was just a cascade of firefights and just making sure you could survive in desperate situations.
This was such a difficult game to play in. This circle is not favorable there at the end to anybody. That's why everybody's stuck out in the edge, grinding it out, trying to find a way to get through.
I mean, I love so many of the plays that we saw coming out. Type and the way that he was playing around it. There's so much to dive into as we're just going to get everything set for the next game.
The fields favor Petrichor Road here as Summer and Ming absolutely pop off here in game number 2 of our circuit finals. Petrichor Road get themselves a big win. Difficult for a FaZe and BB team to get out of their little spots that they were in, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, such a hard circle to play, right? Yes, Naya Index are always so hard to execute here. And also a little bit of a bait, like it's a pseudo-urban ending, right?
Yeah.
You had so many teams that had to go there because they had no one on chances, and also so many other teams were already playing in the fields, right? So extremely hard. But yeah, Petrichor Road managed to get so much out of this. And yeah, with what we saw here happening, like there was a crash on them. They were almost being knocked out quite early on.
Yes.
And they're actually able to convert this into a win.
That is the interesting thing about a field ending here, especially, right? It's the gamble. When do you go to the field? And even when we saw people commit to the field early, you're then being wounded. You're losing 2 here or there, but it doesn't mean to say that you're down and out at that point, because 2 can still win from the fields, a la what we witness here.
Exactly, but also with the urban ending and how everything turned out, like it ended up being a 2 versus 2 versus 2, which is extremely rare, right? I mean, so often we see, and it really comes down to, again, how important it is to have those 3 or 4 guys alive, because if it was BB or FaZe with 4 guys alive here, they would have won that easily. But because they had to go through this insane fight here, and it was, again, so many teams dying from Yasnaya and everything got pushed in how it was. Maximizing points here is just so crucial.
No, you're right. I mean, if FaZe or BB team in this situation have like an extra covering shot while somebody's transitioning, suddenly it becomes a whole lot less problematic for them, considering the position that they were in. But it's hiding. What's going on?
He's drinking something he can't drink.
Oh, that's right. Okay, well, regardless of the fact here, Petrichor Road, brilliant points for them, all things considered. A difficult circle, a difficult time for everybody involved. We did think, I mean, of course, yes, the fields was always potentially a factor, but considering how many teams committed to Yasnaya, an urban ending was potentially on the cards there. And you're seeing teams like Kwangdong Freaks just go for the emergency pickup all the way from the top of Style, but trying to get in as deep as possible to it, knowing that if it was a potential, you've got to try and, you know, be there.
I feel like the reason why they went that deep is because they're expecting all the edges to be held. All the police station, library, everything, like, everything was supposed to be held. You mean like the northern apartments, all like that. But there is actually so many opportunities for them to kind of get it. They actually maximized so many points, and Guman had an insane game for him.
Yes, he did, holding off Sonics as they were having a rough time. But let's take a look at the overall points for our top 4. It will be Petrichor Road in number 1. T1 again able to do some popping themselves with 8 kills going their way. FaZe with the 3, BB team with the 4. And we saw as when you're able to situate yourself on just the edges of Yasnaya, it does afford you a little bit of wiggle room towards those fields, a la a BB team from their position that they did have. But yeah, it's difficult to. You can't make decent transitions into the middle of that field because it is so open for them.
Yeah, you have to have that edge. You have to kind of move that way in, or you have to have that safety of a little small shack or a house or something like that, right? Otherwise, it makes it extremely impossible. Also, we saw TSM take that northern little dip there with smokes and with vehicles. It just doesn't work out. There's so many teams still safe and sound inside urban area, and it's too early. And it just. They get pounded from all sorts of utilities. Right?
Well, it becomes, as we take a look at the numbers coming in here from Petrichor Road, it got even harder to take field positions early with the introduction of Mortar and things like that, right? With Mortar being an oppressive tool against some of these positions, it makes it all the more difficult. But for Summer, what a game. Alongside Ming here, those 2 towards the end, they were like, it was like shooting fish in a barrel. There was no shots coming their way, and they were peppering BB team and FaZe.
Yeah, I really like what they were able to do, of course, just slamming down some SLR shots, getting it in. When both of the teams had to move, they were able to just convert that. Here, of course, Summer, man of the match, great to see. A long, legendary player, actually been playing the game for so long, obviously, here, and now playing on Petrichor Road for some time.
It is interesting that, you know, obviously Summer back on the roster, back good to go here, because there was a change up at PGS6, right? And I don't know exactly what they felt internally about the varying degrees of success that provided to them, with Ixlaf just completely fully taking the reins in that regard. But maybe these are the strong positives towards this roster sitting this way. 23 points in a game for your second game of very important points gains towards PGC Grand Finals. It's not too bad at all.
It is not at all. I really like what we're seeing from them here, and also especially where I mean, you're playing with your boss essentially, right? It's a little bit hard. Hardships there for them, but still, when you're able to pull off a game like this, like
did you say playing with your boss is a hard shift?
Hard ship.
Oh, ship. Okay. I was like, the circle's tough there.
But they're on 30 points now, James, and yeah, they're going to be sitting pretty.
Yes, absolutely. Brilliant stuff from Petrichor Road for that one. 15-15 across the placements and kills. Eternal Fire with the 25. Still, Kwangdong Freaks still in the third position. They're pretty good.
Really consider. Well, we're getting to the wildcard maps now. Let's see if they can convert it into that. But I gotta say, while we're looking at the circuit here, right? If you're a team that's coming in, like you know, only playing the circuit final here, like
yes.
We'll see what happens today. But it could end up that you only play in the circuit finals twice in a row. The amount of games that you play, the amount of games that you, like competitive games against the players that you're playing against, when do you think that becomes a problem in terms of like total game time, prac time? Because
for the warmth.
Yeah, for the length. Because in a perfect situation, right, I would argue that if you still play all circuits and you get 9th in every final and you accrue enough points to go finals, you would have played every single day and still play grand finals. I feel like that amount of game time would put you in a better spot, right? You know
it's
what I mean?
weird, right? Because the seeding going into our next ones is based off of the ranking here for this. So top 4 will start in day 3, and then the 5th through 8th will start in day 2. But if you really wanted to be warm in the other days, then you would have sacrificed points to stop this. Stop this nonsense.
I like it. No. I like
it. But regardless, I mean, let's look and go for those top teams at the moment across just 2 games. We got 4 more coming your way. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, more from PGC 2024.
But you catch me when I'm falling. No one else but you. When the evening comes and the stars appear, it's the greatest thrill to know I'm near you. No one else but you.
Sanhok is a destructible map. A rebalance to the SMG lineup. And solo play for the Win Streak Showdown. All this and more as we dive into the Update 33.1 patch report. First up, it's time to celebrate your chaos. Because Sanhok is becoming a destructible map. Starting this update, parts of buildings, props, and key structures can all be destroyed by explosives or the red zone. It's even getting destructible terrain like Rondo. And speaking of that red zone, it's getting a few changes as well. Sanhok is also seeing some changes to textures, terrain, and more. So be sure to take in its new look before you blow it up. Head on over to the patch notes to check out the changes. Next, we've made some pretty significant adjustments to SMGs in an effort to keep enhancing weapon diversity. and making sure SMGs have their own signature feel. Hipfire, movement, and OTS accuracy have all seen big improvements for most of the SMG family. In addition, 9mm ammo weighs less now, so you can carry more with you into the endgame. You can get the full details on the changes by checking out the patch notes. The fan-favorite Win Streak Showdown game mode is also getting some love this update. You can now choose to join the showdown solo instead of with a squad. We've also lowered the number of consecutive match wins needed for maximum rewards from 5 to 3. So drop in and see how far you can go. There's also a new Survivor Pass, ranked Season 33, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 33.1 is here. So start your win streak, kit out your SMG, and drop into Sanhok like a wrecking ball. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
The name of the game has been momentum going through the last 2 days, and we've got a couple of squads that are really starting off this one with a ton of it. Meanwhile, a couple of squads that we came in with higher expectations have been navigating some very brutal circles and not finding the success that we were maybe expecting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, credit where credit is due. I think some of our top teams have been dealt some pretty difficult hands, but Twisted Minds has, in my opinion, done the best of those like top 4 teams that were coming in terms of navigating bad situations that were presented to them. As always, they're really tenacious at finding those little moments, just surviving deeper into games, finding those kills. But you have to be so impressed with the likes of EF and Petrichor Road right now. Petrichor Road in particular, that game was not easy by any stretch of the imagination. They had to contend with so many different teams, trying to crash them, trying to get them out of their positions, and they fought all the way through.
I mean, we saw what happened to TSM playing the exact same position just a circle before that, and how they just got ripped apart by mortars, Day Trade up on top. So it was a good read from Day Trade, not Day Trade, I'm sorry, by Petrichor Road to kind of sneak in there, pick up some of the loot off of it, try to use that to establish themselves in positioning. It's a much friendlier position to play. Yes, that is true whenever we get rid of those high ground sight lines, but that said, they were just taking a ton of damage every step of the way, as everybody coming out of Yas9 was having to do the same. And I also want to, while they didn't have the best of games overall, T1 I felt had so many smart plays along the lines, realizing whenever they need to execute to go for kills, how they need to exploit out that 3-1 split, having Type in that high ground position, gave them so much information to work around.
Yeah, I am really impressed overall with what T1 has been showing us so far at PGC. It is a significant improvement, in my opinion. And again, that goes back to the new coach. You bring Sonic in, you've got a guy who's won a PGC, you bring him into the team, and you can already see what a difference he's able to make, to get a fire lit underneath this team, to get them playing more aggressive, a little bit more smart, kind of reading situations a little bit better. The Freaks still look good. I mean, you know, overall, they're still finding good fights, they're taking good fights, they're winning a lot of those fights. That's the Freaks that we've come to know for this event.
Well, that 2-2 collapse onto Sonics was a thing of beauty to watch, the way that it was executed. But let's go ahead and move into our next map, as we've got Tago up and ready to go as we are moving into game number 3, as everything is building in on our Circuit 1 Grand Final.
Absolutely, and this plane path, a lot more fair than the ones we saw on Erangel. We're going pretty well down the middle, so access to basically just about every drop spot you could want for these teams. And Hosan Prison, nobody really drops there. Maybe the Sonics, if they want to reach out, but they're already out of the plane. So nope. Just going to be the Army base for them. So I don't expect anything super crazy here. Looking at the map, I think this should be pretty stock standard for the early part of the game.
Hey, it's got to happen sooner or later. I know we both love our crazy circles, but man, we just got 2 of them back-to-back. Give the players a second to get their feet underneath of them, as we have a couple of teams that haven't even really had a chance to show themselves over here.
Oh, well, I take it back. There is a hot drop.
Oh.
I missed it. This is Youngchun, and this is T1 and FaZe. So this is going to be rather spicy, it looks like, Matt. This is, well, yeah, okay, there's already one player down. Zenith has Jeems, and it's been a rough day for Jimbo, the juggernaut.
I know, the Sandhawk King over there having a bit of trouble off the get-go on this one, but I mean, T1, we were talking about how clean that they were playing, the efficiency and how they're navigating the map. It feels like they feel a lot more comfortable, and that is a mean circle into that plane path. Oh, gosh. Who are the only 2 teams that are inside of it? Falcons and who?
I think it's a Korean team, maybe. They might start with a K.
How do they? I don't know. They have some type of tool or something. They just know. They know.
Yeah, I mean, they're just. Certainly, there have been some scenarios where the circles have been favorable to them. You don't win 6 games in 2 days without that occasionally happening. But it's really been their like mid to late game stuff that they do that is really impressive. But that's neither here nor there. As Corexy did find a shotgun kill onto Zenith just earlier, taking down Jeems. Should be an easy finish with that pumped shotgun. So a 1-for-1 so far here in Youngchun. And Corexy looked out over the top. A lot of SMGs in play in this scenario. If that AK finds ahead, could be devastating for EN.
Yeah, we're still on very low economy for these teams to navigate through, but it looks like most of the FaZe members are pretty close to reinforcing each other. Instead, it looks like T1's playing a bit more of an outskirts position. EN has to step away. Raining's going to have some covering fire for him, but shots going to come out from Gustav. Juking through, EN does manage to make it to safety, so that should buy some time, but Type, who's been playing these off angles in such a magnificent way, looks like he's going to be the guy that's kind of odd man out for right now, kind of making sure that he corrals the rest of the squad. Is going to spot out anybody just quite yet from FaZe. Looks like he took a couple of shots at the guys on top of the hill. Or on top of the building, I'm sorry.
Yeah, a little bit of help from a guardrail there for T1 as Gustav's mutant wasn't able to really connect. Corexy with a vector, starting to inch his way forward. Type trying to find a little bit of a different position. Has the high ground. I assume he has to know he's pretty well clear there to kind of get an angle of any kind that he really wants. So this is, of course, a spot that the new coach for T1 is very, very familiar with. This is often Donawa's drop spot on this map. So certainly he has some input into how this hot drop will play out. Saw Panzer floating around in the mix as you would expect. Look at the Falcons, though. They've got a bit of a firing line on Gumin. Gumin with a Panzer of his own, but that's not a really favorable angle to use it unless they like drive at him with the car.
Well, it looks like the rest of Freaks were trying to reinforce, but they're kind of caught up with the Sonics right now who are trying to make a rotation. So reinforcement's not capable of coming in. Gumin knows that he's probably going to have to get out of here pretty soon, but he doesn't have a lot of reinforcements. It's just going to be Bean, looks like the only one that has an easy pathing over here.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the Freaks want to do 2-2 splits early. This one looked like they were trying to fan out and kind of figure out if anybody had made a quick rotation or anything like that as quick as possible. The problem is if you commit resources to that, you got to make sure that you're not losing any players along the way, that you're getting those 4 up into those late game scenarios. That's what's been so effective for the Freaks throughout PGC here in 2024, and nobody really overstepping. I mean, things have really slowed down in this fight. Corexy in kind of a dangerous spot potentially, but, EN is on the other side of him, and there really isn't a lot that they can do about it just yet without a little bit more information. But T1 is starting to kind of maybe piece this together that they can isolate Corexy. Fex and Gustav pretty far out from their teammate.
Well, and I don't blame anybody in this situation because this was such an early firefight with the Nox coming into play, and specifically onto Jeems, that everybody's having to go into some type of looting phase at this point, right? That's always the downside is whenever you end up in these early hot drops on top of each other, when do you pick up the loot? Because you're still having to control, keep an eye out for everything. So it looks like we see FaZe trying to make sure that they're doing a little bit of a leapfrog in their looting while also trying to keep some control, and maybe that's Corexy's role in the middle there, but it is definitely dangerous.
For sure. And Twisted Minds was just taking a peek over into that fight. They know it's happening. They were seeing if maybe they could steal a few kills away. We've seen that to them at Power Grid a few times in the past on Miramar. Maybe they were seeing if they could steal a point away, but nothing doing right now as the fight in Youngchun is really slowed down. 17 has gotten pretty far ahead themselves. They're still southeast of Godok, but they are just going to kind of go into their typical formation. This time, though, it's going to be Suju out on his own, the IGL 417 Gaming. Na'Vi having a strong day so far, 5th place, 17 points, and looking to try to wrap around the very northern edge, and there is no one within even a kilometer of them.
Pretty wide and open. Quick update on what was going on with that situation with the Falcons, Sonics, as well as the Freaks. Looks like that's all kind of broken apart now. So the 2-2 split for the Freaks still feeling pretty good for the time being, as it looks like we do have a bit of an interview with Wetpa.
Hi guys, it's Bella with our mid-match interviews. I'm joined by Eternal Fire's Kwepa. Salam Kwepa. All right, congratulations on your first win. That timing was immaculate. I want to ask you, what were the comms like? Were you excited or calm?
İlk olarak tebrikler. Maçta zamanlama sizin için mükemmel oldu ve maçın son bölümünde birbiriniz arasında yani takımınız içinde haberleşmeler, iletişimler nasıl geçti?
Yani ilk birkaç circle şanslıydık. Pek iletişim olmadı. Zaten circle ortasındaydık. Sonradan circle bizden çektiği için biraz güvenli bir pozisyona geçmemiz lazımdı. Orada da konuşup 3 kişiyi güvenli yere gönderip bir kişi de cross kalıp kampanta circle oyunuyla devam ettik.
So we were a little unfortunate in the previous games, in the games last days, and today because there are the other two teams, they were fighting among themselves. So we were a little lucky today, and so in the last part we have to go to the security zone, and there were 4 of us. Three of us would go to the security zone, and another person used the telescope to see the space. So we cooperated very nicely.
Just waiting for the right time. That was perfect. All right, that was Kwepa, and we're going to go back to Tego. Bye.
While it was going on, we did have an emergency pickup come up over for Luna Galaxy. They did drop over next to the northern part of the Freaks split, as Petrichor Road is making a rotation next to the tail end of Luna Galaxy, as they did only send a couple of their members up there, so it's just going to be Haven down there by himself.
Yeah, most of their members ended up in Hemusa, the temple up on the western coast of Tego, and Chewy clipped the edge of that rock. Hopefully he's okay there. I think that's a boat that the last player of Luna Galaxy is in.
Yes,
there
is. Get one in this one. Oh, Delwyn.
Oh, the previous match highlights. Show me some more of this Petrichor Road stuff, because they were just destroying people. This is disgusting from Ake's left. And then Delwyn slams in there. Looks like he might have just kind of kept up that momentum he had from the previous fight against the Falcons, but it was just barely shut down. And then a tough exit for a couple different teams for BB and FaZe results in them just kind of getting shredded by the DMRs, Petrichor Road.
I mean, this was just, you can see, they were just having to maneuver so many different positions, bounce between everything. Petrichor Road played that. I mean, it was a dirty game, and they played it as clean as you can.
Absolutely, absolutely. With everything that was thrown at them, to come out with the win was extremely impressive. Hey, this fight's still happening.
We're back over here, as nobody cares about blue zones right now. They care more about winning the firefight and getting control over the territory. Shotguns on one side. Fex is going to get vision on 2 of the members for T1, but it is going to be Kurexi. Spots out E-End, gets the knock onto him. Raining also pretty low on life, as it does look like FaZe is starting to get more control over this, steady as she goes.
Yeah, the patience here really paying off for the side of FaZe. T1, though, trying to think about this res. Going to throw a stun up and over. Not exactly sure Raining, is Kurexi going to try to push with that shotgun? It has to be in the back of your mind that he's going to try to find that opportunity. But that door is closed, it opens. So Type should be able to cover this. Let's see what Fex can do.
We've seen him make some big plays. Spots out, no, does go down. Kurexi does not want to commit into assistance just quite yet. That wall going to be a big problem for him, as there's not any clean vision on it unless he goes for the jump down, and yep, he's just going to go after the pop in. But FaZe Clan, they get popped in the face. It's going to be Type again on that off angle. This guy has been making so many big plays for T1.
Absolutely. He is a really, really good player. Their top fragger in Korea. Did a good job. Vinny finding Solalzi out in the open for Cerberus as well, but does a little bit of damage. Doesn't really want to stick around. You got 2 solo players kind of vying for rotation paths out here on the western coast, and Vinny happy with what he did and just says, you know what, we've already only got 3. We got to wait for our 4th member to get here on the boat, and that's Haven. Looks like he should be able to get there, assuming he has enough gas, which I would imagine he does.
I mean, it's a pretty quick jaunt over there. The thing I'm concerned with is Petrichor Road take an emergency pickup into this pretty tiny circle right now where there's a ton of people already making rotations. You can see it's going to be TE on one side of it, 17 on another. We also have TSM making an approach in. So while this is going to be going on, Petrichor Road has to figure out some way to land in the thick of all of this. They're going to be able to get some vision on these rotating vehicles, but there's also a lot of tree cover over here where a lot of these guys have kind of leaned into a couple of control points that they're trying to play from. So see if that stops over for anything. It's going to be Daytrade spots out one bit of this rotation. Good spray up that hillside, but Flash is going to take some damage, has to step away. Thanadol getting some vision on it as well, but this is the stop-off.
Yeah, Daytrade trying to keep the Expendables off their backs, but a good grenade from Duck Juice puts Nurens down. Belmoth gonna have to flank a different direction. Oh, they're gonna land right in the middle of all this. They're coming down right next to this fight.
They're gonna just hot drop right into the thick of this, and you can see everybody on the Expendables trying to counter move around it. 17 Gaming also caught in a firefight just on the outside of this, so they can't take too much more. Summer just landing. He's scouting with bullets on his body right now. He's like, okay guys, there's somebody over here, there's somebody over here, trying to juke around all the cover, and it looks like they are gonna commit in. They realize with all the smokes down, this has to be a weakened squad, but with the separation and approach, you can see Aixlef got caught up with 17 Gaming. He had to drop off a bit further away from everybody else.
Yeah, that's painful for Petrichor Road. That probably is going to make it a lot harder for them to commit to this fight. Now that both the Expendables and Daytrade as well have backed off, nobody really wants to kind of in phase 2 lose 2-3 players, maybe your whole squad to an early dust-up, and Petrichor Road may have been the sort of divider there that broke up that fight.
I mean, essentially a red light on that fight is that would look like we could see a pretty big push coming out, and then suddenly everybody stepped away from it. I mean, Daytrade had to retreat down. They were also getting a couple of shots coming out from, I believe it's going to be Cerberus. Meanwhile,
classic.
TSM.
NA on NA violence.
Of course, and Delwyn, that's not the place you want to be, as he's going to go down. And now the Expendables, where do you even go, man? You already know that Daytrade's on the other side, Petrichor Road's up above you. This is just damage control. Right back to where you were a second ago with just losing a member.
I feel like we're playing Squid Games out here. Red
We really
light,
are.
green light, red light, green light. You know, it just everybody's trying to get out and do something, and every time they do, they just get kind of beaten back, and 17's just out there just being like, you guys aren't going anywhere. We've got a lot of control over some of this zone, so no, please, we are cool for now, but this is not where you want to be as the Expendables. These little farmhouses are dangerous, to say the least.
Yeah, I was kind of worried about that, but Daytrade looks like they saw the vehicles leave, and they're caught up looking at the Freaks right now, and I don't know if they know that there was a return of the Expendables so quickly immediately after that. Is you can see the Expendables just having to lean away from the windows. They don't want to do anything there. Circle continues into the west, so that means it's going to be Sonics, Twisted Minds, Falcons, TSM, Eternal Fire, as well as a BB team, all having to make it into the circle.
I have big questions about what the heck the Freaks are going to do to get back together. I mean, you have to drive out of these fields with Bean and Yumian to try to get back up to heaven and salute on the other side of the circle. There is a little bit of an opening. See if they can make it through. Meanwhile, Falcons and TSM still squaring up. And Snakers did get a knock.
Petrichor Road also found a vehicle, and that is big after the emergency pickup.
I can't believe they found the space here. This is just great for the Freaks.
So they do manage to sneak right by this one, as it did get a bit hairy for a second. BB team also looks like they're collapsing on the tail end of Cerberus, which we can see in just one moment. We also have the Godok extradition that's going to have to happen in a second. So that's going to be a bit problematic, as Sonics do have containment over the north.
T1 is hyped up after that. I mean, it's very important, especially in
right now.
Exactly. I mean, not only do you have a decent day going for yourselves, but you're actually winning your hot drop on top of it. I mean, it is just what a different team we're seeing, and that's going to be Lou certainly done. I don't think Twisted Minds has any hope of rescuing him. And with the Sonics posted up on this hill, Twisted Minds maybe thought they could get away with a drive up, and this is all outside of the new circle. So Grenade is going to finish the job there. Twisted Minds down a player early again.
I mean, there's no clean pathing for them to navigate through right now, and with this Sonics split, they were hoping the fact that somebody was going to have to come out of Godok picks them up. Problem is, we do have T1 that's also approaching over into the east of this, actually to the northeast, so I think that Sonics might realize that this could be a bit of a problem, regroup with the other members as they're pretty close to the circle, and might allow Twisted to try to figure out some way to deal with T1 for them.
Yeah. Oh, I love that our observers are showing us what they loaded up into that porter. That's really, really cool that they've got just a lot of extra helmets. I mean, one of the things that you lose pretty easily in PUBG Esports is helmets. And so to have a bunch of extra of those, a little bit extra ammo as well. And I'm kind of with you. I'd like to see the Sonics eventually kind of pull off this gatekeep. Let T1, TSM fight it out. Kurt's going to find an AWM at the price of a little bit of damage to that level 3 vest, but other than that, maybe okay, but still trying to get back in towards the edge of the city to see if he can reinforce and help them against the Falcon.
I don't know how the Falcons or TSM even managed to make it in the circle at this stage, since they're so on top of each other at this point. There's not a lot of options. They're moving into an open field area where a lot of teams are going to be able to see them. It's going to be difficult. Twisted does a much further northern wrap, actually circumvents the entirety of T1. They're going to be navigating this one up. Looks like Raining could be able to spot them out, but I think he's just going to kind of let that one pass. 2 ships passing in the night and going, okay, nobody wants a blue zone fight. I might try to pick up your last member. Perfectix doesn't even look like he's going to take any damage out of it, just blue zone damage taking him down, so he should be able to continue on his merry way for now. New circle's about to pop, and where are we going? It's going to be to the south.
Yeah, we're ping-ponging around a bit on this one. Going to the southeast of Hamusa. A lot of flat space out here, some rolling hills. Definitely not as congested with trees and foliage as some of the other parts of Tago. This part of the map, to me, reminds me a little bit of like the area northwest of school on Erangel. And looking at this fight, 17 and everybody on this northeastern side, that's going to be a meat grinder.
TSM managed to get away, but they're going to have a big, well, I was going to say not, they're going to have a big problem is they're going to be entering in a very terrible situation. Falcon's going to be also caught up looking into 17 Gaming, forcing them to move into TE as well as Day Trade in that position we saw just a second ago. 17 Gaming, what are you going to do? You're being harassed from the backside, so you're going to have to make some type of move. It's going to be Xlift, just spins back around, drops Rello, but hey, a new challenger approaches. It's going to be TSM rolling right into the thick of both of these squads. 17 Gaming is eliminated, but it does come at a bit of a cost. Pretty Curdy is going to go down flush, but it's going to be Sparking as well as Luke 12, at least managing to make landfall. Let's not forget Petrichor Road is just to the north of this position, while we also have Eternal Fire, the Mad, moving in back behind Day Trade.
Still, though, making the best out of a bad situation, frankly, is TSM here. Getting some much-needed kills, finding a good timing to swoop in, knock out 17, who's currently in 12th place, hovering at that bubble, you know, towards that bottom of the leaderboard. You know, you want to be top 8 here, so you can guarantee yourself an exit out of the first day of the next circuit. Something to really keep in mind as the day rolls on.
What's really big right now is Sonic's making a rotation up to the north, so therefore Petrichor Road is caught trying to take shots at them. Falcons is still kind of gate camped out right now, so they can't move in. That's allowing this to kind of settle into its own independent firefight for the time being. I can't say that it's not a third party because we've got like 4 teams all up on top of each other, but Falcons, as they're trying to make their way in, is going to be the bad side of this one, as there's just no real easy way to make their way in. Sparking trying to hit a couple more shots, did manage to flush out at least Rello, but now he's got some problems in. Falcons still need to make it about another 100 meters, but there is no path. While this opportunity is going on, Petrichor Road was taking shots into the Falcons, but that's allowed Sonics to try to sneak in on a different angle. They're trying to backstab, while Twisted Minds is also coming in back behind Sonics. This is just a full, 8-team firefight?
Yeah, there is a lot going on over here. And TSM, though, has their backs at least clear enough momentarily that they're going to try to put some pressure down onto the Falcons. These grenades are being nicely dodged by Snakers and Roth, trying to keep themselves alive. You're going to use this blue zone, trying to clear this edge, but a good grenade from Sparking finally finds the mark for TSM. Now Snakers going to try to load up with one of his own.
Oh, here's the problem, though. Xlift has decided he's going to put some attention over there, so he's trying to get a sight line and can't spot it, so he steps away. Snakers gets an opportunity to move in. Nade's going to be landing right on top of him, but it is just fighting every single step that he has to take. No options to really work with. TSM retreats back away with the distraction of what's going on with Eternal Fire and a Day Trade. There's a new opportunity to work with. Luke Tool's got an angle to play from, but Snakers does at least get the knock onto Sparking, but that should be resible.
Yeah, this is a good move there by TSM, and I think this is Petrichor Road starting to light him up. Excuse me, it's TE. TE's grenades going to finish off TSM, but a good fight for them. Honestly, again, making the most out of a bad situation for TSM. Tip your cap a little bit as KDF trying to lock down that northern side. Did find Kraken. Twisted Minds lost a player to T1. Perfectix, though, going to find Tiggleton out in the open. The smokes trying to come in. Are they going to get there in time? No.
There's just no clean angle. I mean, Twisted doesn't even have an opportunity to make a way into the circle. Type, though, he's going to use the opportunity between the firefight between Twisted as well as Sonics to sneak his way into the circle. Says, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Let's not forget about the other gatekeeping squad in this position that's looking at Twisted as well as Sonics. And, of course, it's going to be the Freaks.
Yeah, the Freaks are expertly positioning themselves throughout this first stage. They've done such a good job preparing for this event. Petrichor Road stuck behind a rock, trying to gatekeep a couple different teams down to their south, trying to keep this road under their fire control. It is going to be a grenade there that is going to finish off Twisted Minds. So the Freaks job done so far in keeping that northern edge under their purview. TE now had to make a move, but they're losing players quickly, and they are done.
I mean, there's just been a firefight going on over here for almost 2.5 circles. There's just no options. Eternal Fire doing a great job of just keeping control, lockdown on position. It's what they've been known to do. Day Trade, they're having to deal with contenders on both sides. Petrichor Road trying to creep in, use the opportunity, but it is going to be Day Trade sneaking back in, looking at it, realizing that that is the closer range threat, but there's just too many people, too many different angles. They cannot keep it all under wraps, and instead getting slowly pinched, slowly picked apart. Flash now the last one up, having to deal with 2 members of Eternal Fire just to his south and all Petrichor Road. But Petrichor Road distracted as now they have to deal with Sonics yet again.
Oh, what a shot there from Akesleft to keep the Sonics off their backs. The Sonics were trying to find a timing when that fight was dusting up that they could have maybe swooped in and gained some points. Instead, Akesleft was very wise to it, shut it down quickly. Now Chewy gonna try to pressure them with a little bit of cover fire from the rest of his team. Kickstart trying to find an opportunity to maybe get a res or just try to drive on through them. This is dangerous.
Yeah, that is just not going to happen. There are too many people there, instantly shut down. So now the Freaks have vision on what's going on with Petrichor Road. While all of this is going to be going on, let's not forget about Eternal Fire regrouping down to the south. BB team also trying to maneuver into the area that Cerberus has under control. 8 teams up as pretty much everybody that was over into the east passes away. It's just going to be Eternal Fire and Petrichor Road, the only teams that managed to make it out.
Yeah, BB slow and steady. 2 really strong teams throughout the first couple of days, and you can see EF already aware that there's probably going to be somebody at their backs as they're trying to disengage from that fight from Petrichor Road. The angle Petrichor Road has down into them is very, very good, very favorable, and BB's is also going to be very strong. So going to try to continue to maneuver their way forward, using a lot of these smokes to block off potential counter angles from the top of the hill. Code Marco sees the one going out. Really dangerous maneuver here for a doozy.
That was bold, steps right into it, but oh, guess what? Here comes Petrichor Road coming in for the backstab yet again. Playing clean, but Akesleft is going to go down. Good spin back from Code Marco, making sure to try to control, but it is going to be BB team now making sure to pinch down on anything that's going to be happening with Eternal Fire. While this is happening, Cerberus looks like they're also trying to counter move into it, but Freaks are trying to find a path in the circle of their own. They might be collapsing in on any given moment. Petrichor Road realizes this, now has to send Chewy back to make sure to defend their backside so that way nobody can come after him, and maybe they can finish out the fight with Eternal Fire and deal with BB team.
Yeah, you are going to lose Akesleft. He did find 3 kills in this, and the Freaks certainly know that they are going to be in a very favorable situation. However, Chewy has hidden himself behind this rock, waiting for the players, waiting for a few extras, and he's going to find at least one. Can he get the transfer? He does! Beautiful from Chewy.
Petrichor Road is playing beautifully right now. They're pretty damaged and just trying to limp their way into the circle, but this is going to open up an opportunity. BB team hears it. They're trying to exploit. They want to continue their pathing in back behind. Cerberus, they have Duckmai that looks like he's trying to sneak in back behind, forcing this pathing in and of itself. So Petrichor Road realize the fact that they have to deal with the threats have now circumvented and now kind of contained in what's going on with Freaks. Freaks overstepped and then now moved into a firing line that Petrichor Road absolutely loves because BB team can see him as well.
Yeah, probably the biggest misstep of the tournament that we've seen from the Freaks. Not expecting a player to be hiding behind that rock. Thought they could just get on top of the hill and barrel down in the fight. Petrichor Road, great awareness being shown in a couple different situations where they were being attempted to be backstabbed. Himas going to step up, take down Bestalock, and here comes Cerberus. They're springing into action.
Oh, but let's not forget about Chewy, man. He's sneaking up back behind this as well. Himas takes some damage. Phil first is going to be the one that gets the knock onto him, so damage Cerberus has to realize the fact that there could be some problems. Petrichor Road, though, do not count them out. They want every single point that they can find, and they are continuing to hunt after them. Chewy will not relent. 9 kills for Petrichor Road, 5 on Chewy.
He is just doing a great job out there, finding those moments when BB players were completely exposed. Good 3x sprays with that AUG, and here comes Haven. Here comes Luna Galaxy. This has been their bread and butter so far this event, finding these great third parties, and now they've got Cerberus in their sights.
They're going to step into a thick of a firefight. A weakened Cerberus tries to get the shots in, but Duckmai is going to shut that down pretty quick. Haven does get the knock on Himas yet again. Haisaki looks like he's going to counter move around that rock, could make a big play of his own. Soulzy going to spot out a good shift out. Posa's going to go down. Meanwhile, while all this is going on, Navi's just taking complete control over the circle. Chewy's trying to make sure that he sneaks in, maybe can backstab this. So Luna Galaxy now has to shift their attention into yet another backstab on this position coming out from Navi.
Dude, Chewy might just be picking up a couple more kills here. Cerberus is fully tunneled on this fight with Luna, trying to end it. They do. Salalzi gets it and immediately gets shot in the back, but doesn't get knocked. That's crucial there. That might just be enough time. However, Navi's on the scene. Hakatori's got duck my down.
Just rolling in. Navi wants to be a part of this party as well. Not picking up as many kills as all of the firefighting was happening on the opposing side of this hill. They did not have clean sight lines to play from. Let's not forget Chewy's down here. Soulzy's down here, as well as Human. So it is a 3v1v1v1, but all the angles pretty much lined up except for Chewy and Soulzy, who are pretty much stacked up right up against this other two Navi. They're trying to, they're caught up. They're like, no, we're going to finish this, Navi. We'll deal with you in just 1 second.
Oh, yeah, man, Chewy. Just what a game he's having here. This has been brilliant from him. I mean, the timings that he's finding are absolutely immaculate. Like, and the way that he's hiding himself and then he's crouching and keeping his kind of sounds obscured, showing up to these fights at the perfect moments. Gumin is still alive, has a role to play with it. I mean, we've already seen a big clutch out of him this event. Maybe he's got another one in store. Diffix looking for that extra player. Gumin with a vehicle. He's going to be heard. He's going to be spotted. Diffix instead trying to make sure that Chewy isn't going to be able to be kind of a thorn in his side. Instead, Gumin going to try to wrap all the way around. Gumin playing for second place, playing for some kind of clutch. Is able to get to the other side of the road. What is Navi's response going to be? Because you can't let this guy run around right now. He's tearing everybody apart.
I know. Chewy appreciates this. We're seeing Petrichor Road use every single distraction that's being presented to try to find something to happen. Diffx is going to shut it down, though, as it does feel like this is pretty much done for Navi. They've got it completely on lock. Human, though, the last remaining hurdle to secure their victory. Still wanting some more in and of himself. Already going to take a ton of damage. Hakatori playing from a rock. Ton of position they can play from. Easily going to pick that one up. So there you go. Navi making it look simple. Coming in, swooping in after the bloodbath in the south.
That was just absolute madness. I mean, non-stop action there for quite a few circles on that eastern edge. Just everybody third-partying, everybody looking for their opportunities. And, you know, the Freaks made a go of it. Even though they get second in that game, they really weren't probably able to complete that fight the way they wanted. And because the real story of that game, that guy right there on your screen, absolutely ridiculously good stuff from Chewy.
I know. Petrichor Road, way to bring it today. I mean,
yeah,
you can't say that they've been given anything inside of these that they found today. They are fighting for everything that they've managed to pick up. Phenomenal play coming out from them as we're going to go ahead and get everything ready for game number 4.
Navi rules take out for our game number 3, and they get themselves plenty of points on the board. Being able to figure out exactly which compound was free as it was shifted onto, was able to afford them plenty. So a good win here by Navi, Martin.
Yeah, that Panzer to end things for FaZe, that is, yeah, that's rough things. But yeah, I really like what I'm seeing here. It's obviously, it's a hard circle when you start with that northern island on Takeo, and then you have a western shift. It actually makes it extremely difficult for the teams to come in from that eastern side, and how everything kind of worked out. There are so many teams fighting for that same kind of spot on that side of the road. And yeah, it really talks to how early the game kind of started kind of falling apart for a lot of the teams, because teams are fighting in the blue, teams are fighting kind of on that edge here, exactly what I'm talking about. So many teams, TSM, the Expendables, Falcons, Pero, they were all kind of introducing some of the fights early on, and you just lose so many teams in that mid game that it makes late game so open for so many teams, and they have so much space to work with.
Yeah, it's one of the areas that more so than a lot of other places lacks things like tree cover. Yeah. So you've got to be very, very careful about how you approach some of these later game circles in that spot. As Badulans shows some frustration here in this game. So something went wrong.
Fourth game is going to be better.
Yeah, we can actually talk about a larger overarching idea in a little bit's time as we take a look at these highlights still, though. And once again, big props to Petrichor Road, Chewy especially. In the previous game, obviously, he died early and really wasn't able to have any impact. But this game, Oh my days, alongside Summer and Ming in the previous game, just really putting up the numbers.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing from them. And yeah, and honestly, I think at this point here, 2 times 5 kills for Summer and Ming last game. Now 5 for Chewy. What was it, 6?
6, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's just insane for Pair. They're able to step it up. And as we talked about a little bit off screen, if you have a huge day here in the first final, you could potentially secure yourself for the grand finals.
Yes. Yes.
That's actually pretty potential, like a huge potential for that. If you have 65 or so points, I would say probably could be that you could be secure.
Well, it's not too far. Well, I was about to say it's not too far off the idea of what a 3-day group stage would be, but that's not exactly true because you're playing eventually 3 days, unless you end up not qualifying for one, and then in which case you'd be playing 2 days. But yeah, the cutoff could be something to that effect. And already, Petrichor Road is solidifying themselves slowly here, considering the pop-off performances they've had, and it's only 3 games in. So there is a lot of wiggle room already here for Petrichor Road.
Yeah, one more wildcard map, and then we're going on to more stable situation. That's where they can also go out and do some scary stuff, right? Say, you know what, we see this team. Potentially we want to take their spot away from them. Potentially we want to kind of deny them a little bit so they don't get too many points, because we're almost seeing them in the grand final. So some of these things can also come in and be a factor once we get later stages, maybe after round.
Now I suppose addressing this is interesting. How early do we start talking about the teams that have come in from 1 through 4 from PGS and not had the easiest of times to start things off? You're giving me the eyebrows. I know it's an interesting topic.
It is.
Because they've not come in warm relative to some of the teams that have gone through 2 days of grueling matches, and some of them down to the bottom. I think it's Sonics and Cerberus that are currently down there in single digits.
Right.
It's not the best of starts. Of course, they've got 3 games left today. They've still got 3 games.
Or
they need more. They definitely need more.
Or let's open the other situation here that we talked about before the game started. You're trying to guarantee yourself as many games as possible.
Okay, well, you were theorizing a 9th place finish.
Yeah, this is not exactly...
Which is an interesting thought.
Yeah.
However, I don't know if it's easy to guarantee yourself a 9th place finish. Anyway, the numbers coming in, of course, is Petrichor Road get themselves 10 up towards the top. Na'Vi, it's kind of a quiet game for them. They identified which compound they wanted to go to, and from there, there's so much open area around them. Nobody wants to go into it, so they didn't really have much to shoot at until the very last moment.
Yeah, and as we talked about, like the mid-game, there's so many teams just fighting, dying on that eastern side of the circle. There's so many teams that are kind of impacted by that, and that it's like you know, the last scrim game of the day where there's 20 teams left with circle 5, and it just leaves not that many kills available for anyone else. Not that that's the case here for our circuit, but still it opens so much space on that mid and western side, and even north and south, because there are so many teams fighting on this side. Also because we're on the northern side of the map, the shift went west, so there has to be logically just way more teams on that eastern side, which then of course they are going to be ending up fighting.
And it's another top finish for Kwangdong Freaks, as is tradition now here at PGC 2024. Let's take a look at the numbers from Na'Vi. And again, not too many numbers coming in from here, but Akatori did have 400 damage or so, so not too bad. But the thing is about Kwangdong Freaks is this kind of almost was, in inverted commas, a home circle, right? They had the pick of the litter by which they could reinforce a position if they needed, and it will be Hakatori taking man of the match. So for Kwangdong Freaks, what I'm trying to mention here is that, again, very consistent in it, but it should have been on a circle like this, right?
I would argue with this kind of western shift, it eliminates all that priority. And also, this circuit is actually pretty hard. It's not as home turfy as some of the other places where you have, you know, okay, these 3 compounds. If we just 2-2 split that, that's a pretty high chance of us getting into top 4. But still, they had a greedy 2-2 split and actually went on, I would say, the wrong side, or ended up choosing for the wrong side for that. Pero they'll get 15 total points here. Na'Vi get 14 due to the low amount of kills, but still, secure points in circuit finals is important here. Petrichor Road is going to end up having 45 halfway through the day. That could end up being huge amount of points, and also the confidence from that will be crazy here. And because we have our top 4 teams kind of sweeping in so many points and kind of sponging up so much, there's just not that many available. Still, your Sonics right now, you have 2 points. You're only 20 points behind 5th place. That's one good game. Double digits and a win, boom, you're into the top 8 quite easily. But yeah. the notion about guaranteeing ourselves as many games as possible. Let's make sure we're not at the top. So 9th place would be the perfect opportunity because.
So what you're saying is this is Cerberus's game plan all along.
Yeah, they're gonna look at the last game and say, okay, how do we ensure we get as many games as possible? We want to play a circuit day 1, 2, and the finals to get as many reps in.
Maybe. I mean, they did jump up, of course. They got themselves 10 points here. As I was mentioning before, they were kind of languishing down towards the bottom a little bit alongside Sonics, but the little jump up.
The bigger thought here to you, or question to you, is Twisted Minds 13 points. Is that intentional? When you looked at Patulins, he looked disappointed.
No, yeah, we're looking at his reaction there. Not intentional, I think, is fair to say.
No, I don't think so either. I think they have huge thoughts of how they want to approach it. But still, again, it's their first day. And as we're talking about, and as I was saying, they are a team that vastly improves from day to day, from game to game.
Sure.
So I'm not too worried about it. But still, they would also be a team that would hugely benefit from getting more reps in and potentially playing day 1 or day 2 of the circuit.
Yeah, and a big threat to like shake up the lobbies in those day 1s or day 2s, right? I mean, overall though, we are only 3 games into what are technically qualifying games across 18. So very important to know. But now we're moving on to Rondo. It gets a little bit wild. My eyes are going to be fixated on Test Track and Neox Factory because it has been the absolute focal point of so many of our Rondos. But let's get to it, Martin.
It's party time.
It's party time. Wait, I thought you were going to do a combo thing. Never mind. All right, well, let's get to it then as we have a game at number 4 on the way. Let's head over to the commentators for all the action.
Time for the Rondo Rumble as we've got everything situated. We have had an absolute phenomenal set of games as far as if you're looking for cool rotations, if you're looking for just absolute dominance and performances, fighting in from some desperate situations. That has been the theme of the day is squads that are at the top have scrapped for every single point that they picked up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is something, talking to the players real quick here in between these last 2 games is that's the theme right now, is that these circles are brutal and having to deal with them has required some extra sort of kind of reactions and some ideas that maybe you're not used to trying to pull off and things like that. So this has been a rough day for the players, but some of these teams have really thrived in the chaos, and that's what it's all about in PUBG Esports. A little bit of a Western shifted plane path here for Rondo, but yeah, absolutely was curious about Test Track. But look at this, Na'Vi and 17 have both pulled off. I don't know what Luna's doing. Usually their drop spot's a little bit further north, but they're like in the midst of 17, so I think a few teams thinking they could maybe get away with some stuff, and they're being chased down.
Yeah, they've already got a gun. Are they going to be able to spot out? You can see, I think it is going to be Haven that's already pretty low. Circle does pop over in this direction, but this is 17 Gaming just trying to make sure they're saying, no, this is our territory. Haven't spotted him out. Oh, sneaky little play.
Oh, that's so smart.
Luna Galaxy. Uh-oh, no! He got spotted. He's done. Almost managed to get away with it, but a couple of cheers. I think that's going to be coming out from the 17 guys as they feel pretty good. Yeah.
I'm left scratching my head a little bit here. I thought Ryan would be where Luna would drop, and of course we saw
Luna could just be feeling themselves today. I mean, they've been making some pretty aggressive plays.
No, it could be that they thought they could get away with a drop that was closer to Test Track because the expected result was that there were going to be 3 teams in Test Track. Instead, there's 1. It's just Twisted Minds. Na'Vi backed out. 17 backed out. So it just seems like it's kind of this cascading effect of everybody making last-second decisions that sort of fell apart here for Luna. They have so far had the worst end of all of this, but Na'Vi, we saw them, doing a lot of hot drops in PGS 6. It didn't go super great for them in a lot of ways, to be frank. So this time around, discretion, the better part of valor. Absolutely, I agree with this decision. I am totally fine with this for Na'Vi, especially coming off of a win there. They're having a really good day. No reason to kind of throw off that momentum.
Hey, I'll admit it. Whenever Martin was talking about, Avenger earlier was talking about the fact that, oh yeah, Na'Vi can be competing up in like first, second place position. My eyebrow raised a bit because of the performance at the last PCS, but he's right. They've just been they've been managing to handle these very awkward circles very efficiently, And I think that's one of the things in these situations that you really have to keep an eye on is we've got Luna Galaxy, I believe, that we've got an interview with.
Sim, com certeza. Ainda mais pelo fato da gente estar jogando mais agressivo e tá fluindo o game e a gente está muito confiante para essa final. A gente está focando muito em kill, porque a gente sabe que a maior pontuação que tem disponível é as kills, então a gente foca em pontuar todos os jogos e não ficar vivo. Consequentemente, a gente consegue ter uma média boa de pontos, fazendo 4, 5 pontos, e a gente não fica nesse top 13, 16º abaixo.
Bean picking up some 17 members there as he's going to feel pretty good. He's been having kind of a glow up in and of himself.
No kidding. I mean, Bean he's been around for a few years, and now that he's with the Freaks, he has really had this opportunity to shine. Always been a pretty solid player, but you know, this Freak squad in general, when you've got the firepower of Heaven and Salute to back you up, you know, Heather is going to be the one stepping out from this squad to bring Bean in, and he has been thriving. The whole team has been feasting. There's going to be a little bit of a zip line action here from Zakraken. Yumin as well, up in this bowl, up on top of the stadium. This is KDF's territory. See what happens here. I mean, you got to be happy. They love to do these early 2-2 splits, and Luna Galaxy feeling like maybe they can backfill on the southern side of stadium, but Yumin is so darn close. I don't think he has any idea. I think Yumin's just dead here.
Well, I mean, there's the wall in between them. We're going to see, yeah, there's a bit of a peak battle going between them. Just jump shots. Zakraken, these guys are just stealing kills around and just bullying a situation that really nobody expected them to be a part of.
Absolutely. It's just really nice timing there. Got up on the zip line unheard. Was able to hide as Yumin kind of suspected that something was going on. That's going to send Salute away from the stadium area. They're going to try to take a 2-1 split, seemingly. Just try to figure out things from here, maybe set up a player on the other side. This is on, I wouldn't say a 50-50 along the river, but maybe a 70-30 that it could go north. Not super likely. Crate being delivered to, I'm assuming, Aches left. It was a Lynx, though. Is he actually going to hang on to that is my big question. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
I like it.
Okay. Well, I mean, hey, do whatever you want to do right now. Oh, yeah, he's even smiling.
He's laughing, yeah.
He's like, okay, yeah. We're going to let me have this one.
Yeah.
Oh,
I wasn't sure if he liked this gun. I don't know if I've ever seen him use it. I wasn't sure if it's like the Aches left kind of MO, you know what I mean?
Oh, Lynx left? Is that what we're going to
Lynx left? Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Oh, the days that I don't put Aches left on my fantasy team. I swear.
And you know who did today?
I swear.
You know who did today? That might be me.
Oh. Yeah. You guys didn't see it. He turned in his chair to lean back and cross his arms to look at me with disdain. Down his nose. Such arrogance. Okay. Enjoy your life there.
I'm having a good day today.
I know. I'm just going to continue to look inside.
Yep. That's okay, though. You know, there's still 3 games left, Matt. There's still, there's still room to bounce back.
Hey, one day example will pop off for me on the
one day.
One
yeah,
day.
The best player of 2024.
On the first day, though. That's always what catches me. Always on the first day. Okay, so let's see how this is going to line in. We do have a BB team making their approach. Nobody's going to be around them for the time being. I mean, it's pretty settled. We have Falcons also making an approach into the circle. They've got Day Trade back behind them. Day Trade doing some glider scouting. Should be aware of that. Jiao Tin's pretty much in between them, so not too much to worry about. Expendables, though, having to contend in with FaZe in a dust-up in the north.
Yeah, the Expendables just can't seem to not find trouble. You know, they're just always kind of pushing the envelope a little bit. Yeah. And this time they're going to pay the price again. This is kind of the Expendables in a nutshell, though. Sometimes they look like just absolute geniuses, and other times you're kind of left scratching your head as they're just trying to do a little bit of scouting. I mean, to be fair, FaZe is another team that in the early part of the game is really trying to fan out along edges and figure out what's going on. And then we had a lot of weird stuff going on. The 17 there tried to come into Bean, and they're pretty frustrated with that situation. Bean with that barrel doing some damage. Another barrel in hand. It's Kraken, and Yumin left scratching his head a little bit.
It's like a paper, rock, scissors style situation. 17 manages to take down one of the members of Luna. Luna manages to take down one of the members of Freaks, and the Freaks manage to take down 2 of the members for 17. I
It's like
guess
tipping dominoes.
Yeah, no. And it's all just off of this really weird drop where we saw Luna Galaxy, I guess, technically having Stadium at the end.
I mean, technically, Type continues to just be so good. The confidence that this player has been showing us. This is what I wanted to see from T1, and this is the player I wanted to see stepping up for them.
I mean, we saw him have some pretty cool moments in the past, but he's just feeling a lot more comfortable in position. And God, Cerberus, dude, they just can't catch a break.
No, you know, the desk was talking about them, maybe that this is all according to plan, but this one certainly not, as T1 has found 2 of their players. And, you know, EN, another longtime veteran of Korean PUBG, at times arguably the best player in Korea for a year or 2 there. But he has now kind of found a new role with T1, being more of that leader type, the older brother type, to kind of get them under control. And they have a nice position to the northwest of the stadium. Sonics are trying to figure out what's going on around the stadium itself. Maybe looking to just roll into a few compounds. We can see that this is completely free, and everybody just trying to get as close to the stadium as possible. You know, really reading that that is the most likely area that the circle will probably want to go. A few other teams caught up on the southeastern edge. I could see BB and Twisted Minds kind of in spitting distance of each other. Day Trade coming in from the west, south of T1. But everybody trying to get as center as possible, except for TSM, who's coming in mega late.
I was sitting there spending the last 10 seconds trying to figure out where TSM, because we keep seeing TSM and Sonics kind of bump into each other and make each other's life absolutely hellacious. But it looks like TSM is going to approach much later and probably going to be bumping into that test track line instead of the stadium line. Sonics still trying to navigate and figure out exactly where they want to go. But while they did manage to get a bit away from TSM, guess who else they're going to bump into? It's going to be Falcons. Trade one North American firefight for another.
It's just so funny how sometimes regions just think so alike. And this could be a good grenade here from Roth, and it is!
Puts him down right in position. New Circle's going to pop, moves over to the east, so this firefight needs to end pretty quickly. Falcons do have most of the control inside of the firefight in and of itself. Nobody else looks like they're going to third party just quite yet. Another interesting situation while this is going to be brewing is looks like we do have Petrichor Road and Luna Galaxy maybe bumping into each other in just one moment, but we'll have to see. Instead, it's going to be Roth navigating this slow and steady. Rello going to be playing low. Looks like they just want to make sure that they secure whatever points they can find. Tickleton trying to see if he can find any counter knocks into it. Not going to find them just quite yet, as it feels like this is everything coming up for Falcons. They've got numbers stacked up. Shrimsy, Hwin waiting to go. Tickleton's got it their back, though. He's got some good vision in. So the moment they go for the peaks, they're going to take some damage.
Yeah, and that's really where you need Tickleton to shine, but still Flood was able to find an angle, find the knock onto Hwin. Shrimsy underneath the rock. The repeak is so good. Yes, Tickleton found one knock. Not sure that he can really do much off the back of that. It's actually going to be Belmoth stealing that kill. Flood is going to find Hwin. So for all that fighting there for the Sonics, it is just going to be Tickleton coming away with his life, and that's it.
Day Trade saw that. They've turned back around. It looks like they're trying to maneuver in to see if they can take on the Falcons that are weakened. I don't think that they're going to make it in time, but they entirely stopped their approach into the circle to see if maybe they could pick up something. Actually, yeah, they're at least going to find Rello, get the flush onto him, so at least the stop off picking up a couple of points. The Expendables making their rotation right next to FaZe. They're still going to be up. The only teams that are kind of in the north, well, I mean, I guess the Freaks and Navi are kind of up there, but they're still just south of the river.
They're just mirroring each other up here. You know, every move that TE tries to make, the FaZe Clan boys are right there. Hello, Tanadol.
Oh, well, here comes the rest of Day Trade. All of them inside of vehicles. Falcons need to read this, either counterattack, fight back, or just get out. And there you go. It is going to be Snakers. Gets it down in the flush pretty quick. Day Trade maneuvered into this after picking up the kill onto Rello, but looks like they are going to try to commit in. They're not going to back off just quite yet, but it doesn't look like they're wanting this as bad as they wanted about 10 seconds ago.
I think Day Trade felt like they had the info so they could make this move and try to get something out of it. The good news is they're getting help. Posa from long range going to take down Flood, and Tanadol still floating around and seeing if he can maybe get a little bit more info, but I think Day Trade now has decided that, you know, this was kind of a, if we can find those grenades early, if we can get those knocks and just kind of swoop in and take the Falcons out, could be a good momentum builder for them. Instead, seemingly going to have to peel back.
Yeah, nobody really coming away from that one feeling good. Day Trade losing a bit, and now it's going to also be Falcons not being able to right the ship after the Sonics fight. Luna Galaxy, while they did, I guess, kind of benefit from that as they managed to pick up a kill and they sneaked back away, moving in the edge of stadium. It's been pretty good for them. As here we go, we got some more glider scouting going on. It's going to be Sparking, kind of roaming around over here into the east as pretty much nobody else is over here. It's just going to be Navi lined up against them in a 2-2 split.
That's pretty tremendous info there for TSM. kind of understanding that a lot of their space to the north is clear, so they can focus their attention a little bit more to the west and the south, at least momentarily, and kind of see what kind of space is available for them to try to find. TE finally gets away from that barricade that FaZe attempted to set up. Cerberus is still to the north, though. They've made quite the adjustment in their position to get up into that spot. So there is actually a team that FaZe may still have to contend with on the northern side of the map as Phase 2 about to end its time here on Rondo. And wow, we're going back towards the river. So this is pretty spicy. There's kind of a lot of different terrain you have to contend with in this part of the map.
Yeah, we got Bamboo in play. I'm pretty excited about that one. We'll have to see how it goes. A lot of weakened squads as well. As you can see that there's going to be 17 pretty close to center. Twisted's going to go ahead and go for a regroup. BB's just going to go ahead and creep in right back behind that, take that away. Diggleton's going to have to find a path of his own. Daytrade's going to take an emergency pickup, given the fact that they're a bit late to the circle, given the firefight that they just had with Falcons. Luna Galaxy has a pretty decent path, but that could put them on line with, it's going to be the Freaks that are running a 2-1 split. And yes, actually, FaZe are going for a northern wrap and could bump into Cerberus any given second.
Salalzi's behind that rock. I don't think they have any expectation that there's going to be players or teams. In fact, they're trying to change vehicles. That could be a dangerous timing. We'll have to wait and see. Tiggleton just tried to drive it right up the gut. Just spotted out pretty quickly. FaZe took a lot of damage here from Salalzi, but seemingly going to get away. Those are pretty difficult Dragunov shots to hit.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it just gives them the gate kept position onto what's going to be going on back behind them. Sonic's going to go down. It's been a very rough day for them, only sitting at 2 points right now.
Yeah, it definitely has been a little rough for some of our big name teams coming into this, right? You know, the top 4 teams not really having the starts that they wanted. You know, it's Petrichor Road, it's EF, it's KDF, it's Na'Vi. Teams that have at least had a 1 day minimum come in and play, have been our top performers.
And there's some mindset on that. We'll have to see how they continue brews throughout the day, though, if we manage to see some righting of some of these ships, as it is going to be a Moss. Going to be following and back in, maybe along a path that could be a problem, but Falcons, no options to work with, and Luna Galaxy continuing to find these really sneaky plays to pick up a kill here or there in the early to mid game.
I know they're not like blowing the doors off of this thing so far here. Oh, wait, that's a big fight coming through. EN and Type going to combine onto Sauceted, take him down.
Got to be careful, though. TE looks like they might want a piece of this as well. Keep in mind, the Na'Vi is split into a 2-2, so that means that there's not a lot of support until we see anybody from T1 crest the top of that hill.
I feel like TE's always just licking their chops to fight. Like
I want it.
Yeah.
They have a very simple strategy. They hear gunfire, they go to it.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. You hear loud noises, go towards the loud noises. Go towards that danger.
Look, Caloris is a simple man. He knows exactly what he wants, and he wants kill points.
Yeah, Caloris, yeah, for sure. I do appreciate that sometimes. But you know what? Actually, they're kind of holding pat. That fight didn't really kick off probably as heavily as they would have liked. So, you know, there is one player from Na'Vi taken away by T1. But that's really just about it. So the Expendables realizing that they don't really have that opportunity they wanted. I think somebody heard a vehicle down here. Delwyn can, in fact, drive through this sometimes. But
stealthy approach.
It's a little bit tricky. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, they're getting help from EN. Oh, they're getting help from T1.
FaZe was in so much trouble there, and they luckily have shots coming out from T1 onto TE. Duckjuice looks like he's trying to maneuver into a point where he can get some vision onto it, but not going to have a lot that he can really work with. The trees are going to deny out a lot of vision. This is going to be his only open angle to work with right now. FaZe just sitting it down the hillside. I think that there's a dip that they can stop off here in just 1 second. You can see the fact that we're getting a bit of a firefight that's going to have to happen between Na'Vi as well as TE, but also Luna Galaxy, Daytrade, Cerberus all have problems that they're going to be looking at in one moment. TSM going to have to make a rotation either into Twisted Minds as well as BB. We also have the remnants inside of Bamboo or BB as well as EF are going to be at Petrichor Road, and Freaks also having to find a path in the circle as well.
Cerberus would love for this to be a scrappy fight here between Luna and Daytrade. Love to see knocks both ways, and they could potentially get involved from across the river. So Kraken very much keeping himself obscured and no audio cues being given over. Tanadol looking, hasn't found anything just yet. This is really good stuff here from Tanadol so far. Not overextending over this hill line to give anybody that could be on the other side of it a chance.
But also, Cerberus, I believe, sees this, and they're not taking shots. They're not third-partying just yet.
They're waiting.
I love the fact that they were trying to wait for the timing on seeing if this would pop off. And now that a couple of shots are coming out, they're going to use the opportunity to sneak back in right behind Luna. Using Luna as a human shield, not giving away positions, not going for kill points, but they're going to get spotted out by Poza. gets a knock on Soulsy as he's got nowhere to go.
Yeah, that's death no matter what there. And look who it is. By himself again. Takes a little bit of damage. Has to back off. Has to rethink it. Himas trying to play some Mountain Goat. He's able to find a little bit of a path. Nope.
Oh, we ain't done yet because apparently the Freaks also hear this. Looks like they're creeping over here. They've got all of their members trying to regroup, and that's going to put them in line with maybe Himas. And then his approach is, it is going to be Posa still just trying to see if maybe somebody will be a distraction, and it could be the Freaks that provide it.
Absolutely. The Freaks are very happy to third-party stuff, especially with only 3 players, but Na'Vi trying to dust up with T1, and they're going to lose another player in the mix. Heaven is going to be the one to claim Himas there as he tried to escape from the edge of the rocks. Posa letting loose with some desperation grenades. He has a lot to... Oh, no. Okay. I can't believe he didn't take fall damage there.
I mean, he kind of slid down the hillside, but if anything, it does mean it's going to be more meds that are burned. He might be able to find a new sneaky path to come in, but it's going to be the Freaks finding out Flash, and now Day Trade and the trap that they were trying to set on gets pounced by an unexpected third-party member, and it's going to be the Freaks finding more and more, Bean leading the way on this approach.
Look what they did there. They used those smokes to make sure they can potentially guarantee that point. That's super, super smart. Out in the open, a big battle here between Twisted Minds and TSM. This is a really favorable angle for Twisted Minds. That's good opportunity to get some grenades down the hill. Sparking going to be the first one to fall. Things not looking so good for TSM.
Luke just trying to chase after it. 2 members already down. There were no easy options on this approach. TSM in some trouble right now, but getting some assistance. It's going to be BB taking shots into Twisted so that way they can't step out for the time being. Na'Vi also trying to make a move into T1. They're going to go down. Firefight between the Freaks as well as Day Trade. Looks like it's going to come to close in just one moment. Petrichor Road also making the approach into the circle. BB, though, has to be careful. They've got Eternal Fire that's going to be sneaking up back behind him, while it's going to be Twisted Minds just keeping control over this area. It feels like maybe Twisted get their circle, get control, and now are in a position for late game.
Twisted Minds definitely maybe should be thanking EF that they're keeping BB at bay. I don't know if BB necessarily would have wanted to get involved in this fight, but there's no real opportunity for them to do anything about this. This is all Twisted Minds versus TSM. And again, the positioning so good here for Twisted Minds. They understand maps and angles so darn well. And Type is just going absolutely ham in the background. T1 is just completely clearing out the northeast side of this map, and they've taken out Day Trade too.
Okay, here we go. Alo creeping forward. I know that there's the memes about TSM and throwables, but are getting the damage out and at least forcing Twisted Minds away for enough time to maybe try to circumvent, get into a position over in the north. Here comes EF making the push in. Multiple members go down. A doozy with a great defense. Absolutely shuts down any approach onto this one. So now creeping out, seeing if he can pick up a couple more. Matt's pretty far away. I don't think that he's going to be able to intersect inside of this firefight unless he absolutely wants to. But I don't know why you'd want to run into the thick of this. Crap, we're trying to make some type of, but a doozy going to do it again.
Dude, a doozy. Just having a whale of a time here, keeping EF from encroaching on his team's territory. Best of luck. Not taken out of the match just yet. The Mad trying to drive out of this situation, but it's just a buggy. If somebody had gotten a tire there, he might have spun out and he might have just been dead to rights. Just barely able to get over that hill.
The Mad, I don't think that you want to get involved in the Twisted TSM firefight, but I mean, it's the best option you've got. Twisted did step out, move down the hillside, so that was vulnerable for approach. The Mad did manage to sneak in on that. I wouldn't be surprised if the other members from Twisted did hear it, though. Alo, rest of the guys for TSM still trying to right themselves as Sparking, I believe, has now gone down twice, and it looks like they're trying to get him back into a position. Twisted realizing, hey, we heard a vehicle a second ago. They don't know exactly how many people arrived inside of that car, so it looks like they might be trying to regroup, make sure everything's fine. BB seeing if they can get any shots in, but not really getting too much more other than a bit of damage on vehicles.
This might be just enough to keep TSM alive for a bit longer. I'm a bit curious about T1, though, what kind of angles they're going to be able to find from that hillside in the north onto TSM, onto Twisted Minds. And you can hear
Petrichor Road is really happy about killing Salute.
They are vocal today. They are absolutely yelping anytime they find a kill.
I mean, they're feeling pretty good about the grand finals at this point. Grex is going to go ahead and find the other side of what was going on with the Freaks. Pushes us down to 8 teams alive as this has got cover in it. But, I mean, there's a couple of pieces, and then it's pretty open.
Absolutely. 17, by the way, after losing those 2 players early, has just been able to plop down in their real estate, not really move too much. Yeah, they're going to have to change buildings, but this is an opportunity for them to do some damage, to get some desperately needed points as they're in 13th place. Want to get in that top 8 so you don't have to go and play right away tomorrow.
Petrichor Road just comes up and steals that building real fast.
Yep.
17 trying to maneuver. They heard the vehicle, but Petrichor Road just made the full committal in. 17 just can't get the angle in for the time being. Meanwhile, we still have that compound firefight. BB needs to find some type of pathing, and they're actually got their eyes set on Twisted Minds. That's going to be one member cost. TSM managing to survive long enough that maybe they might be able to hold on here.
And this is a little bit tougher, obviously, for 17. And I mean, this is just kind of because Petrichor Road is playing so. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Suju? That is ridiculously good bolting. At least we got the replay.
Yeah,
at least we got the replay.
That makes me happy because I know you're a sucker for a good bolty.
Yep.
BB, I don't know what you can do here right now. Twisted is pretty much just beat it in on you. You've got tons of smokes. See how close that you can get, but Twisted really can't step out. They're worried about what's going on with the Mad and TSM back behind them, so that could provide a swooping angle to work from. Blue and Batulins, though, don't have a whole bunch of different ways that they can navigate around. Blue Zone nades to really cut off those angles, and BB, man, they are making a smooth, clean approach to what I thought was just going to be an absolute catastrophe.
It's a brilliant push with those smokes. The way that they navigated that was so good. Aduzi been really strong in this match. 3 kills already. Going to throw in a stun towards his counterpart, IGL. There could be another player coming. Oh, but Batulins reacts so nicely. Just gets taken down. Aduzi, man. What a game he's having.
Dude, he is just racking them up. 5 kills right now. The Mad still pretty close, but BB, man, they are just fighting tooth and nail to get their way through. TSM still just trying to clean the life of Sparking Luke just on the other side of this one. T1 in control of some high ground positioning, doing harassment on pretty much everybody inside the circle.
This has been a great game. I mean, the only team that's 4 up is BB, and they've got a pretty decent position to at least harass some of these teams, but coming off of this compound could be pretty tricky. If you look out there, there's not a ton of cover. A lot of the cover has been generated by the emergency cover flares. So this could be pretty interesting. Not sure if there's any more vehicles on the other side of this that Twisted Minds was still able to keep in decent condition, but everybody just kind of fighting for any kind of little bit of territory in the middle of the circle. Like you can see, this dip that FaZe has is one of the better spots that isn't the compound that Petrichor Road and 17 are in.
Well, T1 just sees so much right now. Oh, BB with the sneak down. I think that Sparking's managed to read it. Luke looks like he's got an angle in as well. Steps in, Sparking goes for a bit of a spray. Does get the knock onto 1, but there's an exchange between the 2. Luke now the last one alive, looking back over in Spyro's direction. He's going to go down. BB continues their push and finally finding more and more success over here. These guys are just racking up kills.
Yeah, look at this play from Aduzi. They had that angle so well set up, and Batu's angry, man. He is frustrated today. You don't see that too much this year from the IGL of Twisted Minds. It's been a rough go of it for sure, and I think they feel like they might have been able to clean out TSM a little bit better. Couldn't really get that going, and that opened up the door for BB.
Got to remember, the grand finals and qualifying for it are based off of the last day of every part of the circuit series. So that's what we're looking at right now. The points right now are going to be what qualifies you to the grand finals, and Twisted is not going to be content. 10th place right now, moving into their 4th game. No way, and Ming spins it back around, hits the headshot. Little Ghost is trying to find something. He's going to go down, but Petrichor Road will not relent.
Left is letting him know it, too. I mean, he is just fired up today. You could see it at the end of yesterday with Left, that he was starting to hit that I am the best player in the world level. And the way that Petrichor Road's team has been playing, oh my god, BB, no! Zenith cuts down 2 of them, trying to drive through the vehicle. Just on the edge of the circle here, prone in a dip. Unbelievable.
T1 at 11 kills right now. These 3 members using the high ground and putting in a ton of work. Left, though, did hear this. He's going to shift in. He's got goals of his own. He should be able to spot out Type in just one moment. Doesn't go for the shot yet. Wants to sneak around, but he has now been spotted. Type's going to get damaged. Left open field, got the nade ready. Looks like he's trying to set up something. Raining's trying to maneuver into a new position to see if he can find a new angle, and that's going to be enough with that nade to try to force him away, but no, it's going to be Type again, taking down Left.
Yeah, that positioning by Raining kind of was enough to cause a pause. Type is going to get that kill. Aduzi tried to steal it, isn't able to claim the point. FaZe just chilling in this dip. I am so impressed that FaZe has been able to survive in this dip as long as they had. I mean, they had a vehicle and a dream, and they're able to get here into a top 4 scenario. So tip of the cap to the FaZe clan boys. Aduzi live for BB, but he's their last hope.
I mean, BB, there are several points on this where they should have died and instead just managed to fight their way in off of it. So respect where respect's due. If they can manage to make some more happen out of it, gravy for them at this stage. T1 using this high ground has just been explosive over here. They fought their way into it, picking up kills as they maneuvered through. Just an overall very well-played game. Second place for them right now. Still a pretty big distance in between them and Petrichor Road. Is last member for Petrichor Road trying to cling to life. He's finally going to go down, and it looks like T1 is going to get 2 members over into the west, 1 in Zenith over into the east, and a Doozy is just going to barely step into the circle.
Just trying to find that angle onto those FaZe players is raining. If he can get it, you know, a Doozy at this point, you're just playing for that second place potentially. You know that T1 should be able to find some pretty good angles, should be able to do some damage to FaZe here. Let's see if FaZe has any response. Nope, Type's got Corexy, just Gustav left, stuck behind the triangle with Type right on top and just looking for that last player. I think he's pretty well sussed it out at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be Zenith. He creeped over in that angle. There's just nothing that FaZe can do. Only one obstacle left for T1 as they want every single point, making a massive display today. These guys have been playing. I love this. Go ahead, sacrifice the point over the blue zone, surrender it. T1 walks away with a victory and a very strong performance inside the game.
It's a different T1 that we're seeing here at PGC. And what a time to peak, what a time to find a new coach, and they look so much better than they have throughout the rest of the year.
And Type, man, Type has had some big moments throughout the year, but he is consistent right now. He is just powerful whenever he maneuvers into these firefights. It's a different team, and it all feels like it's just off of clean maneuvering and really just trusting each other. Playing that 3-1 off and just letting Type do his thing. Sometimes we know Korea likes to do that. Doesn't always work, but it's working for T1.
I believe in these players. I mean, you've got, Raining and Zenith, who've been together for a really long time, have been a strong duo. You haven't gotten to see them much at international events. EN, again, one of the best fraggers that there was for a couple of years ago, and Type has been amazing this year.
Okay, well, now we're going to be making our way to Miramar. Let's get everything set.
T1 with a phenomenal win here to get it rolling on Rondo. Rolling on Rondo.
Oh my goodness, you just coined the new Rondo.
Did I do it?
You did it.
I didn't even think about it. Anyway, let's focus on T1 here for a moment as we have got ourselves a brilliant win from them. No, I know in the high... All right, stop it. Go on, you take over.
No, you did.
They won the game.
They did. They did. And would you say that this is due to the new coach? Are they doing this well because of the new coach?
Yeah.
A PGC champion winning coach.
I'm going to be honest. They're also playing very well, just in general. Like good PUBG, good fundamentals.
And we have another game where Type is actually popping off.
Yeah.
It's happened 2 times, or 2 days in... Two times in 3 days, let's put it that way. Right, where he has, one big game and he's like really proving himself, really doing well.
Yeah.
Having, 5+ kills in a game is fantastic, but still, this is a hard circle. Frustration on Twisted Minds, they actually had a compound where if they were not gate-kept by TSM and having BB team push them and losing 2 players, they tried to flex out where they kept 2 players in the compound and, 2 players to kind of go out and secure the edge, and they lost players because of that. Sample got knocked, got flushed, or well, confirmed by TSM, and in this case, like, I actually played a game exactly in that ending, and we sent it to where FaZe was. That exact area is it's so hard to play.
Yeah.
Like that whole area overall is just so hard to play because how high up, like how elevated that road is compared to how elevated the kind of mountainous area is in the background. Kind of that ridge is going up super tall, and if it manages to kind of end up there where it does, and you're able to kind of lock down that northern side, as T1 did, and that shift that went towards them, it is just so hard to lose the game because you have so much control, so much cover compared to what there is. You see, and Adusi's like, okay, I'm gonna try to survive as long as I can, and he kind of sneaks up towards the road. The road is that elevated. If he goes out onto the road, you're just dead.
Yeah.
Like there's no point he can get any more points out of that. So yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing from T1. They've been pretty impressive so far here with our 3 days done. Well, when we're done
yesterday
today.
especially. First day was tough, but
yeah, but still, you get into things, you travel, blah blah blah, all these things again. Really impressed with T1 here, and so far, yeah, being able to get these amount of points here in a circle finals, it's huge.
Impressive by them, and also impressive by, I was about to say BB team, but
yeah.
Aduzi was popping off in this one.
He got 3 of Eternal Fire.
Yes.
And yeah, it just destroyed them. And like they were trying to peek. Even there was a slight advantage at some point for Eternal Fire, but he's just completely shut them down. 8 kills for them, but 14 for T1. Pero also again popping off a little bit. Yeah, they've been popping in general today, and it's a huge amount of point here. We're going to Miramar, and as we talked about, if they get like 65 points, that's a insane amount. I would say at that point,
yeah,
it's pretty close to what I think the cutoff is going to be in terms of the top 16 for our grand final.
It's pretty crazy revelation. We'll see if they can continue to do that. T1 with the 14 kills from this game. Now, with them getting 14 kills in this game and also looking good alongside Kwangdong Freaks, I must say, so far across these 3 days, it really has been South Korea wall to wall for a lot of it. And it does bring up an interesting point to me, because I thought after Danawa won the World Championship last year and then kind of dispersed into the nether and never to be seen again, apparently, for a lot of them. They'll be back. But what I'm saying here is, I thought that South Korea was going to have a very turbulent time. Try and get to the heights again at a World Championship for maybe a year or 2. However, Kwangdong Freaks and T1 showing up these first 3 days are looking spectacular for the region, with Type getting 7 kills in this game.
Yeah, it's insane. Insane. Really good to see from him. Honestly, it's, yeah, that's huge. And to kind of bounce off you a little bit with that, multiple times throughout the year, obviously when we were on the desk together, when me and Toffee talking on the desk, we've said, or I've said at least multiple times, it feels like that a lot of the South Korean players are thinned out across too many rosters. You know, you could have had 2 super teams.
I said it too.
And what we've been seeing from T1 and Freaks so far is just proving us wrong, I feel like. Sure, we don't have Danawa here. We have some players that are absolutely insane, like legends of the game, that are still legends of the game that could come back, and we could see a new kind of formation of what we're likely going to see that for next year. We're going to see some shuffles here and there, and we can see things happening. You know, it's crazy that we don't have Inonix, we don't have Seoul here.
That's a very crazy one.
It is kind of nuts.
He's on the Korean broadcast as a special guest, though. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's still cool, but it would be cool to see him in game. But 24 points going T1's way here, and BB team proving up huge. FaZe actually managed to get 9 here. That big one, obviously, for them to get 5 placement points. They're a 2-man into that dip here, and because how that northern side works and how the compound and having that high ridge, it's just not worth for anyone, except if you also breach that kind of dip. It's a huge kind of ridge dip that they have. It's not worth going after them until you kind of have to, depending on that. But 53 points so far for Petrick Road here, James.
Yeah, it's an absolute banger for them. Really great start to the points earnings going towards that PGC Grand Final. T1 on 46 now as well, with Eternal Fire up here, and Kwangdong Freaks also being able to join that top 4. Eternal Fire, though, been quietly consistent throughout the day. 34 points on the board for Eternal Fire is a brilliant start for them.
It is. Another sight to see here is obviously TSM managed to get a little bit of points here too, but Luna Galaxy has 21 points. Sonics, Falcons, and TSM has 22 points combined. Luna Galaxy and Toffees, he was right all along.
It was his team to watch.
It was his team to watch.
Day one.
And they are the America's team to watch right now.
I asked Toffees, out of all 24 teams, what's the only team that you want to... No, I'm not going to do it. But admittedly, it's been a great start for them as well, right? I like how you've got the EMEA section going on there, 5 through 7.
And also, Luna Galaxy, only 3 placement points, but they are fragging out.
They're fragging out.
They have 1 less skill than Eternal Fire. That's insane. If they manage to step up a little bit on the placement side, that's actually quite easily could contest for that top 5.
Doing the Americas proud so far for TSM.
Looking good.
Falcons and Sonics, it's been a bit of a harder road so far. We are, again, early days though, early days.
It is the first one.
I want to say it, of course, but we do have 2 more games coming up.
We do.
So
on a stable map, nothing crazy happening. It's not as Joker or Wildcard as we have on Rondo or Tego.
Yeah, maybe, unless Toby gets his usual silly wish.
Stop. He's not casting.
It's happened elsewhere in the world recently.
He's not casting. It's not going to be an island in for Miramar. Don't worry. We're not going to go crazy like that.
You're assuring me 100%, eh?
I'll shake on it.
No, I'm not touching you. All right, We are going to a break. When we return, we have got ourselves Miramar on the cards. 2 more games here. The penultimate match, in fact, will come up next.
No one else but you. Catch me when I'm falling. No one else but you. When the evening comes and the stars appear, it's the greatest thrill to know I'm near to you. No one else but you. No one else but you.
Sanhok is a destructible map. A rebalance to the SMG lineup. And solo play for the win streak showdown. All this and more as we dive into the update 33.1 patch report. First up, it's time to celebrate your chaos. Because Sanhok is becoming a destructible map. Starting this update, parts of buildings, props, and key structures can all be destroyed by explosives or the red zone. It's even getting destructible terrain like Rondo. And speaking of that red zone, it's getting a few changes as well. Sanhok is also seeing some changes to textures, terrain, and more. So be sure to take in its new look before you blow it up. Head on over to the patch notes to check out the changes. Next, we've made some pretty significant adjustments to SMGs in an effort to keep enhancing weapon diversity and making sure SMGs have their own signature feel. Hipfire, movement, and OTS accuracy have all seen big improvements for most of the SMG family. In addition, 9mm ammo weighs less now, so you can carry more with you into the endgame. You can get the full details on the changes by checking out the patch notes. The fan-favorite Win Streak Showdown game mode is also getting some love this update. You can now choose to join the showdown solo instead of with a squad. We've also lowered the number of consecutive match wins needed for maximum rewards from 5 to 3. So drop in and see how far you can go. There's also a new Survivor Pass, ranked Season 33, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 33.1 is here. So start your win streak, kit out your SMG, and drop into Sanhok like a wrecking ball. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Petrichor Road and T1 are having a phenomenal day so far, but it has been frustrating for several teams. We make our way over to Miramar, where they have a chance to maybe figure out some way to figure out what's been going wrong and manage to make something happen.
Absolutely, and this is a map that everybody's going to be very familiar with. So there's some room here for some of those 4 teams that came into today cold to change their destiny, to get into that top 8, to find that momentum that they need to avoid having to play again tomorrow. Because right now, all 4 of them are in that position. So you're looking to get, up to, I don't know exactly how many points it's going to end up being, maybe around 30 or something, but you got to start it right here, right now on this map.
And remember, this is so important. The points that you pick up today are going to be what qualify you for the grand finals. The last day of each circuit is so important. So whenever we finish this one today, tomorrow is going to start circuit 2. So everything rides on today. That's why you're seeing some frustration from players that we don't normally see frustration from, because they know that they can get the points, but they're just so elusive today.
And absolutely, and like we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast here, every point matters, because the way you get into the grand finals is the cumulative points over the 3 final circuit days. So that's really why you're looking for every kill, every moment. And I know Twisted Minds, that's why Batu was so frustrated, is that they know that they had an opportunity there to potentially win that game if they can get through that fight with TSM a little bit cleaner, and that makes it a lot easier to deal with BB's push, but none of that really happened, so they ended up falling apart.
Well, we were seeing during like day 1 and day 2 that like squads that came out and got early wins could really just push off of that, really try to separate away from the bottom 4. That's been the theme again today. It hasn't stopped. The squads that started off strong, Petrichor Road, T1, finding some successes, just continuing to roll it together as now we make our way to Miramar, where you can finally manage to make something big happen. If you know the map well enough, if you know how to make the rotations, it's all onto you. What do you got in these last 2 games?
I'm really excited for some of the teams, though, that are playing very well here today. I mean, Petrichor Road, it's been really rocky. Obviously, EWC was good for them, but outside of that, it has been kind of a head-scratcher for them. In the PCL, everywhere that they've played, they haven't, other than, again, EWC, it has been kind of, like, frustrating, but the confidence they're playing with here today has been truly stupendous. T1 as well. What in the world? I mean, this is why everybody... Okay, I'm going to go on a bit of a rant.
Well, okay, beforehand, I'm going to say I'm with you. I've been a Type fan for a while.
Yes.
I just wanted to become consistent, which finally happened. So go, rant.
Yes, no, but I think this shows you how important a good coach is in PUBG, especially in PUBG Esports. Like somebody who can objectively look at what you're doing and find the right ways to get you to change your mindset. Because as a player, it's really difficult. And it's not just PUBG, it's any esport, but you need an objective observer to look at your play and what you're doing and say, hey, here's what's going wrong, here's how you can try to change it. And, okay, buy Duckmai.
Cerberus, man, they're just having such a rough start every single game.
Unbelievable, dude.
It's, I mean, and it's interesting because this is a squad we know that can really navigate early and get a lot of kills and a lot of successes, but continue on with your coach conversation.
Yeah, no. I mean, but there's a lot of other things that go into it, like kind of identifying protocols and things that are going wrong, like how you're setting up your formations, the positions you're taking to cover each other. We're seeing a lot better covering fire from T1. We're seeing them set up these moments, even in that fight with FaZe over Youngchun, as EN trying to do some damage. I mean, the M16 at this range, extremely tricky. But going back to this conversation, like there's a lot that little things that you can tweak, that you can adjust, that you might not realize as a player in the moment, because you don't really have necessarily that whole 360 perspective around you, right? And you get tunneled in on things that you think are going well or going wrong that might not actually be the case, because from your perspective, it's a very different view than what's going on with the other 3 players on your team. So absolutely, you can see that the difference for T1 has been phenomenal, and I really think it goes to the coach. It goes to Sonic, the credit right now.
Shout out to Bella, who has had Type on her fantasy team for several days. She had the faith all the way through, so I'll give you the love, Bella. You deserve it.
It finally paid through. You know what's so funny is I was putting Type in during PGS 5 and 6 thinking, he was kind of a cheaper pick at that moment, and I was like, I think he's got the potential to pop off, and now he finally is. So should have maybe kept up with my faith in him, and maybe coming into, the next time they play, because right now they're looking pretty good to potentially go to that next finals for the next circuit. Maybe I'll definitely consider that again. This is outrageously good, Belmoth.
What do you even do? Belmont is, I mean, Belmont has been having a pretty decent day in and of himself as well. It's been a little bit lost in the crowd of the cool moments that have been going on, whereas Day Trade hasn't had the most phenomenal of performances. He's been managing to really scrap together some points for his team.
He was nasty yesterday.
Yeah?
He was nasty yesterday. I mean, Day Trade playing with some confidence. I mean, you saw them try to pull up on the Falcons in that previous game, right? It didn't work, but I don't mind the idea. You get the info from Tanadol's glider, and you try to make a play off of it. That shows to me that they're playing with that same confidence we saw in PGS 6 when they had that change of mindset. They talked about it in their interviews that, you know, they just needed to be more aggressive. They needed to play a little bit more, and this is just Aches left. Just that's easy money for him. The real question is does Raylo have anything to say about this?
I mean, I don't even know what you could do to counter back onto it at the time. Instead, you just got to hop in your vehicle and let it go. It's Akeslift who is on Petrichor Road right now, who does not care and would just love a challenge. He would love for you to turn back around and say, yeah, go ahead. I'll take another point. Please deliver it to myself. So we've got ourselves a very southern circle. As you can see that the dust up between these two squads is due to that positioning. We also have the Sonics that are just going to be to the east of this, about, I don't know, 500-600 meters away. Meanwhile, a couple of our rotators going to be coming in. The Freaks going to actually have to be searching for the circle this time around, are going to be pathing over into the east, where we also have Navi as well as the remnants of Cerberus making their rotation.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of a gut check moment for the Freaks. You've had a solid day, but you're hovering right on that fourth place position, right? First through fourth goes straight into the next finals for the circuits. So, you know, you're only 2 points ahead of Navi. So you got to have a couple pretty good games here on Miramar, which they generally can, but they're kind of caught up at the tail end of this conga line that's going over towards Puerto Paraiso. So they're going to have to be pretty diligent about making sure they don't get stalled up in any of this fighting. You can see Navi, the team that's right behind them, is right ahead of them physically in the server.
And even then, BB is only, 3 points back behind them, and BB is having a great day today. I mean, this is such a solid squad that, I mean, we were just talking to Besto just a moment ago, and the amount of positions inside that last game that they probably should have been exploited or died on and somehow managed to find some way to really fight their way out of was just absolutely insane. These guys are really solidifying their position inside of these firefights and their capabilities of what they can accomplish.
And this is a team of veterans, right, on BB, and you're getting big players stepping up in big moments. It's been a lot of Phil first, but in that last game, it was a doozy who bailed them out. You know, we didn't get to see it on screen, but Besto was telling us about it, that double kill that Aduzi had with the AUG. You know, he just stepped around the smoke and found an angle through some bushes. Besto's like, I don't even know if EF saw Aduzi. Aduzi got a glimpse of them briefly enough that he could find the angle to find that double kill and kind of change their destiny. But that's, you know, moments like that are where you want those big players to step up, and Aduzi does it again. I mean, one of the few players, I think 7 total players that are here at PGC that have been to every PGC, and Aduzi just showed you why in that previous game.
Petrichor Road has pretty much the center of the circle under control, and pretty happy about it on top of that. They're doing a good job of pretty much cementing and positioning. Some are playing pretty far away from the rest of the team, as the other squad in T1 that has been just a reoccurring topic of conversation, going to be leaving Chumacera in just one moment. Have to be careful because they do have Twisted to the north of them, as well as TSM to the south. 17 Gaming just to the east, but 17 Gaming having a bit of a quiet day today.
Yeah, they're, you know, one of those 4 teams we were talking about a bit ago that are just not really where they'd like to be, for sure. I mean, you can see it. Twisted Mind, Cerberus, 17 Sonics. I mean, 2 points for the Sonics today. I thought they had more than that. I thought they had like 8, but 2?
It's a hard day to be a team that's coming in, I would say, with the group playing the way that it is. This is a stacked lobby. Look at that. I mean, man, Luna Galaxy, what are you? I love it.
Even Duck Juice had to laugh at that.
Even just have fun with it, man.
I mean, even he just had to, he just had to laugh that one off. There's nothing he could do. That was crazy stuff from Haven. I mean, look, yeah, Luna in that 8th place position, but they're sticking to their game plan that we saw in the first couple of days that worked for them, and that's good to see. And it seems to be bearing enough fruit that they're at least sustainable.
Well, one of the problems that was always so frustrating watching Luna was they were good in firefights, but they would often kind of lean into placement points on a regular basis. Now they're feeling much more comfortable in their firefighting. We're seeing them take early firefights. We're seeing them make aggressive pushes so well, as we do have an interview with Soset about what's going on in Navi.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm joined by Navi Sosid and Coach Alrain for our mid-match interview. Congratulations, your first chicken here at PGC. I want to know, what did you guys decide to do today to come out so strong?
Що ми зробили для того, щоб перемогти на Таего?
Зіграли просто свою ігру, закрутили, забрали фрішний кемп. Я там нафідив в Хеймусі, хлопці заїхали, добре напрокала зона. І пощастило, що нас ніхто не випушив, всі зіграли, хлопці пішли грати третім паті. І все, знали про сольників, рахували кілфіт і доіграли просто свою гру, все.
He died first, but we managed to secure a good spot on Taego, especially, and he was counting kill feed, so we knew everything on the map and secured our win pretty easily.
Okay, for the remaining 2 maps, let's stay alive, right, Soset? Okay. Udachi. All right, we're gonna go back to we're gonna go back to Miramar.
Heard it here first. So said, stay alive.
But I loved what he said. He's like, even though I died first, I still had something to do.
Yeah.
I still was kill feed tracking, so we knew the exact scenario we were in.
Well, there's always that conversation that happens, like whenever you kill an IGL on the opposing team, it's like the best kill that you could actually have for your squad, right? Is that if you lose, oh, well, we can see that this is going to be a bit of a problem for the Freaks as they do have Guman already down. Sonic's trying to defend this one up, but it is Salute that's trying to make the approach in and does manage to make at least a bit of a landfall. Had to abandon Guman to get it, though.
And he's able to find a shotgun on the ground on the way in. That's so devastating. Potentially, you know, you've got to be feeling like this might be your moment to turn things around for the Sonics. Are you going to be expecting? Salute has this. He doesn't get the first shot. Has to go up the stairs.
Has to run. Everybody just coming after. Gets the reload. At least gets the knock onto one. But here comes the reinforcements. Beans trying to see if he can provide something into it. Sonics did have Kickstart go down, but now it's just going to be about trying to figure out. They need points so bad right now. They were sitting at 2. Just picking up 1 is 50% increase. And it's going to be against the Freaks who have been on an absolute rampage over the past couple of days. Vehicles look like they managed to stop off, positioning set up, but it's actually looking like it's a solid defense from coming out from the Sonics. Multiple members down on the Freaks. Do they continue the committal or do they step away?
This is a tough situation now for the Freaks. I mean, coming in so late to this, maybe not expecting that there'd be a team in this compound, and the Sonics are punishing them. That's another confirmed kill on Gumin. Just Heaven left trying to get a drink off, and Kickstart gonna let loose with a grenade of his own. Not gonna really connect onto anything, but the Freaks needed some points to maybe feel a little bit more comfortable in those top 4 spots, but Sonics had something else to say about it, and Petrichor Road's gonna use this opportunity to just drive on by.
Boy, Sonics are kind of lucky that we could see that Heaven was hiding for just one moment because they would have probably stopped off and gone for that firefight. But Heaven not going down just quite yet. It is going to be Axlip that does get a spot on H1, gets a knock onto him. So now Sonics having some trouble. 2 members now up, looking like they're wanting to finish it out. And yes, H1. And it's going to actually be Chewy that spots up. And there you go. I said I knew that they would come in if they heard the firefight, and now they're coming in full force. Sonics, you won one firefight, but now you're in a ton of trouble. Tickleton, the last one up.
Yeah, did some damage to Summer. Nake's left trying to find him, trying to find the angle. Summer, yeah, trying to keep him pinned. Tiggleton doing a pretty good job of being evasive here, but the poor Sonics just can't catch a break. And it is going to be the finishing blow dealt by Summer. The Sonics are going to go down early once again.
I mean, it's just a timing situation. Petrichor Road wants every firefight that they can find at this stage, especially if they can exploit it. And so once that firefight started to break out, yet again, Petrichor Road pumped the brakes, turned back around, and Sonics, while they did manage to finish out, didn't even manage to get the last kill on it, but at least managed to pick up some points inside of that.
That's 5 big kills for Petrichor Road, and they are, I'm not going to say confirmed to go to the grand finals just yet, but they're pretty well on their way. Oh, okay. Okay, Haven. Okay, I see you. Oof. Oh, man, Duck Juice just certainly had to feel like he had him dead to rights, but you can see Duck Juice just calm as a cucumber there. Aches left is also going to grab a P90 out of all of this. I mean, the rich just get richer.
So Petrichor means the smell of rain, right, roughly?
I have no idea.
So is the smell of rain the tears of everybody else around them at the time is my only question. They're just having fun.
Oh, they are happy to feast upon the tears of the other teams for sure.
I mean, they're like every single time they get a kill, we can hear them screaming.
Every time it's Jiao Yo.
So
I love it. I love it.
It's an entirely different energy, and there is something to be said about the mental of that happening inside of here because it's kind of created its own oppressive environment whenever you're fighting against them because they've gotten really loud, and we're 150, 200 feet away from them. So if we're hearing them, you know the guys playing right next to them have to deal with every single one of those. And they're hype right now, and they're hype for a really good reason.
Oh, yeah. No, it's great to see that confidence they found at the end of yesterday is carried over into today. FaZe loves to play edge early, and they're going to have Luna starting to square up. A couple players now, Haven and Zkraken, driving in to try to set up a bit of a blockade to keep FaZe out. Circle is going to head towards Resort. Yeah, there might be a fight brewing, but Luna may be just actually going to try to get somebody towards the edge of the circle so they have some kind of foothold into this next zone, as they seemingly are going to peel off of this fight. Don't like it too much. Going to leave Vinny as an anchor, though, to maybe just kind of keep track of FaZe as best as he can.
Twisted's got their backs up against the coast, plenty of places that they can play from right now, so no big rush. Feeling pretty comfortable inside the circle, but also squad's doing pretty well on our leaderboard. Do note the fact that BB as well as EF and Navi are all in strong positions in the circle. Petrichor Road also having a good section where they can kind of control the area around the sprinklers that are down there. So this is going to be pretty hard for a lot of these squads to try to infiltrate in.
It is, absolutely. And, you know, Twisted, I don't mind playing south to north in these kind of circles. Sledding uphill, normally not exactly ideal, but there's enough cover on Miramar that you can kind of make it work, especially in this part of the map potentially. And if any team can do it, absolutely Twisted can. You'd love to keep day trade off your back here. And if Lou, example, in pretty good positions to maybe do some damage as day trade is trying to make the wide wrap, maybe over into that southeastern corner of the current circle that's a bit open for them. Tires going to be really important potentially in this situation. Batu now going to try to make a go of it.
Everybody just lining up. They do not want to let day trade into this. They were very happy about having control over this area, knowing the fact that their backs are safe. They now know that there's a threat encroaching, and they just cannot get the knock that they so desperately want. It's just been a full firefight gauntlet. Really, you can see that day trade has had to go through as everybody from Twisted just ran down here trying to use the high ground, popping tires, forcing them on the path. At least if they can get enough damage, they can force day trade away from his. But Tulin's hopping inside of a vehicle, trying to roll down here, literally roll down after them, and he is going to end up with his vehicle stuck up against the wall, and they cannot get the last couple of taps in. Can Flash, is he going to be able to get away with this one? No, it's going to be perfecting. So man, just get the knock, finally.
Yep, and that's why I said those tires are so important in this situation, because getting through that gauntlet that Twisted Minds had set up was going to require steady driving, and without tires there, it makes it a lot harder. And even though Batu spins out, should be okay. Oh, he had emergency pickup in that truck.
Hey, hey, it's an emergency pickup.
That's a good one.
Okay, so T1 lined up against 17 Gaming. Right now, Zenith is going to be down. We also do have a new threat, and of course, the constant threat of Petrichor Road. Here's the firefight. So guess who's going to be crouching over there? Oh, it's Aches left.
Yep.
Smells blood in the water.
Oh, they don't care anymore. I mean,
they've got a 12-point lead. They're having fun.
Oh, yeah. They know that they're going straight to the next finals for the circuit, too. So, you know what? Might as well go and try to feast on as many points as you can. Let's see what we're going to do. Wow, a hard shift over to the east, more towards the resort. Resort finish will be rather fun.
Yeah.
See if we can get something in that vicinity. Cerberus is definitely very thankful to the PUBG gods this time around, as they lost a player so early, and they're now able to find a pretty central location with 3 players up. TE maybe going to make a wide wrap. This fight between 17 and T1 going to have to probably come to some kind of conclusion or another, but you know, TSM has actually thwarted Petrichor Road's attempt to try to third-party this fight.
Well, it means that TSM can choose to do it if they opt into it, and they need points in and of themselves. Another exchange between these two squads as Lil Ghost is going to go ahead and go for the flush out, but it's starting to look like 17 is getting a bit more control. One member up for T1 at the time, and with the way that it's kind of lined in, I don't know exactly how we're going to see the rest of this one play out. Looks like 17's pretty much got it locked. We got pretty good position. Petrichor Road also going to be bumping into EF down here. EF doing a great job on defense, pretty much shooing them away. Xlef still going to be alive as T1 does get eliminated. TSM also going to opt away from the pathing. Saw the firefight going on with Petrichor Road, and now looks like they're trying to backstab onto 17 Gaming.
I like this reposition from Aches left. There could be pressure coming from his north, and he kind of realizes it. He's actually going to reposition towards Navi. Okay. No, they've got to get out of here. I mean, this fight just, yeah, there's not many places to go, but being stuck here is going to be really challenging. They either need to find some kind of entry towards EF, but EF is getting shot from the resort, so there's just not much that Petrichor Road could maybe do other than make a really wide wrap at this point.
Oh man, TE can't even find a path over in the east, so it looks like they've been kind of positioning over here into the west, and they've gotten close enough that they're getting near 17 gaming, so that's going to make it even more complex. Looks like Little Ghost has realized TSM in the close threat, and he's going to try to distract as much as he can. The other two members trying to line in. I think that they managed to spot out what was going on with the Expendables as well. Little Ghost, I like this. Shift away. Try to make sure that you get out of nade range, as TSM does look like they're just going to go on the hunt for this one, but Delwyn is sneaking up back behind 17 Gaming. He's decided that he might try to go for this.
Absolutely should. He's got a good opportunity to do some damage to TSM's back. TSM just never really found comfort because of Petrichor Road's position to really barrel down on that fight between 17 and T1. Here he goes.
The nades are going actually into TSM's direction, not over into 17's, but with the way that these are popping off, it is going to narrowly miss the car. Alo is going to go down. Little Ghost just holding the line for a squad. Delwyn, though, spots out Suju, does get the knock onto it, so 17 Gaming. Little Ghost putting in work to stop anything that TSM is trying to make, but there's the exchange. Sparking also going to spot out Delwyn. The rest of the Expendables nowhere near as close, but TSM just gets pulled in too many directions and falls apart.
Yeah, this is brutal for everybody out here. I mean, for 17, sure it's points, but is it going to give you enough to have a chance in the next game? Maybe a win will get you into one of those top 8 spots, but definitely not the result that you would want here in the penultimate game of the day. Xiaobei going to be the only one to survive. Going to have some work to do in the Phase 5 blue to even get into the next zone. Twisted Minds, like I said, you could fight uphill, and hey, they have a chance to maybe take some revenge against BB.
Yeah, I think that 17's pretty much done over there. I don't know if Xiaobei can sneak in. Twisted, what can you do? You got Belmoth down in front of you, so you do at least have a path in. It's going to be Falcons that are going to be to your north, trying to make their way into the hillside as Resort continues to be the focal point for all of our circles. We do also have just to the north of Falcons, it is going to be Petrichor Road still lined up against Eternal Fire. So this is kind of the lay of the land. As you can see, the Falcons only have Roth inside the circle right now. The rest still on the outside, just trying to monitor what's going on with Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Twisted Minds trying to find some way through. It may just end up being sort of a slow and steady resort or edge push around the resort, assuming that the circle is going to move away from the resort proper. Hakatori trying to do something to help out his teammates. Na'Vi having a tough time up here on the northern part of the circle. Looked like they might have a pretty firm grip on this edge of the zone, but TE is just going to scoot right through. Look at that.
Man, that is just by the skin of your teeth there. Squeezes right by Na'Vi and Luna both. Manages to creep in. They've drawn a lot of attention to themselves, but do manage to steal away a dip that they probably should not have been able to get.
That's nifty driving right there. Just found just enough space. Petrichor Road getting torn apart by EF out on the edge. Chewy once again the only one left for them. But 6 kills, look, that's all they really need. They're already top dogs, and they are perfectly fine with the way this game has went, to be honest. Took a couple big teams out in KDF and the Sonics. Here comes some mortars towards EF. Are those coming from the Falcons?
I don't rightfully know. I would think so. But they're kind of lined more in on Chewy right now, so I don't know. All right, Day Trade's going to be making their path over here next to FaZe. FaZe caught up right on the edge of it. Keep in mind, this is pretty separated out. We've got Gustav as well as Nurin's pretty separated from the rest of the squad, so Gustav's having to contend up against him for the time being.
That Correxy, a nice little spray there with that barrel. Gets the headshot, gets the kill. Gustav sending out some frags to try to keep Nurin's from being able to push forward cleanly. The angle's nice for Gustav, and he's going to get the kill.
So FaZe now in control of pretty much everything to the east, but not a ton of cover, especially once we start looking at some of the higher ground positions coming up from Resort. Luna Galaxy trying to just load up and get away from anything that's going to be going on with Na'Vi right now. Do manage to get away from some fashion, so said. Still alive. Bella did a good job calling out. Stay alive. Managed to pick up some kills as well.
Absolutely. A good shout out. Just survived. Taps forehead.
I know. So
seems
why
so
didn't you
easy.
think of that before?
Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Ooh, a nice blue zone there from a doozy. Actually really doing some serious damage to the Falcons. They were on the compounds that were to the west of the resort. Hakatori getting a little help from Soset. That's going to be another knock onto EF. Code Marco down. Just the Mad on his feet for that squad. And Na'Vi able to reestablish their control up on the north.
Okay, so with this, Chewy's going to be creeping in back behind. Maybe could pick up Code Marco. Xiaobei still alive as well. Falcons still have Roth, but Twisted Minds looking like they're kind of deciding on the wrap options that they want to go for. Looks like Chewy doesn't want to make the commitment up that hillside, and I don't blame him. Once he profiles up there, it's going to be all of Na'Vi that's wanting to take pot shots at him. And yeah, Hakatori's not going to let that one go. Meanwhile, Divex got an eye on what's going on with BB. And with this, Twisted actually could find themselves in a pretty solid spot. They're going to lean into playing the lower section around Resort itself and can kind of sneak in over there as most of FaZe is caught up monitoring what's going on with Cerberus and Na'Vi.
Yeah, I love the way Twisted Minds is playing this. And now Batu's got himself a foothold in this zone and is kind of trying to scout out what's going on with FaZe on the other side to see how far forward they can push. Chewy still finding points, still finding kills.
Man, he's having himself one hell of a day right now. He's going to creep forward. Looks like Mad already got a read on him, but Chewy's going to go for some peeks. Mad does manage to take him down, but look at all of the bullets coming after him. The moment he took shots, it was 3 different teams that instantly spun back over on him.
Yeah, here we go. Na'Vi trying to crash in towards FaZe's direction. Vex, Corexy pretty beat up already. A lot of damage done to a couple Na'Vi players. I wonder if they've just starting to run a little bit low on health. Oh God, there's a Panzer in Diffix's hands.
I mean, just making the run in. FaZe, you're in some trouble right now if you're not careful. So they've got the blue zone coming in. It's going to be Diffix just leading the charge right now, hoping that he can get an initial knock. Weekend squad already in FaZe. Doesn't spot him out. Good job on using the hillside to provide some cover. Gustav takes some damage, but he does manage to step away from it. Twisted, though, has an opposite line into what's going to be going on with FaZe, so they don't have any retreat angles. They're just trapped right up against the blue zone, and it is going to allow Na'Vi just to rush down this hillside, and FaZe just really can't even step away.
And Batu can just shoot from safety there. And Na'Vi is going to continue to press forward, trying to clear out this eastern edge. It's going to be pretty tough for FaZe. Going to take some really good grenades. Soset able to dodge one, trying to continue the push forward, but he's shut right down by Vex.
Vex still continuing to hold the line for FaZe. Need it so bad. Gustav also lined up over there yet
Vex.
again. Vex finds Diffix. Hakatori looking like he's trying to line into it. Big shot coming out. Vex gets another knock onto it. Gustav running over. It's just him and Ferris lined up against each other, trying to go for the flushes out. You can see Vex was trying to creep forward, see if he can get any information. Does not manage to spot it out. Ferris is just going to go for the flush on it. Gustav, what are you going to do? He's got smokes down, and he can't make the push. He wants to so bad, but it's going to be the line from Twisted denying Gustav any movement.
What in the world are we doing there? The jumping hip fire spray to try to take Vex down. I mean, Na'Vi just throwing everything they can to try to get rid of him. Gustav able to prone down momentarily, peeks back up, getting the better of Ferris. Ferris trying these re-peeks, not really able to connect onto Gustav, but the blue not going to actually force the issue here. They're both on the okay side of it, so go for the reses, pause the fight. Does Gustav have any frags or anything? No. So there's not much he can really do about this.
And he wants it. Man, FaZe wants those points up there, but he just doesn't want to make the commitment into running up because he knows that he's just going to get harassed. Let's not forget about Cerberus having some vision in this as well. So Gustav realizing that he doesn't have too many options to work around. It's going to be Hamas. Already spotted him out. Shot's going to come out. Gustav, with just no options to work with, is going to finally get spotted out. He is going to go down. Ferris finally gets the better of him, but now it is going to be on Na'Vi having to move into Cerberus sightline as well as Twisted's.
By the way, TE just dealt some significant damage to BB. They just lost Spiral and Phil first on the backside of this. To some grenades, some really nice grenades from Tanvu. So now Bestalak and a doozy trying to do what they can to turn what looked like a pretty good game, a potential win, into some more points as best as they can. I mean, now Twisted Minds, they have a real shot to win this. They have a real shot to get in the top 8.
Yeah, they've got a great position that they can sneak into now. They're getting control over it. You can see Na'Vi has to deal with Cerberus. Even if they manage to crest the hillside, they're still going to have to deal with Twisted that's going to be moving in front of them. This is going to be 2 different squads that they have to fight through after dealing with FaZe, multiple knocks that managed to get thrown their way. This is going to be a very hellacious firefight for them to contend with. Meanwhile, it does look like TE is also going to get the res on Calorius while this is going on. BB doesn't have a good angle to flush this one out as Twisted gets control pretty much of the south, and it's going to be Cerberus in control of the north.
This is shaping up. If some damage can be done to Twisted Minds, it might open the door, but Perfectix, easy double kill for him onto Na'Vi. They've still got 4 up. No one else does that's left in this final 4. And they are looking to change their destiny and just kind of reassert themselves as the team that we expected them to be.
I mean, Twisted on Miramar feels like they're so much more comfortable right now. They're finding exactly what they want. You can see everything's much more calm, collected. They've managed to navigate what was a pretty interesting circle so far down to the south, play around it, and now maneuvering in, but they still have a couple of big fraggers ahead of them. They've got Hamas, the threat that's been looming all day today for his pop-off game, and you know it can happen any given second.
Oh, can we just have one of those classic Hamas, just like clutch endings where he just goes absolutely crazy? I would love to see it, but still a lot to go.
That's not a doozy.
That's not a doozy. That's a doozy.
That's a doozy. A doozy's been having a really good day today as well, man. He has been having some stellar performances, specifically in clutch moments.
Yeah, no, he has been really, really pivotal here for BB in their success. Perfectix going to be on Cerberus duty, trying to keep them pinned down. 3 kills in this game for him as well. Is everybody just waiting for this next circle to force the issue? And BB is going to have to make a move out Cerberus as well.
Okay, now notice whenever Twisted played with their backs against the wall, they didn't have to get caught in all those firefights. Look at the utility difference that we've got going on. The amount of frag grenades and tools that they have to work with at this stage versus the other squads that have been having to fight their way through a lot of these other teams. This is going to be very hard to contend with, as Twisted has themselves a pretty entrenched position that they can play from and a ton of toys as well.
That's a great shout, Matt. I don't know what you do as these other teams with that many frags in play. That's you're going to have to just either hit some unbelievable shots against them or land a crazy good grenade of your own. But, you know, Twisted Minds rarely gives you those opportunities. They're too smart. They're too good. And this certainly feels like an inevitable win for our inevitable team.
All right, well, what you got cooking, Cerberus? You're about to have to make the run. Perfectix and Batulins look like they've got the line in. Example's got the eyes over into Expendables, but can easily switch his attention back over into Cerberus. Already spotted out. Smokes are going to be coming down, but that just means that you're going to start getting into throwable range in any given second. See, Glorious trying to find a path of his own, but that's going to be on the opposing front that Cerberus is trying to deal with. They're pretty much pinched on this angle. BB hasn't managed to get into an angle to really contend with any of these other squads yet, so it is just Cerberus having to fight their way between these 2 different teams to at least just get a foothold inside the circle. And you're on no cover to be had. Looks like they have realized that the vulnerable side to this is going to be the Expendables, but they're having to step through so much like utility just being dropped on top of them. There's no vision. Finally, Molotovs are going to be coming out. Gotta be so careful away from it. Hamas taking damage, runs away.
That hit the Molotov in their hands, and it catches Saki. That was a great grenade there. That is so unfortunate for Cerberus, but the timing now cut for Cerberus. They're trying to push forward, and they're just shut right down. Clory's on point with the AUG, gonna shut it down. Himas trying to find the angle. He's got to line up, he can't do it.
Almost manages to pick it up, but now the Expendables have a moment to recollect, figure out if they can try to get this res off, but there's going to be the smokes dissipating. Not a lot of options, but no good vision yet, quite yet from Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds now caught up looking into BB, but I mean, the Expendables are so weakened. They're just kind of limping into this circle, but a couple of shots from BB have made this a bit more complicated. Twisted Minds, while they have control, have moved Perfectix up pretty much into a stellar position to lock down any form of movement between the 2 teams.
Yeah, and this is just... You can just throw these grenades, create that space as Twisted Minds. You already saw a doozy taking a chunk. Example catches Bestalok trying to get across, trying to get ahead of this zone, just not having any of it. He's so clean with these DMRs, and he's got a level 3 helmet and vest to boot, so it feels like a matter of time. Yep, Example gonna clean down a doozy. TE, what can you do?
Oh, and they're so weak right now. Perfectix just steps up, picks up one, picks up the second one. There you go. The inevitable Twisted Minds, a victory comes out in the end.
And when they needed it most, when they just... It just felt like they didn't have it today, maybe, but of course they did. Of course they did.
It was problematic. I mean, even they were feeling that it was problematic. But, I mean, they managed to find back into the comfort positions. Play with information. Make sure that you're controlling the territories around you. Lock everything down. Once everything started working at that stage, once I saw them with their backs up against the coast, I was like, this is going to be their game. This is exactly the way that they approach PUBG.
Yeah, they really understand the terrain better than maybe anybody else in the world right now. But, guys, we're going to take a little bit of a break, throw it over the desk before we get to our last Miramar.
Twisted Minds get themselves a victory, finally on the board. We expected it maybe to come earlier. It's been a bit of a rough day for them, but it's finally here, Martin.
That's what you do when you get on angry battalions. You get a good game in the next one.
Is that what you're going with?
Death slammer, and then you. No. Obviously, it's this is expected. We're expecting Twisted Minds to win games in our circuit finals, right? But it took a little longer than as expected, as you were talking about here. But still, yeah, them pulling up and actually staying alive for this long with 4 guys is obviously super crucial for securing the game like this. But it's a hard area. It's a hard area to play. I really like the very late game, but still, for the other teams to kind of traverse and get into those locations, it's been pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, Resort is technically one of our newer locations on Miramar as a whole. We don't really get to see too many endings around here, especially internationally. And with how things have gone for there, it was an interesting dynamic to see, you know, teams trying to come out of Resort a little bit and try and fight off against that east side with the little kind of canopy area that was there. So I enjoyed it personally.
Yeah, definitely. Again, like a lot of the teams fighting on the northern side, a lot of the teams are fighting outside, in the blue, in the zone, just delaying everything. It takes so long, and you see here as well, like with Pero, with TSM, with this team on the northern side here, the teams are realizing, okay, we're not going to get into the zone. We're not going to win the game. Let's just focus on getting as many points as we can. And they're just hanging on to it. They're fighting, you know. And it's just a detriment to all the other teams that are like, we can still make it in. But then there's, you know, 1 or 2 other teams that are, we're not going to make it in. And they're just turning on them. So they're kind of ensuring mutual destruction in so many ways for so many teams. And it's, again, it's making it so, again, in this game here, that there's so much fewer players alive towards the late game.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I say, yes, Resort is a new area, actually the terrain and the curves of which exist here is not new. We're very used to this. We understand, and so do all the other teams, that it's like small valley after small valley after small valley. So if you suddenly get stuck on one of the edges of them, like we saw like a Na'Vi going crazy on one of the edges, of course, and being able to get a few kills off the back of it, any transition from there on out, you know that a team's going to be looking across those small valleys towards you to hold you out. So it does get dicey.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're not able to kind of, you know, early in the late game, take a control of that one of those ridges or one of those edges, and you have to fight. Like we saw Na'Vi, like flushing Hakatori and the teammate, fighting Face, like all these situations here, all those delays is just making sure that you don't have time to prepare your cars or even talk about what are we going to do in this next circle. What is our next plan here? Because you're so focused on eliminating that team that is pressuring you or they're fighting you that, yeah, you're just forced to kind of stay on that edge.
Well, a very important 8 kills when they needed it most. Twisted Minds will get themselves the first place here. We have the Expendables getting themselves second overall, and Na'Vi with 8 kills to their name. BB team showing up towards the upper echelons once again, Martin. As I think for BB, there's a lot of not vindication per se for their performance so far throughout these days, but they're clearly so hungry for it. Aduzi, for example, every single time we've talked to him at previous tournaments and stuff, he is super hungry to get the opportunity to show what they're made of in international, never mind winning an international.
Yeah, and honestly, so far what we've been seeing from them, I'm actually pretty hyped for what...
It's yummy.
Yeah, it is. I'm pretty hyped for what we're seeing from them. But yeah, here it is. Perfectix, 284 damage, but 5 kills. It's almost like Example did more damage and like going in and last hitting some of those players and getting those last one. But yeah, Toby's happy. He was screaming out at the top of his lungs, oh my god, I have it on my fantasy team.
For once.
Perfectix.
Yeah.
For once.
Yeah.
He's like 150 points behind your fantasy, by the way.
Is he?
Yeah.
150?
Maybe not after this one. Maybe it's like 120. Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Behind me or behind both?
Behind you. Behind.
Oh, okay. Well, Perfectix will take that man of the match. Good for him, as he's done a lot of work there regardless across the team.
Yeah, really excited to see them step up here. And obviously that means that it's likely that they're not going to be playing tomorrow. They're going to skip that first, depending on if they get top 4 or top 8 or whatever happens, right? But still, that's going to change a little bit. 11 points for Expendables and Na'Vi too, obviously being able to frag out and get as many kills as they were. But still, this game and how it kind of played out, very chaotic. Like these southern shifts and how the teams again are kind of, when we have these kind of southern shifts or any shift in any direction and it happens somewhat again, you're always going to have these teams fight on that old edge, on that old side where it shifted away from. But 60 points for Petrical Road, and then Twisted Minds, they're able to jump into 7th and actually 11 points ahead of that perfect 9th place. Wouldn't you say 9th place is where you want to be if you want to get more reps?
You like this?
I like it.
I like this idea.
I think when we have 9 days of circuits and 3 days of grand finals, you want to get as many games possible. And I actually talked to the TSM guys like, man, we are able to. I mean, there's a practice area. We're not able to really scrim. We're not really to get into the same kind of mental state as you are when you are playing the tournament, right?
Right.
And here you are, you just want to get enough points to get you into the finals. And if you're able to kind of secure yourself the circuit final every single time, 9th place is the perfect one.
Yeah, I do think that's maybe something that the layman watching doesn't quite fully get right. Yes, there are scrims in PUBG, and yes, there is the potential to get some practice wherever you can, but there's no better practice than the actual games against these guys when there is something on the line. In scrims, is there something on the line? No, not really, other than kind of pride and being able to really get a few reps in here and there. But when there's really something to pursue, there's no better practice than that. So yeah, maybe that 9th place, maybe that magical 9th place is the way. However, regardless of the fact, if you can get 1 through 8 and get yourself a boatload of points, then moving towards the PGC Grand Finals would be it. Any thoughts before we get into our next Miramar here as to who really needs to step in? I mean, obviously, those teams down to the bottom we could focus on a little bit here before we actually get into this, because there are some teams on even single digits still that yes, you're going to the first day tomorrow.
Yeah, 5 games, 5 points for Sonic. That's obviously huge.
Yeah.
But I would still say in a situation where I was saying 60 points is going to be enough, I'm pretty sure it's going to be well enough. Because we're playing 3 circuit finals. It's not going to be the same teams in every circuit final. I think it'll be way lower. And I'm actually not too worried. If you're able to just get, like 40, 50 points, I think that might be enough to put you into the final, considering how low the rest of the lobby is. Right now, 9th place is 22 points. That's pretty good.
It's a good point. It's a good point. All of these teams gearing up now for the final game of the day. They need technically as many points as possible to try and shore up any defenses if they want to get to the PGC Grand Final. There are still 2 more finals, of course, to go. But starting off strong is paramount here as we head over to the Dusty Dunes for one last time today.
Paramount indeed with one last chance. What can you manage to do? Can you manage to get yourself into a decent qualifying position? We've seen some stellar performances. Twisted finally finding some success. Maybe one of these other squads that are so desperately needing it can find it now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're hearing, backstage with all the players that are maybe not having the best day today. It's just one good game. Just one good game, and you can maybe get into one of those top 8 spots.
I mean, we had Roth come up and make a quick comment about that. It's like, that's the goal. All we just need is something to get the momentum going in our favor. As Desk was talking about, it's so vital in this last game. Position and placement for going into Circuit 2 hinges off of your performance inside of this, as well as qualifying points for the Grand Final. So a lot at stake moving into this.
Yeah, exactly. Not only do you want to just, skip playing tomorrow if you can.
Some people
do that. Some do. That's true. Not everybody actually has that mindset, but most people at the very least will want every point they can get, because again, that matters for qualifying for the Grand Finals. So that's really what you're kind of shooting for here. And so even if you're having a bad day, kicking it off with even if you don't get into the top 8 and you got to play tomorrow, kicking it off with a good finish and getting some big points, very, very crucial to making sure that you're finding yourself in those last 3 days. And it is just another day of absolutely garbage circles, Matt.
Well, to the west we go, and we talked about this as we were going through the circuit. It's very north-south. We still got Pozo in play as well. At least moves away from the chicken down there at the bottom. So the plane path off of this is going to be pretty interesting. We were just talking about Roth and saying, hey, we just need to have one good game. Well, Roth, you and Sonics are the only guys that are inside this circle. Well, Flood's there with you too, but you have an opportunity inside of this one. You got first dibs on whatever you want.
I mean, this is definitely the best opportunity that the Falcons are maybe going to have. I mean, this is exactly
and the Sonics,
yeah. Well, Roth asked us to hit the 9 circle button for him, and we tried, I guess. Like we did our best.
I mean, I'll go ahead and say it as the North American caster right now. It's looking pretty rough in 14th, 15th, and 16th. So any form of performance coming out from those guys, maybe if they could just avoid killing each other in circle 1 or 2, that would be phenomenal. But
that'd be great.
We'll have to see. They're close enough to each other now. There's a decent chance of it. As we got ourselves a pretty decent highlight for Twisted Minds.
a stellar look at what this team has been able to accomplish this year. They have been truly brilliant. It's hard to argue that anybody's had a better stretch of PUBG Esports. However, just a note here to our fans. We have an update about the G-Coin code. It is valid until the end of match 6, so there's no need to rush. You have until the end of this match to get that code. We did have a bit of an issue with the official website. It was temporarily down due to high traffic. There were so many of you who wanted these G-Coin codes. We get it, and we're working on it, and we want to apologize. We're really sorry about that, but you still have until the end of this match, so just take it easy, keep trying. Don't hit refresh too much because you'll make it worse, but get in there, and you still have the opportunity to get those codes, so don't worry, folks.
G-Coin's so vital, essentially self-DDoSing on those refreshes. We just want that so bad.
I don't blame them, I get it.
There's a lot of G-Coin at stake for a lot of the stuff, so I'm with you, man. Schematics are important.
They are. Yes, they really, really are. I want that Mark 12 to look awesome. As we take a little bit of look at some of the previous matches, and there's that, the Batu desk slam. It's tough, you know, especially when you've been so good all year, and the first 4 maps were not good. All it took was that one. Now Twisted Minds are just right back to what you would kind of expect.
Well, they're back in a good position right now, but I wouldn't say that they're anywhere near where they want to be. But they're very quick to being able and being touching range. What? Just 13 points back behind T1 it's still pretty compacted even in the top, outside of what we see going on with Petrichor Road.
It would take something like TE or Luna having a win here with some big kills, and FaZe having a decent game, and Twisted Minds not really doing anything for them to fall out of that top 8 at this point. So they're actually looking pretty good off the bat, at least to not play tomorrow, right? Maybe you'll have to play pretty likely have to play day 2, but they've at least got themselves in a position where they can take a day off, recuperate, regroup. Meanwhile, 17 is in a position where they're going to have a big game if they don't want to play tomorrow.
Lined up pretty close to Type, who has been his own source of violence against so many teams today, man. He has just been absolutely stellar as we've been watching it. We have some rotations that could also be bumping into each other as we're going to be watching TE, Petrichor Road, Na'Vi all rotate in. Freaks have a pretty easy path into the circle. Cerberus finally finding a way to rotate in. No real big problems coming out for too many of our teams. It's just going to be TSM that had one of their members knocked. The Kraken looking down, saying can't quite get the flush on him, but you can see the TSM already throwing down some smokes. They really want it, and it's going to be pretty Curdy. Is he trying to be a bit distracting over there with the car? I don't know what exactly he's trying to do.
Maybe just trying to find a bit of a better angle to keep Luna from finding shots cleanly. Halo out there as well. Oh, Chewy's going to go down early. It's like a drive-by there.
And they just kind of left him. They're like,
they're circling the wagons.
Hey, nobody came after us on that one, so we'll go ahead and finish that out. Hackatory going to go ahead and take it. Ming was looking like he was trying to go for a res, but that's pretty much done. So that means that Na'Vi is going to be pathing in kind of in the southern area of the circle. Most of our teams, no surprise, leaning into the area in between Monte Nuevo as well as El Pozo, putting their backs up against the wall. Specifically, it's going to be Falcons, Luna Galaxy, TSM, and Sonics. All the Americas all together. I'm terrible.
Shocker. Shocker. I mean, but I get it. In a circle like this that has that much of the out of bounds in it, you want to be closer to that edge. You just kind of, it's in the back of your mind that this might be one of those games.
It's so similar to what we saw Twisted do last time, where they just went to the south and put their backs up against the coast. You do the same thing with the wall. It makes you feel so much more safe.
Exactly. Not only do you have that safety, but for whatever reason, sometimes circles that have this much of the out of bounds to start with just want to drift more and more that direction potentially. So yeah, you're giving yourself a lot of good options. That's why you're seeing all those teams that had prio on that side of the map are immediately pushing themselves over there.
Meanwhile, we can see the Freaks running the 2-2 split that has been pretty stellar for them as well, as now they're going to be in a good position looking down on 17 Gaming, who's running a 2-1-1. We got Eternal Fire, who started off very powerful today, is still sitting in 5th place overall, but hasn't been able to quite manage to get the same successes that they kind of kicked everything off with. So we'll see. Based off their positioning, they have a decent chance for a strong game, as they've got Monte Nuevo as well as the positioning just to the east of it.
For sure. That's going to be something to keep an eye on. And let's take a look at some Sonics highlights, hey?
We just saw them get 3 times the amount of kills that they have present points.
Dude.
I'm sorry, I had to do it.
It's okay. They're very aware, and they're keeping their spirits up, actually.
I mean, yeah, these guys, like everybody kind of knows that whenever you have a day like this, whenever it happens, you got to have a little bit of banter going on with it, but they still have a chance for a pretty successful game here. As we do also want to point out, while we were talking about Falcons and TSM and everything else like that, how they're all clustered next to each other against the wall, Thanadol has managed to sneak his way in right next to him. So while this distraction with Luna Galaxy and TSM is going on, Daytrade's trying to find some sneaky way to get in there. So even Daytrade's in the middle.
That's right. Even Daytrade's there. I'm a little worried about Thanadol. I'm going to be honest. Where he's driving on the map concerns me. TSM is still a little bit in trouble because Luna is just not letting them go anywhere easily, as they are right to do. They have a high ground position. That could be a knock. Oh, Sparking. Just barely.
I mean, they're living up to their name, Luna Galaxy, and they're very far up in the heavens right now. They've got a ton of vision to work around. Predominantly, they've got near-on vision on so much of this map in and of itself. It's not until we start getting the drop-offs down to the south where it gets a bit more problematic for them. They can even kind of spot out what's been going on around El Pozo and what's happening with Cerberus. You can see the TE as well as Na'Vi caught up in a little bit of a situation to the south, but it's going to be TE with a bit more of a lead into the north. And there you go, Circle Pops keeps Pozo in and also keeps a decent chunk of the non-playable.
Yep, a lot of that out of bounds is in there. So this circle looking like it's going to end in that area to the west of Pozo. So there's some hills, there's a few things out there, but it is a little bit tricky to play in that part of the map, especially early on. If you don't have a compound, there's still a lot of high ground that's going to be out and around you. Some grenades now ringing out around the very kind of difficultly positioned TE players. They're finally rolling in to try to help. So Na'Vi, Diffix gets hit by that blue zone, but he's got the blue zone bag, but a second blue zone is coming in.
Ooh, and this firefight
that grenade
pretty quickly. They've got to be careful off of it. Man, he just barely steps out of that with about 1 to 2 HP left, but it's going to be Hakatori. Good defense coming up as Tanvu is going to go down. Even dodge it. He has managed to survive. So much utility dropped on top of him in this position. Well done to Diffix. In and of itself, that is going to be massive.
That was impressive movement, impressive timing on all of that. Able to dodge a frag, able to get the first aid going. Just so well thought out there by Diffix. Such a smart player. You know, this Na'Vi team extremely young, but really showing how much talent they have throughout the year.
We've also got a problem, and Petrichor Road took an emergency pickup. Looks like they're going to be dropping with their backs against the wall into the thick of what's going to be going with TSM Falcons Daytrade. This is a big problem. Summer's already down, and you can see everybody is taking shots into this one. Exus just trying to land at a half HP. Looks like he could probably land it, but no, he's going to lean back into the Daytrade line. Does at least manage to drop off, but you can see Falcons really can't commit into trying to solidify their defense here. They've got to go ahead and regroup as they've got Sonics on the other side of them.
That was a tough emergency pickup path because you have to be so careful about not drifting out. You know, it's just like you don't have much room to drop there. So nicely done, at least to get somewhere, I guess, for Petrichor Road. But at this point, you know, they're feeling pretty good about themselves, already looking like they're well on their way to the grand finals. So, you know what? They got there. They lost a couple players. So be it.
Here's the downside of Miramar and having too long of a firefight. Oh, it means that all these other squads that are having really good days can come get involved. Most notably, that's going to be T1. It's going to be EN that spotted out a bit more than he can get out of it. Meanwhile, Type is already positioning up to catch whoever is going to be rotating out at this point. T1 has specifically set up a gauntlet-style position, so whoever wins this firefight, they can immediately pick up on the rotation.
Yeah, again, T1 is really dialed in today. Diffix gets Delwyn, nicely done. And he has been so valuable as a spearhead here for this Na'Vi squad against TE. Yes, you still have Type for T1 looming just ahead, but for what it's worth, Na'Vi's done a great job in this fight. They haven't lost anybody. They've taken 2 TE players down. It's been very methodical, very clean. Yeah, the blue is here, but it's only phase 2, so a little bit more time before you really have to make sure that this fight ends.
They have kind of stalled out. Not a lot of options. Expendables just going to be firm committed into this because the Expendables know that they need to get any points that they can. They're in the middle of the pack in 10th place right now, so any points right now are vital for them as they've walked away with nothing so far. Ooh. Finally, Hakatori is going to go down, so Tanvu is getting something for him, but even then, it's not the easiest push to come after. Diffx doing just a great job of defending up for his squad. he has done such a stellar job in making sure to hold down this point for it. I don't even know why I'm saying stellar so much today, but he is really just doing just such a good job of making sure to allow no movement coming out from the Expendables.
And now the Expendables trying to make some pressure off. Oh no, they've got the sawed off. Oh, he can't connect. Diffix dodging. Can he get the knock? No, Clories is going to best him. And finally, all that hard work he did, that knock onto Hakatori was pretty brutal. It opened up that extra angle because you have to send a player over to get that res. And that means that the Expendables can take that opportunity to go to finish off that solo member of Na'Vi.
I mean, but the cost of this is so high for the Expendables versus what's going on for Na'Vi. Na'Vi's 45 points right now. They're feeling pretty good about their placement no matter how this is going to go. Good positioning. On the opposing side of this, looks like Cerberus has bumped into BB team, and they've got a bit of a high ground advantage on them and did manage to take down one of their members on the approach down that hill. But I mean, all in all, it does look like Cerberus has got a very wide split over here. They've got the Freaks on one side of them, BB on the other side. So they have got a couple of opportunities to maybe regroup, but they have to be careful because FaZe is going to be coming in right back behind them.
Absolutely. Going to be tricky there for some of those teams up on the edges trying to get through. I mean, it is Miramar, so there's a lot of rocks and other stuff that you have to work with in those areas. So EF just going to set up a bit of a fort towards the center as best as they can.
T1 finally kind of gave up on it just as TE is getting away. So Ian is going to be able to spot this out, and TE can't make too many more movements over here as it's going to be a fully regrouped T1 just to the south of where we're going to see the Falcons 2-2 split in their southern part of it. But also Sonics in a gatekeeping position to kind of catch out whatever's going to be going on over here.
This is actually pretty tricky for T1. There doesn't really seem any openings. Clories, though, found one. Fairest is going to be cleaned up by Tanvu, but Susset takes him down. So almost TE able to take Na'Vi out, but just that extra player is the difference maker. I think they're just going to pass over that utility and say, Susset, you do what you can.
Yeah, but T1 just heard that and they turned back around. Looks like they're looking to see if they can pick up anything. Here comes FaZe. We're talking about the fact that we're going to be rolling up behind one of these teams. It looks like it is going to be BB that they opt into going after. Going to spot out, get decent damage in, but good retaliation. Name it a doozy's going to drop it. He's had, again, just constantly finding success for BB. A big part of the way that they've been able to navigate this. Phil first going to be coming in off on a different angle for it. Already has an idea on where Fex is going to be at. FaZe, they approached into this and they've got to be careful. Meanwhile, just down to the south, you can see it's going to be Sonics making a push over to this other side, going to be bumping into Falcons, while T1 is going to be creeping up right back behind him.
Oh, this is messy. This has opened up the door for T1 to just sneak by. And yeah, okay, Tiggleton sees it, tries to put some shots down, but that's not really what's important in this situation because T1 now can just kind of set up camp on the outside. There's a ton of high ground around this compound, and things have gotten oh so dire for these two North American teams.
FaZe and BB still in a firefight as the circle does move this direction up into the north. So firefight going on between Falcons and Sonics is going to be kind of a situation where they need to break apart and get away as fast as possible. But over into the southeast, it's going to get messy really fast. TSM in a gatekeeping position where we've got Twisted Mind, Luna, as well as 17 Gaming all needing to make an approach, while we also do have the Freaks looking on a new angle. Everybody from Sonics are stacked up next to each other, wanting to make the push in, but notice two Panzerfaust waiting for the Falcons. They just want an opportunity. The problem is they do not want to step around onto those angles that Sonics have on complete lockdown.
This could be real devastating to the Sonics. They're starting to fan out a bit, but it's so hard to push around these edges. There's so much control already established by the Falcons. I mean, you only have a couple directions you can go, either left or right, or up and over. This is smart kick. He's got him. Oh, what a jump by Kick.
Finally feeling it a bit. It's going to be Sonics making a massive move. Rello goes with a quick pop-off around the new angle. Snaker's going to find one as well. Kickstart tried to make something happen with a big, beautiful play, but it's all going to come apart in the end. As Sonics go down, Falcons get them.
Yeah, I mean, those Panzerfausts really worth their weight in gold. Over to Jeems, has Gustav down, trying to sneak in behind Bestalock there. Just him and Phil first left for BB. He's going to be ready for this push. Shuts the door onto Jeems. Tries to pre-fire, but Jeems wise to it, but still gets caught. Trying to cross the other way by Phil first. Things going bad for FaZe. Fex left alone.
Yeah, this is a bit problematic over here. As this is just, we even had Cerberus trying to eye up into this direction. Day Trade's got themselves a split down in the middle. They've got pretty much the circle under control and kind of eyeing over here as well. So Fex just going to wait and see if he can spot, but Phil first. That was just dirty.
He's He's been so good throughout this tournament. Has been so valuable. Twisted Minds has Posa dead to rights. The retreating player of Vinny also really beaten up. Javsy Kraken up above him. He doesn't have any frags though, so he can't really make as good of use of this angle as he would like. He has to even drop down, able to pull the parachute just in time. But again, it's hard to find angles because it's so sheer here.
Yeah, and he's got to be careful every single time he makes the jump down. He walks right in front of Batulins. That's the easiest kill of Batulin's life. We'll pick that one up pretty easy peasy. You know, remember seeing if maybe he can get some pot shots on somebody at range, and Haven is going to get it. He's going to spot out Salute of anybody.
Yeah, but it's been kind of quiet here for the Freaks the last couple of games. Maybe they could do some more damage, but Salute, he's burning down pretty quick out there. Somebody's got an angle onto him. Example out in the open. Haven able to finally get those shots under control, and that should be the end of Example's day.
I mean, Haven, you just took out Salute and Example. That's a good feeling no matter how it goes.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, that's just whatever points he could get out of that was nice, but now they're all the way down to 10th. I mean, they kind of just petered out as the day went on. They aren't going to be able to find themselves moving forward into the next circuit. Sparking with a good grenade onto Perfectix. Batulins and Lou trying to do something, anything to get these heals off. The stuns are coming out. Is TSM going to make this push? Look at Batu, though.
Back behind it, he got stalled out because of Luna Galaxy's positioning. Last member Falcon does get spotted, and meanwhile, see if TSM Sparking wants to make a move forward. Lou doing a good job on stalling out the entirety of it, but does go down. It's going to be Sparking that spots him, but the nade going to come out. Lou dropped one before he went down, so it's going to force everybody from TSM to kind of crest up over the hillside as Batu, the last one up.
TSM is trying to figure out where the heck Batu went. It is going to be a couple TSM players going down, though. KDF getting involved in that from range. T1 trying to cut across 17 Xiaobei. Only player left, I believe, for 17, yeah, and it isn't going to be that big game it looks like that they really needed. Trying to find a few more points, though. Every point matters. Trying to get into that grand finals. And it is just going to be a little bit of damage done to E-End and then a load up into the Murado and trying to get out of here somehow, some way.
All right, what options do you got? Looks like he's going to be rolling in and going specifically after Ian. Maybe to see if he can get a knock off of it. Does get the knock. Trying to see maybe he can get the kill as well, but it is going to get denied. It's going to be Purdy Curdy that spots out, picks up another point.
Now TSM has an opportunity to maybe wipe T1 out as we take a look at those Panzers.
Show me the jump shot, though. I mean, that was cool.
The jump shot was sick.
Yeah.
That was, Kick did such a good job there, at least trying to open up something. But yeah, those Panzers are definitely brutal, especially in a situation like that where you really only have a couple angles to come from. Here comes Kurt, right around the backside of T1.
They've got good positioning around this. It's just it's a good crossfire. There's no good cover to be had. You can see T1 can't really retaliate back in shots. It's going to be on Zenith to try to step into this one. Good exchange between both teams, but it's going to be Sparking that picks it up in the tail end. TSM managing to rack up point after point, starting to climb up that leaderboard, now in 10th.
Yeah, I love that methodical play there from TSM, sending Sparking out wide, Kurt in the backside, and then they just kind of collapse around T1. Really nicely dialed up there. Over towards Day Trade, was trying to end Cerberus's not so very good day. There's a bunch of flashes coming out. I think the res was stuck there at least, but here come the Freaks.
All right, Day Trade, you've got pretty much the entirety of the circle under control. You've got Cerberus right next to you. Human also going to be right next to you, can help you deal with Cerberus in some fashion. Shots are going to be going into Cerberus's direction, even the nade as well. So actually now he's starting to turn his attention more into Day Trade. TSM pretty far away from it, so can't really get too involved. Thanadol is nowhere near the other three members of Day Trade. So with this, it's kind of put Cerberus in the meat grinder right in between the solo and Human who's playing in the smokes, as well as the three members for Day Trade as the circle pops. And you're on nobody inside of it, just Day Trade still having control over the circle.
Yeah, this is pretty nice for Day Trade. They basically got all of this circle under their control. Nobody's even in the compounds that are in the center. TSM looking for any points they can find. How is Batu still alive? He just understands how to use those first aids so well out in blues. I mean, I've seen him do it a couple times this year, and he just survives. I mean, he knows that any point he can get so valuable. As Gumin also looking for a few more points as KDF has dropped all the way down to 7th. Look how tight it is there around that 4th place position. I mean, 45 is now the cutoff to go straight into the Circuit 2 finals.
And let's not forget that we still have Rern that's still alive over here, hanging out, slowly trying to see if he can get anything. It might be at Twisted Minds, not Twisted Minds, but TSM that can creep in there while we're looking at Twisted Minds Batulins. He might be able to find himself a TSM player if he's not careful.
Absolutely he can. He's going to get a glimpse of Sparking. Not sure if he's going to get the opportunity. Haisaki gets just a little bit of damage into Guming there, but that grenade had gone under that Bronco. Could have been the end of Cerberus's round. Here comes some more. Oh my God, that car almost rolls on top of him. Sparking now has a moment, but can't find the shots.
You can tell that Cerberus is just playing under such duress right now. They know that they need points so desperately, but they can't really even poke their heads up. Everybody's taking an eye on Batulins. Gonna take down a Moss and get the flush as well. Gonna spat out Human. Batulins finding all of these points. Now this is a hefty blue zone though. He's gonna have some trouble. I think he's just trying to survive for as long as he can to see if maybe he can buy a placement point.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the name of the game here. That was great shooting from Batu, though. Just so calm under pressure. Is actually going to be taken out by the blue. Haisaki
yeah,
can't even get the point. Yeah, that's why he's laughing. He didn't give the point over even.
Okay, so now we've got Rern still alive. Does spot out pretty Curdy. Gets a drop on him. And so with this, it's just going to be Sparking the last one up for TSM. And yeah, Day Trade's read this. Look at this reposition based off of Thanadol's information. They shifted all the way down to the south, realizing where there's some vulnerabilities. Haisaki's still alive in the north, with our top 4 being pretty much all Day Trade and then 1 member on the opposing 3 teams.
Well, still a lot of more points available for Day Trade. I don't know if that's enough to get them over FaZe or not. If they win this and they get all the kills, we'll have to wait and see. Flash does get Sparking. Okay.
Ren's not letting him have it, man. He's finding all of these kills right here at the end. Every single thing that he can possibly get, he wants. He wants to hold on to that top 4 position. BB just right back behind them, but it's all based off of the plays that they're managing to pick up. Let's not forget about we have Haisaki up to the north. Can he manage to do something off of it? He's got up with Belmont, but Rern just having to contend. All these blue zone nades dropped right on top of him, but he managed to survive. But there's just so much utility, so many frag grenades. They're just going to dump him on top of Rern. He's going to go down. Haisaki the last one up, and I think he's just going to hightail it in the blue. He's going to take himself out. There's no way. He realizes there's just too many members up. He's going to go down. There you go. We're going to find Day Trade at the end with a match win.
Nice win, but was it enough points to get them into that top 8? That's my big question right now. They were oh so close. Are they going to be finding themselves playing tomorrow or not is the big question. Cerberus, definitely not their best day. Certainly we know that they can ramp up as tournament goes on. EF, solid day today, you know, came out hot and kind of at least got enough done here to stay towards the top of that leaderboard. TSM able to salvage some games here and there with some points.
Well, this last game was big for them. I mean, finding something inside there. So big performances, and we're going to be moving into Circuit 2 starting tomorrow. Our analyst desk is going to give you a preview on all you need to know.
Even Day Trades here. They were able to get themselves a victory on Miramar to round out this day. And even before this, they already had some decent points on the board. This is going to shore up their defenses on the leaderboards.
Yeah, that might push them just exactly into that 8th place. Ooh. Giving them a day off tomorrow.
Ooh.
And is that worth it? Is it worth it?
Stop it. Stop this. Stop this madness.
No, but yeah, it's obviously... it's an interesting circle here, northwestern side. Some funny fights, some Panzerfausting, you would say. But yeah, overall, I have to point it out again. It is actually extremely often that we have so many fights in the center and early, kind of like middle and early stage of the game. There's not a lot of players live. There's a lot of space. And it's kind of throwing, I feel like, some of the teams off a little bit, like, oh, what? Well, this compound is free, or this whole edge is free, or oh, there's only one guy alive over here. And it's actually happening quite often. And the meta is kind of shifting a little bit because of it.
Well, a Western Circle like this on Miramar is kind of like notoriously open, right? So it does create some of those conflicts pretty early. And it wouldn't be an international tournament without America on America action, Martin. Which, you know, Toff is backstage with us watching the games, losing his mind. It's a beautiful thing.
Screaming like, no, 2 Panzerfaust, how?
No, why are they fighting? I mean, it's tough. It's a tough situation, right? As you can see, look at the Falcons boys on screen at the moment as they were brawling against the Sonics once again. And it's been a bit of a rough day for some of the teams down towards the bottom. But Batulins is loving life regardless. Look at him.
Yeah, it's good enough for them. It's enough points for them.
All right, well, let's get to as we have an interview ready over on the stage with Bella.
Hello guys, it's Bella with the post-match interviews. I'm standing with Twisted Minds Batulins. Oh wow, your first day here at PGC 2024. You scored a chicken, you came through on those last Miramars. What do you want to say about your day today?
Not that good as like it could be, but I guess we did some good kills, some good games on Miramar. I think, yeah, Miramar's was like pretty, let's say, they changed our situation. We're now top 6 or something like that. So not bad, not good. Yeah, that's all.
Could be better.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Right, so before Miramars, you played 4 games that you aren't that content with. So what do you want to change into going into Circuit 2? What would you like to change, improve, work on?
I mean, the thing I want to change is not changeable. So yeah, so like we're just gonna make focus on doing our job. That's what we know how to do, and like I guess we're gonna improve on next circuits. We're gonna show better games, and that's all. Be careful, like all the teams. We're gonna become more powerful with every new circuit, every new game.
Wow, that is scary. If I was another player, I'd be like, oh, I'm gonna dodge Batulin.
Of course.
Right. And today, I wanted to ask you, did any other team catch your eye, like exceed your expectation?
Nah.
Whoa, that's cool. But hey, Twisted Minds has been consistent so far this year, so.
Yeah, of course, when you're playing games, like in an arena, in venue, like you don't really focus on other teams. Like even if some teams showed like good results, I don't know about it, so I don't really care. We just focus on us.
All right, best of luck to you on Circuit 2 as well. That was great, Miramars. I'm so happy you came through. All right, thank you for that interview, Batulins.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Nice interview.
All right, now our next interview will be, I will be joined by Petrichor Road's Chewy71. Where is our Chewy, the star of today? I love how we always have this swap moments. And Chewy, come join me on that stage. You want to stand on my left side? Hello. 안녕하세요. I was thought that we had a translator. Oh, Judy, come join us on the left.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. I love my little moments on stage. All right, Chewy, straight into the last day of Circuit 2. Today was an incredible day for Petrichor Road. So how are you feeling?
今天对于 Pyro 来说是一个非常成功的一天。请问你现在的感觉怎么样呢？
很开心吧，就赛运也好，打得也挺好的，就挺开心的吧。
We are really happy and we are actually very lucky today. So yeah, in total, just happy.
I would say luck is a really important factor, but you popped off on Taego. You came through for your team, and that was crazy. So I wanted to ask you, what did you decide to focus on today to like secure 6 kills, 3rd place and place points?
你们在 Taego 那把打得非常的出色，就是你们今天有做出什么样的决定来帮助你们在今天拿到非常好的成绩呢？
我们就比第一天比较放松心态吧，因为第一天比较紧，第一次打，然后第二天就比较放松。
Okay, we are more relaxed than the first day. We're just relaxing, so we get a better score than day 1.
Oh, relaxed Chewy is scary Chewy. All right, I see. Okay. I feel like you owe a message to your fans because they must be so excited with today's results. So now is your time.
你们一定会有想要对粉丝说的话吧？
就每一把都尽力吧，就这个 PGC。
We will try our best in every game in this PGC.
That was brief but straight to the point. All right, congratulations, Chewy. That was great. Best of luck to you to Circuit 2. 축하드립니다. All right, that's all from me. Oh, they're all leaving me, but that's all from me on the stage here. So we're gonna go head back to the analyst desk to get a final rundown of the day.
Thank you very much, Bella, for the interviews, as we heard from Chewy. And, you know, I mean, he says it's a lot of luck, but honestly, I think Petrichor Road played rather fine and dandy today, Mr. Martin.
Yeah, I really like what I'm seeing from them. And especially when it's not Ixleft carrying everything.
That's one of the rarities.
Yeah.
Like, considering every time internationals were like, it's Ixleft, it's Ixleft, it's Ixleft, but it was anything but.
You're seeing Ming, you're seeing Chewy, seeing Summer. You're seeing them pull off like huge amount of kill games, and he's just and Ixleft is just leaning back, smiling, happy, you know. And in a situation like this, we know the pop-off potential of Ixleft, right? We know that he is a star player. He's such a player that has a potential of a huge impact, and I think like if they're able to bring just a little bit of this that they had today, and then Ixleft pops off, that's a Petrichor Road in top 4 in the grand finals.
Yeah, potentially. Let's take a look at the top 4 from this game, though, as Daytrade will be able to move themselves forwards to the top. They only got themselves 4 kills, so it's a dainty chicken dinner for this one. But TSM with some important points, Twisted Minds arguably with important points as well. They've kind of found themselves towards the upper side of the middle of the table. And then Cerberus with 3. But again, you know, I think you would kind of expect more from Cerberus throughout the day. Even though they ended up okay, it's not exactly what you would have expected.
It's the bad games that are too bad, right? A 14th 0 kills, a 15th 0 kills, and a 12th with only 3. But then it's the 2 4th places and the 2nd place that's actually coming in there. But there's no big banger games like the 4th with 6 and the 2nd place with only 3 kills. It's not really the type.
Right.
Again, it's coming back to, I like to quote Sparking.
Oh yeah.
There's a little bit of a content where Sparking looks over to him as he is like, no Tycon, no party. And I love that.
I don't think he probably didn't like that.
No, I mean, he laughed, right? But it's very much what it feels like what is on Cerberus right now. The oomph is missing.
Yeah. No big banger game. All right, well, quote Martin with that one. We've got ourselves the 4 kills going the way of Day Traders. Again, small numbers here and there for this one, but a win is a win.
It is.
In this regard. And Day Traders done pretty fine and dandy throughout the day as well, with Flash taking that #1 spot. But this is the smallest little star diagram we've had throughout the tournament, I would say.
2 kills, yeah. We also saw another one with 2. Who was it that had 2? There's another one that had 2, where there was only 2. You know, 2?
You okay?
Yeah, it's 2. It was the 2. The MVP with 2 kills. You don't remember?
Well, let's take a look at the overall numbers for today. It's 37 kills going the way of Petrichor Road. That's huge. That is massive.
Yeah, that's big.
BB team as well, really showing flying colours in their performance. And likewise, so have Eternal Fire. It's been a pretty decent day for EMEA overall as well, Mark.
I am pretty satisfied with what I'm seeing.
Yeah?
3 in the top 5. That's impressive. And for BB team to be 5th, that's actually perfect. They're going to be coming into day 2. They're going to have a day off tomorrow after having playing everything. So that's like a good middle ground in terms of, okay, we can get a break, we can kind of reset a little bit, and then we have another kind of get one rip in before potentially playing another circuit final in some days.
In some days. In fact, in 3 days. Yes. Maybe, as we go on, look at the match leaderboard from all of this game. Even I should say, this order is a little bit weird. Surely we would have looked at this before the overall numbers for the day, but here we are. Yes, so a small game for the teams towards the top. It's a very even distribution of points there as a whole. A little tough for some of those teams in the early moments of that game. But let's take a look at the overall leaderboard. This is important. Okay, so let's stay here for a second, because our 1 to 4 teams have not only earned themselves a lot of points, but they've also earned themselves 2 days off. They will be joining us in the circuit final, and then we have our 5th through 8th, which will be joining us in day #2 here, Martin.
Yeah, and Day Trade with that win actually puts themselves into that spot, forcing FaZe Clan down in that perfect 9th spot. 33 points.
You love the 9th.
I love the 9th.
You
spot.
love the 9th.
I actually, the idea of being able to play every single day before going into the grand final, I think it's. If you can guarantee yourself that, and I would say for the teams that are there are some teams. You know, I'd rather have 33 than 7.
Yes.
If you have 7, you're going back to the hotel and you're asking yourself what happened, or you're just saying, guys, let's forget about it. We're playing tomorrow.
Yeah. So also do bear in mind, FaZe Clan was awarded 1 compensation point.
Correct.
Due to a technical issue in game 1 as well.
Which is not added, which actually puts them into 34. Is that correct? I am assuming.
You've just made a wild assumption there. I don't know if it's
no,
added
because
or not.
it's a tie. It's a tie.
It's already added.
It's already
Where
added.
did you get that from?
Because I'm looking at placement points and saying, because it's not added, you know, beside it. It's.
You mean like an asterisk or something?
No. I was just math. Okay, so 17 placement plus 15 kills is 32. They had 33 total. So.
Did you just say Bath Mad?
Yeah.
What's happening?
Bad math.
Let's get off. Move away. All right.
Oh, you thought I said Bath Mad.
I thought you said Bath Mad.
No,
all right. Anyway,
mad.
I'm going mad. We 15th and 16th. Unfortunately, Team Falcons and Sonics down. It's been a Lumina Galaxy and TSM. It has been a rough day for the Americas, but this means that they'll all have 2 days before that circuit finals, if they're able to qualify it, to get themselves those reps on the board, Martin.
They're going to have a huge amount of reps, and I like that.
Yes.
Lumina actually started quite well, but
Yeah, they did.
last 2 games, just 4 points. So they kind of went off a little bit on Miramar. But yeah, we're going to be starting day number 1 tomorrow with these teams. And that's kind of exciting to me.
Yeah, we welcome back all our teams in that were eliminated in the previous days.
But still, we're having Sonics. They're playing day 1. We're having 17 games. So it's very different, very changed compared to what we've been seeing, right?
Yes.
And that's shaking up a lot of things that, in terms of how drop spots are being managed and how all the teams are, because a lot of teams are not expecting, you know, your 17 gaming or your Sonics. So that is changing the kind of the meta and how the dynamic of how everything is working in our Circuit 1 day 1.
3 of our 1 through 4 PGS qualifiers are here. And actually, you brought it up backstage, and it's a really good point for anybody playing along at home.
Right.
Fantasy's going to be wild tomorrow.
I am so excited for Fantasy tomorrow because it is going to be insane. And obviously, exciting to see what this performance today is impacting the prices on the players, right?
Yeah.
There's obviously a lot of things going on with that, so we'll see. I'm excited to either check it out tomorrow morning or whenever it's going to be. So make sure you check your fantasy team for tomorrow. You have to make changes.
I think it'll be, yes, you do. And here's our matches for tomorrow as well. The usual order. I think what will be very interesting to see is how across 2 circuit day qualifiers into the circuit final, those teams fare that only had today to play. Those like Cerberus, Sonics, as well as 17. Because if we see them, get the reps under their belt, come back strong in that circuit final, that'll be quite telling as to what these teams may prefer regarding how much they can really get those reps in, etc.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk to the guys that are going to have 2 days off now and ask, hey, what do you think? Like, are you just going to chill? What's going to happen? What's your mindset going into this? Because that's also something like, we would rather play. That's a huge change for them. Then this is more of a punishment, being good.
Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in for day number 3. That's our first circuit final done and dusted. A huge thank you to our partners, of course, before we head on off. We've got our main esports partner joining us, OP.GG. You can overpower your game if you head over to OP.GG and check everything out that's going on there. We also have our lovely venue partner joining us as well, the Tropicana Garden Mall. And I think all the shops are shut now. So I can't get any food downstairs, but it's fine.
But there's a lot of options here, though. I really like, yeah,
it's a nice place.
A little bit of a boost, I love that.
Yeah, everyone loves a good boost when we're here in Malaysia. And we've also got TT Racing. That was like a free sponsor. What are we doing? No, stop. But we got TT Racing joining us as our official furniture partner as well. All of these players are sitting on the chairs, getting good to go and locked in for the games as they play things out across 6 games every single day. We finally have our Cooper, who is our lovely hand warmer partner as well. You may have noticed I just keep holding these things because I really enjoy them.
They're really comfortable.
Yeah, they are, and I love playing with the magnets. I really like playing with the magnets.
Extra fidget you can play around. That's good.
Yeah. All right, and of course, you guys at home can check out the lovely ornament that we have here with the Neo Media icon light. So if you just scan this QR code and check that out as well, you can potentially bag yourself one at home as time goes on. Lovely stuff, a lovely day. Very exciting to see how those points have racked up throughout the day. I think I'm over the moon really for Petrichor Road because, again, for me, Petrichor Road oftentimes was just the Ikeslef show.
It was.
And today was anything but. It was all of them stepping up, showing great performances across the board, making us, again, in a situation where we could potentially have another big contender for the throne.
What do you think, though, about Freaks today? 39 points.
It's okay.
In the 5th to 8th bracket. Is that disappointing to you, or is it on par with what you would expect at the beginning compared to what we saw in the first and second day?
I thought it was going to be hard to replicate day one and day two, especially with what should have been the quality of the lobby. The lobby quality didn't exactly materialize the way we thought it was going to, with a Sonics and a 17 and people popping off, Cerberus, of course. But yeah, winning 3 days in a row would have been absolutely absurd, I think, right?
It would. I think 39 is respectable. And it's also like, I think there's a case where, yeah, we don't want to pop up too much. We actually want to get games in.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the perfect middle ground. Getting 1 day off and then going into day 2 might be the perfect middle ground. So we'll see them in day 2 of circuit 2.
A lot of questions to be answered, and they will be coming up in the next few days. Tomorrow we're back same time, same place. We start circuit 2 as we figure out all of these teams' position as they try and jostle for another circuit finals. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Bye for now.